when someone's committing a logical fallacy and just going, I don't have to go down this road. I don't know if this is even beneficial to the people who are listening. If you can't understand that you're committing a logical fallacy, because so long as I don't allow logical fallacies, the troll guy will never be able to show his true colors because I'm gonna call it out immediately because it's something that's inherent in our reality, being able to spot an inconsistency in a story. It's not something that a human can make up. It just is what it is. Comes with the reality that we live in. Someone lies and you're like, yeah, you're lying. No, I'm not. Okay, well, you know what? Fine. I'm skeptical, but I'll give you a chance. Okay, give me the proof. Yeah, well, you see, but yeah. You're bullshitting. Don't worry about it. And then people who throw science on everything, it's so annoying. So annoying. When you're making an observation, you call it an experiment. Like, anyway, never mind. Sunday, supposed to be doing a presentation on logical fallacies. Actually, crypto, if you could be there, that'd be awesome. Help me out. Crack said he would
Sunday.
also help me out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check my diary, see what I'm doing.
Cool. Could you elaborate and make sense out of what I'm saying, crypto? Because I know you're like on top of when people commit logical fallacies, and you're on point too. I don't think people understand because I talk to flat earthers all the time, and they're quick to call someone else a liar, but then they'll employ fallacious reasoning, and it's like, well, what's the point of you being in this conversation then?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like people use it as a debate tactic rather than actually a way to get to truth. And that's not really what it's for.
See, look, you start talking about shit that's real, and everybody goes quiet. Fuck y'all, whatever.
I was listening. I just didn't want to interrupt because I thought you were gonna like start something.
No, I was just on a weak rant that I'm trying to keep together, uh,
Uh,
co- somewhat coherent because I am drinking my favorite drink, Moscato.
woo. So is it gonna be this Sunday? Excuse me. This Sunday you're gonna do your thing, the logical fallacy, or is
It
that
might be
somebody else?
it might be the next Sunday, the Sunday after next.
Oh yeah.
I'm not
Cool.
really sure. I
What
heard
is
some
Moscato?
I look
crack.
forward to it.
What
Brief.
what is what is Moscato? What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's a kind of
I'm admitting my ignorance.
it's a type of wine and usually has like fruity notes of like peach and
Hmm.
stuff like that.
Sounds great on ice on a hot summer day.
See, you're actually not supposed to drink it with ice, but obviously I was like, fuck that. I drink it how I want.
I know, exactly.
I
Something
put
doesn't be hot either. Try this sometime. Hot Dr. Pepper with Fireball.
mm,
Mm.
mm.
Doesn't sound that great until you try it.
All right. Okay. Mm, all right. Also, a little trick uh, for the tequila lovers. Yeah, go on and put some ginger ale in there. A little splash of that. Change your life.
Laid back.
I just want people to realize that like you know we've been all right. I'm coming, babe. We've been we've been stuck with an entire idea that has nothing to do with us. And before you start talking to someone, you need to let them know that you're separate from whatever ideas other people may have. Because the bottom line is the reason I said I was coming. Anyway, I can't finish that thought. I'll be back. Or maybe not. I don't know.
I have been summoned. I'll be back.
Yeah, Elijah just said the most relatable thing I've heard all day. Okay, I'm coming. All right, honey. Hold on.
I'm waiting for my new mic. I can't wait for it to arrive.
Waiting for the mailman.
Waiting for the mailman for the new mic.
Waiting for the drone. Right. One day we'll be waiting for the drone to arrive. Oh yeah.
Sonny be like, hey, Mr. Postman.
Gonna be a drone with a pistol pointing at you. Please verify your identification. Or a taser. I don't know. Yeah. Taser would be good.
Takes you on your way to the mail, can't provide
CB's
biometric ID.
CB is on it.
Yeah. Scan your retina, your eye. Yeah, and then your fingerprints. Maybe even a little prick. Who knows? Hair sample.
That should keep us safe.
Yeah. Safety and security. No matter what it's going to cost, we're going to make sure people are safe.
I definitely think I should be tased for my own if I can't prove my identity on my way to the mailbox.
I think I'll order some Thai food. Should I do the call on the live stream? Oh, that would be freaking fun. And then say, do you know the earth is flat?
Yeah, say that. Yes.
Okay, so hold on.
Which it always says to make the order under the name Earth's Flat, so they have to call that out. And when you go pick it up at the restaurant or whatever, you're like, what's the name on the order? Earth's Flat.
Love it.
How do you spell the first name?
Earth.
Oh,
You'd have to spell it different though. Where, when you try to pronounce it. That's actually a really fun idea. I didn't say it right, but I think you guys know what I meant.
Earl. Ear. Yeah. Ear. EAR. First name Ear. Yeah. Middle name this. Yeah.
Some thought.
This. Last name Flat. FLATTE. No.
Flatte.
Not Flatte. Sorry, FLATT. Yeah. Earthus Flat. Mr. Earthus Flat. You're Mr. Earthus Flat here.
That would be awesome.
Earthus Flat. What is she saying? I think she's saying the Earth is flat, man.
That'd be awesome. Well, that's what she said.
Ear this flat.
The Flatte Coffee Shop.
Yeah, might fool someone. Mr. Flat. Yeah. Mr. Ear this flat.
They were calling it Earth now.
My
Let's
friends
talk-
call me.
That's
Yeah,
actually kind of ignorant.
Okay, stand by. Hold on, here we go. 1 second. Righty. Here's speakerphone.
Fresh meat.
Hold on.
You get it?
New.
Going live.
do it.
Do it.
New. Hold on.
Do it all night long.
Hurry up. I'm waiting all day.
All you guys be quiet. Pretend like you're not there.
Who is it? I'm not here. Shh. What are we doing?
It means be quiet.
Hi, how you doing? I'd like to order something.
Of course, what can I get for you?
Yes. Let's see. I'm trying to. It's the chicken curry dinner. I'm trying to pull up the menu. 1 second here.
First name Ear.
And I'll have a have guests in the house. Some of them are kind of unruly. And also, can I have the Thai iced tea with those little things? I don't know what they are. Are they the bobas? Yes, bobas, please.
Right.
And then yes, what's the total?
What kind of curry do you want in? Sorry about that.
Let's see.
We have the yellow curry, green curry, and then we have the massaman chicken curry.
The massaman chicken curry. Yes.
Alright, what side of white rice, brown rice, or steamed
Brown
vegetables?
brown rice.
Okay.
You have lilac.
Want my right?
And say, yeah, Thai tea with boba. Yes. And then I just have one other question about how long?
We can have it ready in less than 10 minutes.
10 minutes. All right, I'm gonna be there. And did you know the Earth is flat?
I heard of it.
You've heard of it? What do you think
Yeah.
about your Earth being flat and stationary and contained?
I mean, I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's okay. You thought about it now. If you never did before, you sure thought about it now.
For sure.
All right. You have a great day. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
Alright, sounds good. See you
Thanks a
then.
lot.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Booyah!
You think you heard me?
That's how it's done, people.
Yes, Sunday.
That was pretty good. I'll give you that. That's pretty good.
Now I actually go out into the neighborhood and go pick my stuff up and say, yeah, how about check out Discord, Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.gg. Come and have a conversation with us.
Good luck, man.
I'm proud to be one of the unruly people in the house with you.
Dude.
It's easier than you think. Just order your pizza, say, hey, did you know that? And now it's on live stream. What a great-
Ear. You could work on that name, but you could say like your last name is flat or something like that.
That's true. See, that's fun.
You'll come up with something, Sonny. I think so. But that was the best.
I bet you'd sell more pizza if you renamed your shop to Flat Earth Pizza.
10 minutes.
We should just do prank calls and tell people the Earth is flat.
So now I'm going to maximize my effort. So when I go in a few minutes, I'm going to take my little shopping cart with me. And on the way back from getting my dinner, I'll do some shopping for some other things I need.
Way to be efficient, Sonny.
I have to, man. I only have so much energy.
Right?
Yeah.
They didn't even ask you for a name. They're supposed to take a name for the order. So when you show up, what are you gonna tell them? Hey, I'm the guy that said the Earth was flat.
Probably do something funny, like when I'm leaving the door. I'm like, look out here.
Dude, hey, Sonny, when you go in there, hit record on your phone. Dude, do it, please. That would be so amazing.
Carry my phone, but you know what? I probably will start doing stuff like that.
Yes.
Just take it with you, man.
Yeah, just take your phone with you and keep it in your pocket. You don't have to hold on to it or nothing.
Exactly.
It may or may not work. Who knows?
Yep. No problem.
But you definitely planted a seed because he can't unthink that. And he's already heard about it.
Now we have.
So that's awesome.
Well, pizzas are flat and round.
Hey, Sonny, when you go there, give him our Discord vanity link.
That's what I'm going to do. Let me grab a little piece of paper. I wish I had a card made out. I need to get...
Or give him a tip with it on there. Write it on the dollar bill. Fuck it.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
Deface government property to defeat those that are committing crimes against humanity.
I will do that.
Hey, that's a good idea. Get one of those stamps that has the address and a QR code.
Yes.
Stamp it on every single dollar you get.
Dude.
All right, I gotta go, you guys. I'll give you a report.
All right, bye, Sonny. Good luck.
Maybe video.
Good luck, man.
Bye, Sonny.
So fun, so fun.
We catch you later.
I want to hear Sacrifice make one of those calls. I feel like he's got the perfect voice.
What was that?
I want to hear the Sacrifice Kid make one of those Flat Earth takeout calls.
We need to do prank calls and tell people the Earth is flat. And I say Bong should do it.
I'll do it.
Bong did.
I don't do that. I don't do stuff like that.
Why not?
Okay.
It's fun.
Wait, Jenny, let me ask you, what would make them prank calls exactly? Because it wouldn't be us telling them the Earth is flat.
All right, we could do unsolicited phone calls and tell people the Earth is flat. We could just dial random numbers or whatever.
I don't break laws.
We don't have phone books anymore. I haven't seen a phone book and I don't know how effing long. Probably because
of numbers.
Yeah, I don't think that's illegal, Bong. I don't actually think that's illegal. In fact, I've even thought about doing that myself, but it's like walking out onto the street because that's more fun.
You know, I kind of like where I'm at right now. You know, a domestic terrorist. I mean, it's so much cooler.
Oh, right. He does have a little bit of a point, but I mean, you're allowed to call whoever you want, Bong.
I'm a domestic terrorist, man. I like it. You guys go ahead and do that one.
Well, then, if you're the domestic terrorist, you're the perfect person to do it.
Oh no! I got it.
You're already a target.
I've got other stuff I'm doing.
Yeah, I got you.
Right, yeah.
All right, so what about this, though? You know, we come up with ways to make it seem like it's innocent. I don't know, not to deceive anybody, really. I don't know. You're ruining it, Bong. What's up?
We could prank call NASA, possibly.
Really?
Ooh, that would be fun. Somebody would have to get a phone.
I think it's kind of cool to deceive them, into believing the truth again, or knowing the truth. Right? Like, but you tricked me into knowing the truth. Yeah, but for what? You shouldn't have done that. You should have just left me alone. Sorry.
No, that would be unfooling someone, Bong. You wouldn't be fooling them. You'd be unfooling them.
I'm fooling them.
Mm-hmm.
Fooling them to, into.
No, because they've been fooled.
Yeah.
You're unfooling them.
It's easier to fool people than to unfool people. Yes.
Leave me alone. Yeah, I could probably say that better. Thank you, Bong.
Only once. You can't forget. Anyways, watch this drive. Freaking golf is more important than being president.
Okay, have you ever heard of anybody, a show called Crank Yankers, Bong?
No.
It's my birthday. Yay.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I have heard of Cranky Yankers. It is a great show.
Yes, it is. What if we, kind of commandeered that into Flat Earth, maybe? That's what I was kind of talking about. I mean,
Is it?
It's a show about a bunch of people who prank call, technically. Like, that's technically,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
well, I was fixing to say, that's the only really way to put it, is, like, it's just a bunch of people prank calling a bunch of people. Like, puppets.
Well, yeah. Well, Muppets.
Yeah.
I think prank calling people is bad because it's going to be associated with like punks and
Okay, well, you'd have to do it a certain way. You couldn't just go in half-cocked. That's what I was trying to get at, actually. I mean, you're not doing it to ridicule people. That's not what you'd want to do it for. I mean, I would think you'd know that would go without saying so far as I'm concerned, but okay. But I don't know, just kind of an idea to put out there. You never know what somebody can do with something, I mean, geez.
Imagine if Jehovah's Witness started prank calling us, right? People.
Yeah, 5 minutes to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. You're there for the next, 24 hours. So this is why. I think there actually was an episode on Cranky Yankers when they did that.
No.
I think we can hijack that a little bit, man. Somehow, some way. We need more comedy. We need some comedy in Flat Earth. We got the music down.
We need to make there needs to be a comedy part, a comedy little voice chat.
NASA has all the comedy we need. All their fails.
All right, well, Indio's working on animations and stuff. Maybe he can do one with the NASA audio.
Work.
And videos. The wires, the hair, the water splashing, all those. The mouse.
Your basic clown show.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen them talk about, much less do, any real science.
Well, they're floating
maybe
around.
I'm missing something, but
Oh my god, I cannot find any combos for this game.
Sucks to be you, man.
Oh, flip, I completely forgot my freaking microphone is still on.
Jenny, you were looking for a
What? I didn't catch all that. Yeah, still didn't get it if you're trying to say anything.
I sent you a PM.
Okay, thanks.
Chugga, 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 chug. Oh, yeah. 4 chuggas, 1 chug.
Yeah, so what do you think about more comedy in Flat Earth, Bong? I take it you don't like that idea.
No, I do. Hell yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I agree
Sweet.
as
That's
well.
all I do here. All I do here is make fun of NASA and the heliocentric model, and all those people that are smart enough to figure out shit, but too dumb to figure out like really basic shit. So-called scientists and
Well, I'm kind of talking about like maybe I don't know, maybe a stand-up bit, a monologue or something. You could do something like that, totally.
Or like a little, like what are those things called? Like an event. I think that's what they're called. Like a stand-up comic event or something. Like we each tell like 5 jokes or something, and then like we go on to the next people.
Nice.
I'm just saying, like it would just be a nice little idea.
no, I can only do it here because I think I'm anonymous. But
You could still be anonymous.
this is the most I can do.
I get it. I get it.
Like I don't even want to be on Discord.
Say what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Broke a lot of rules to be on Discord. Kind of dumb now.
For now.
You don't know breaking rules in Discord.
How you do? Yeah, how
I'm
you have
surprised I still have a Discord
Don't
account.
do that. Don't use this. Don't use that. Don't have a Facebook, right?
Hey, Jenny. Along those lines, something I've been meaning to do for a while, but just haven't because I haven't figured out how to use these video editing programs very well yet. Is just to go into the last few months or so of the Discord log and to simply find the parts where we have funny jokes and funny conversations and just cutting them out and making compilations of jokes that we say here on the live stream.
Oh, well, I wish we could have done that all along. That would have been amazing.
Like you could tell it's a ball because it looks so flat. Why it's not funny anymore?
Wait, I didn't catch all of it. My connection is trash, man.
You can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Right. Yeah. Well,
I mean,
yeah. Wait.
because, I mean, all my whole life, I never thought about how it did not ever present itself with anything ever as a ball. We were just told. We were just told it was a ball. That's all. And then they went to space. I mean,
I never knew balls could look flat. I never knew that. I was like, really?
I didn't either.
Like,
pretty shocking.
I was like, oh wow. Still doesn't make sense, but wow. Dumbass. It's not a ball. Then you go on an airplane and you get more confused, right? You're like, maybe the Earth is so big, it looks flat. Really? Are you saying balls look flat? Are you saying spheres look flat? No. Yes. No. No. Yes. They're saying.
That's pretty accurate what you're doing there.
What about water? Is water level? Yes. Water is 100% level.
100%.
Yep. But then is level curved? No. Wait. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Wait. Yeah. 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 It is curved. Are you sure? Well, it has to be because the Earth is a ball.
Because it
But
has to.
You're saying no earlier. Oh yeah. At first it didn't make sense. I was like, wait, no. But then I remembered, hey, the Earth is a ball, and then it made sense, and I was like, yeah, it's totally curving.
Dude, that voice, that's epic. Epic.
And then I remembered, oh, that's right. The Earth is a ball, so it must be curving. Yeah, it is. Final answer.
Because it is. Because it is.
I was yeah. Because everybody knows the Earth's a ball, right? And that's why it's curving.
That sounds about right. Okay, Bong, you know how you've heard me talk about how people just aren't aware of how their actions they affect other people, narcissists, stuff like that. But have you ever had come across a Karen, or I think it's Kevin? Has that ever happened to you?
Not often.
Not often? Oh, geez. Okay.
Why? Why?
Oh, I was just curious.
I don't deal with Karens. I just walk away or.
Well, yeah, you definitely don't want to engage, but let's just say you were like at your place of employment and you had no other choice but to somewhat deal with people like that.
You mean Kyle?
Yeah. I know how to diffuse the situation.
A male Karen is a Kyle.
Kyle? I've heard like 3 or 4 different names. I wish everybody would make up their minds.
Yeah. It's like, there's nothing anyone can do about it, man. I'm so sorry. Oh, look, it's the manager. Let me go ask him. Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. And then the manager might come over and help her, and then she might be like, oh my God, these guys are trying their best to help me. What am I going to do? It's like, I know, right? That's what I was trying to tell you. There's absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. Would you like to buy something else, though? Would you like to trade it for something? Just like, you're an asshole. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, oh, thank you very much. I do my best. I don't know. I haven't dealt with many characters.
Well, it's just good for you.
I stopped working when all this crap started.
Yeah, same here.
I should start making memoirs, my accounts of crazy people in the world of a pandemic.
Reckonor is kind of a Karen.
What?
Reckonor is like a Karen, right? Oh, see the manager.
Oh, you want to see the manager? I want to see your manager.
This is not acceptable. Who's in charge here? You need to start treating your customers a little bit with more respect. I want to talk to the manager. What's the manager? Yes. No, I'm yeah, you need to guys how to treat customers with a little bit more respect, because you know people come here and spend their hard-earned money. You know, like 45 minutes later, you know. Right?
I'm just trying to figure people out because, you know, the ego, the sense of entitlement. I mean, we kind of deal with similar things in here. You know, people get their egos offended. Yeah, nothing in particular. I'm not pointing towards anything for the record. Anyway, who's in here? Do we have any Globers in here or anybody on the fence, maybe?
Guy Jean. Is he still here?
It's hard to keep up with who's new and whatnot. Well, we have Flatty in here. He doesn't have a role. He's going to have to go up to BC check-in.
We don't want to stoop down to Neil deGrasse Tyson's level and start calling people names, you know what I mean? All these, or NASA's level, and start lying. Yes.
I have a question. Is Seb and Sebster, are they buddies? I mean, because Seb is a globe earther and...
Don't all scientists have big ass egos? Just like fucking wealthy people, you know, knowledge. Or what they think they know, right? You people have to come to us, right? And we have to make up terms to explain things to you people. That's their attitude. We astrophysicists believe that versus you people, you know. The sheeple, you know, the guy that thinks he lives on a ball. He's, you know, working
Okay,
for...
who's Flat Earth Buddha?
Sounds like a cool guy to me.
Who's doing what? Splattering the Buddha. Is that
No, look at the last text.
Some of that Buddha.
From Adam. He said, these things cannot be long hidden. The sun, the moon, and the fact that there is no curvature on the surface of the earth. End quote. By Flat Earth Buddha.
There you go. That's what I figured you were talking about.
That good.
Aha! I see what he's doing. I see you. Okay. Question answered.
Like Budapest, you know, like Bud.
But it wouldn't be Buddha, it'd be Buddha.
Buddha. That sounds cool too.
Betty bought some bitter butter that made her batter bitter. Betty bought some better butter that made her batter better. Try that 3 times.
Can of butter.
Yeah, that.
Better, butter.
That'd fit in there
Better,
too.
better, butter.
I could put that in one.
Better, butter.
Can I get a batter can of butter? Can of butter? Can I get a batter of Panda, but freaking words, man. Shit. Don't you wish you could just speak to people with your thoughts? You know, like share your experience. You know, like connect their thoughts and stuff. You know, like you know what I mean? Like the metaverse. You know, it'd be so cool, right? Like could all get high
Like,
together.
totally, dude. That would be not.
That was so cool, man.
Just make sure you don't forget the pizza, man.
Hey, you went to Mars, right? Yes, I went to Mars. Hey, you want to share your experience with us, man? That'd be kind of cool, man. Like, no, I don't want to share my experience with. Why not, man? That's kind of an asshole dick move, dude. Hey, this dickhead doesn't want to share experience with us, man. I think we should kick his ass. All right. I'll share it down. Fuck. Well, you know what I mean? I'm just imagining what it would be like if we could do that. You know, I might even start kidnapping people, right, and start forcing them to share the experiences with. Because why not? I'm fucking addicted to it, right? Like, dude, I want to know every experience possible. Can we just kidnap people and do that now? Like, why? Because people could say no. What? We'll just track them down then. He like, oh, well, how are you gonna do? We'll got these phones. Maybe we'll even chip them. What do you think? Yeah, chipping. I heard about that, right? Why don't you want to share your experience? Are you some kind of terrorist or something? Hiding something from us? And think you're special? Is that it? Special. Yeah, they're actually building a machine or whatever technology to do that. So
All right, all these people in here.
Every time I stop talking, you guys do. Quit it.
Sorry about that.
Don't let it happen again.
I'll try.
I will only talk if it's curvature that we talk about. Sorry. That's me.
Well, how are we supposed to talk about something that we can't find?
Like boobs. Boobs
I love
have
boob.
curvature. Yeah.
Hang on. Boobs are findable. Earth curvature is not. No, Dan, I don't have any curvature. I don't know why I come here for it, but I certainly can't go to places like Gem Pandas or anywhere on Earth to find the curvature.
Well,
I know, right? I
that's
mean,
curvature.
who talks about curvature that doesn't exist? I mean, that would be silly, right?
Right. Yes, it would. It would be Narnicorns.
Like butts and boobs.
Right. Those are different. Findable. They're available. They're around.
Okay, that was rude. Sorry. Watermelons. How about that? Is that better? Okay.
What about watermelon?
Curvature.
Yeah. People are allergic to watermelon. Do you know what people aren't allergic to? Earth curvature.
Pears? Pears? Oh.
Pears?
Pears have curvature, right?
Yeah, they sure do. Little oblong in spots, but certainly curvature. Have you seen that GIF? It's like a thermal image of a really fucked up globe. It's got all these like dents and marks in it and shit. Some kind of globe. We're trying to pass that off as a real model here. Let me see if I can find it.
It's all potato Earth. The gravity.
Those darn goobers. I mean glowers.
So gravity pulls to the center of mass, eventually making a potato. Got it.
Yep.
You're such a cunt.
This fucking thing. Look at this.
Look at this guy.
All right, check the live stream voice text. What the fuck is that? I know you guys have seen that before too.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Isn't she a beaut?
Potato Earth.
Yeah.
That's not a potato. That fell down the stairs.
The fiat currency bill with the message about Flat Earth Discord has been transferred.
They had to make. You notice that Antarctica is bulging out more than any other landmass.
Right. Antarctica's a mountain, guys.
It's a zit.
Yeah, and what's above? Is that India, Asia, above Africa? Big old knob up there.
Yep.
Looks like it's trying to. It looks like it's trying to explode from 4 different directions.
Can't believe somebody made that. Can't believe they posted it on Wikipedia or wherever it was.
Yeah, someone's taking this seriously. Yeah, a lot. I'm sure a lot of people are.
I thought it was a joke, right? And I was like, really? You guys don't get that? I was like, who made this? Like, no, not funny. It's real. Okay.
Right.
All right, that's cool. I'm getting.
Well, then anything at this point, anything, right? Fuck what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. If this is any litmus of what someone thinks the Earth is, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with them.
Yeah.
They can figure stuff out on their own. It's just frustrating. Go ahead.
I was like, so I got these herbs I wanted to transplant near the tomatoes. I'm just gonna go back there and do that right now.
Okay, that sounds fine.
Hey, these are not potatoes. I know what potatoes are. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I got some potatoes here. I go, you know what?
You know what they would say about this model? They would say it's not finished. Gravity's not done working on it just yet.
Smooth out some of the
Oh
rough.
God, it's so fucking ridiculous.
What is that pink thing on the line down there? Is that like supposed to be a potato or a jelly bean? A skinless jelly bean.
Earth flavored.
So how did you
flavored jelly?
How did the shape? Where did the shape come from? How is that math?
Yeah, that's
They're
what,
like,
that's
well,
what
we
happens
have
when you mix math with reality.
Exactly. We have to make it, something like a globe, but with our mathematics, this is what it looks like. Read it and weep, boys.
Put it through this algorithm, and this is what it came out. Okay. Well, I mean,
Back with the Thai food, the ice.
There you go.
The Dr. Pepper and a small bottle of Fireball. So cool. I've been recuperating for a couple of weeks. I'm doing so much better. A little relaxation. Well, nice. My cannabis is growing like phenomenally. It's growing these beautiful, like perfect little colas, about like 10 inches long.
life is good. Can't complain.
Yeah, it's really nice. The temperature in there is just perfect. A balmy 75 degrees and 40% humidity, just like the doctor prescribed. Beautiful.
Hot today in Australia.
I got another month until harvest. Looking at maybe 4 ounces, maybe.
Yes.
Sir, those don't belong in your colon.
What is going on with that stuff there, man? That looks like.
Do you think it would start to grow other potatoes if you kept it up there long enough?
What?
Homegrown?
A potato.
Yeah, potato.
In the colon. See what Josh said?
Well, it wasn't me that did it. I'm just repeating what Josh said. Yeah, there. I was going to say, don't get mad at me. It
This
wasn't
is
me.
what you do. You put in colon, potato, colon, then hit enter, and you'll get that little piece in.
Got it.
I get it. But it was much funnier the way I.
Gosh. What a gutter mind.
Missed.
I thought there were potatoes anyway. Potatoes and tomato and damn it! Now I kind of mixed up.
Mr. Globehead, Mr. Potato Head. We need to do a Mr. Globehead. That would be great. Where can you stick the Africa in the nose portion? Thank you. You win.
Flat Earth, win.
Gravity got you down.
Flawless victory.
Yeah, I would extract that weed. I'd boil it. You know, the weed. Put in some oil or butter.
Wee.
Yeah, that baggy.
Yes, sir.
I would. I would heat it up and double boil it. You know, like I'll put in some like coconut oil. But if you want to smoke it, it's just.
I do enjoy the smoking it though.
You smoke.
I have made oil. I have made oil before. I made some peanut butter. It came out really good.
That's
killer stuff.
Killer, dude.
Take it out. Well.
Well, y'all can come over and smoke with me if you want to, but I don't know how far away you live.
I'll be there
You're all
yesterday.
Yeah, hell yeah. Get on over here. I'll pick you up at the airport, bro. You got to get your own ticket, though.
That's fine. That's just fine.
I know. I'll
I
shack
can't
you up for
take any
24
home.
hours, then kick you out.
I can't bring any home, though.
Oh, well, yeah. We'll make sure you get high enough that it'll last.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Sounds great.
Okay. I guess we should shut up about this.
It's too bad I'm sober. That would have been fun.
Darn it. You're not
Sorry.
fun.
I'm still pretty fun without. In fact, I think I'm more fun without drugs. I don't know. You guys tell me.
Yeah, well, yeah, I used to do hardcore shit, and yeah, I think I'm a much nicer person now that I don't do them anymore. Drinking and stuff.
It's good that you realize that.
Yeah, it took me a while. It wasn't something I came to easily. That's for sure.
Well, that means it's sunk in, though, huh?
I'm getting there.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, I smoke a lot of pot, but that's about all I do. Yeah.
That's nothing.
Not that I wouldn't do something more fun, but I just don't know that I'm young enough to actually recover from it, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Well, if we're talking about vices, it's one of the most productive and healthy ones. Most people don't realize that just because of the addictive nature of fucking everything. But I digress. Anyway, I got a shower. I'll be back, guys.
They have made everything addictive, haven't they?
It's actually not addictive. It's actually a psychological.
It's a psychological thing. Your brain gets addicted to stuff. Okay. Explain it, Bong. Love you guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Great.
What?
I don't know what that was about. He's your friend.
He's your friend. He's our friend.
Sometimes. I'm kidding, of course.
It is a virtue, not a vice.
Yeah,
Not a
Fireball and Dr. Pepper. Oh my god, yeah. If you haven't tried it, it's freaking great. Roll a doobie, eat Thai food. Yeah, have a little. Yeah.
If you like Dr. Pepper, try Jägermeister and root beer. It tastes just like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, because it's licorice, and that's what root beer's made out of, is licorice and molasses.
Hey, what happened to Glad?
Did you?
Glad, are you there? Is he gone?
He's busy.
Oh, no, he's there. Yeah.
He had to pee or something. He's in here somewhere, but I don't know if he's at the helm.
And I can't remember which liquor it is. I think it's if you put Di Serrano in Corona, then it's just like root beer, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is there's a shooter that we used to do when I was my 20s, where you'd sink amaretto and I think it was 100 proof hot damn or no 100 proof for vodka or 151 Bacardi in there, and then you just chug it all at once, and yeah, it did. It tasted like Dr. Pepper, believe it or not. It's kind of weird. And man, they got you drunk too. Ooh, those are nice
just
nuts.
like you take Jägermeister and Rumpelmints, which is like peppermint schnapps, 101 proof.
Yeah.
And they're called like dead Nazis.
Did you grow these, Josh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Some purpling in there too.
Yes.
But it stopped growing and the trichromes were maturing. So what I did is I took a lower branch off, dried it out, cured it, and all the trichromes were amber. So I figured now was the perfect time, right? Because the trichromes keep maturing after you harvest. So if you harvest when the trichromes are orange, then it's going to be too bad. Like it's going to be too far gone and go in the opposite way. So you want to harvest it right when the trichromes are starting to turn orange. Right? Then they'll all be orange.
Better early than late. Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily late. It's the curing process which matures the trichromes fully. Then you wind up with better flavor that way.
Yeah. In the jar.
Yeah, it always tastes better when you smoke it after you age it, rather than just.
Yep. See, I usually hang it like during the wintertime. Like if I harvest during the summertime, it's difficult to do. Like, because you have 1 day of hanging and then you have to like defoliate everything, take all the leaves off. Because what I do is I harvest and I leave all the leaves on until like the water leaves are shriveled up, and then I snap the water leaves off, and then let it go until the stem is brittle, to where you can bend the stem and it'll just snap. You'll hear it snap, but it won't break completely. Then you trim it and cut the buds off and put them in jars and burp them. Half hour every day for the first 3 days, 4 days, and then
you mean leave them
15 minutes.
That means open the lid once in a while. That's what burping.
Yeah, for 30 minutes, you mean? 15, 30 minutes?
Yeah, about a half hour. Like, take everything out of the jar for about a half hour and then put it back in.
Yep. Yeah, that's good, man.
Then,
yeah, it looks.
And then later on, that's like the first 3 days until the moisture content gets down to where you can keep it in there. And then you'll notice, like, every day that you burp it, the smell's going to improve more and more and more because it's fermenting.
Just letting out the moisture, right? That's still.
Yep. If you don't let the moisture out, it'll mold. So you have to control the moisture on a slow drying process. Get that humidity down to about, 10% relative humidity. Anything past that, it gets brittle. So 15% is the place to stop to vacuum pack. And then the best way to vacuum pack is get those mason jars and just vacuum pack it inside the jar. That way, it doesn't collapse and crush the nugs.
Yeah. Yeah, we get this coffee brand here. You get them in the mason jars, and I've just been collecting them from over the years and using them for. Yeah. Indoor, like
They got those food saver things, right? You could put like food inside of a normal mason jar with a normal lid, and you put the food saver top on top of it. You leave you tighten the lid up and then crack it a little bit. Draw a vacuum, and the vacuum will leak around the seal until the vacuum's like drawn and the light comes on. When the light comes on, then you twist it all the way to seal the jar, and then you take the vacuum off, and there should be a vacuum in the jar. Like, you don't have to get the special containers. And then that way it will, when you vacuum seal it like that, it will sublimate all of the water out of it and leave it in the air.
Yep.
I think it's still pretty bad in Australia too, the marijuana laws.
Where I am, yeah, it's kind of they're experimenting with the medical, but up in Brisbane, certain areas up there, they're pretty relaxed, but the laws are still in effect. Sucks.
I just think it's fucked up, right? Like, these young adults that are going through school right now that are coming onto the flat earth, they need to realize one thing. If you want to succeed in school, you go with indoctrination. If you go against the indoctrination, they're going to kick you out, ridicule you, make fun of you, because it is a cult.
Well, didn't we all kind of figure that out by high school? I mean, I did. I don't think I learned that in before even. I think I was still in grade school when I figured out that it was all just, politics and bureaucratic bull.
Yeah, that was pretty much middle school for me, but I had proof once I hit high school because the textbook given out for world history is not correct given with the actual events written down and recorded in the lexicon encyclopedia. So I was exempt from doing the class. I got an A, passing grade A, as long as I didn't disturb any of the other students that showed up. Like, they still made me show up to class. Like, they said I could read a book or listen to music in the back of the class, just don't disturb anyone. I go, that's fucked up. And I said, don't tell anyone else.
I wouldn't have bitched. I would have said, sweet.
So what I ended up doing was telling everyone and organized a walkout. student protests and a riot and got expelled.
Yep, that's a good way to get kicked.
It's like, why should I even bother fucking attaining any kind of credentials in this school of hypocrisy when they're teaching you falsehoods? Why are they teaching us falsehoods? Will that math that they're teaching you ever come in handy? The only math you really need to know is how to balance your checkbook.
I figured out that I can remember a lot of details about movies because I pay attention, right, to the movie, to the stories. And if you start reading things at school, you start seeing a movie playing in your head, just right, and then you can remember stuff, right? It's like because you kind of replayed it, whether it's history or whatever it is you're doing. And yeah, it's just like, so as long as you remember stuff, it's like, yeah, okay, so the trick is to how do I remember stuff? Just pretend you're interested in it. All right. Let's pretend we're interested. Oh, yeah, it's kind of fun, actually. It's kind of a cool story, actually. That guy, 1642. Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Crash landed on an island instead of America.
It's like
dumbass. What is he? Dumbass Dago got sent back home.
Yeah. Some navigator, right?
Sorry, I'm sorry if that was racist. It's an old joke that I shouldn't have.
The trick is to, if you're good at memorizing or regurgitating, like copy and pasting stuff, right? Then you get to be successful. But if you ask too many questions and you give people a hard time, you might not be so successful. You might get flagged.
That must be what my problem was.
Yeah, like this guy's a troublemaker. Yeah, you can give him a shot if you want, but I think it's a risk. We'll just put him down here, but he won't be making any trouble. Something like that. Like, yes, too many questions. What does that mean? Right? Means
I
he's
think I
trouble.
got in trouble probably on a daily basis for butting my nose where it didn't belong and questioning the teachers and stuff. I'd always be looking for a hole or a crack to stick my little, foot in to get attention in class, which I'll admit, I was attention whore, probably still am, but
That's called bad behavior. Naughty behavior.
Naughty.
That's bad.
Well, then how come Santa Claus still came to my house? That's a good one, I thought. Sorry if there's anybody in the audience who still believes in him. I apologize, but spoiler alert. I think if you're 13, you probably figured it out by now, but I could be wrong.
Listen.
Look, if Santa came to your house, that's proof of Santa. Great.
Look, this is what I mean. Yeah. Michelle Thaler of NASA says, it's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. It's not
My
okay.
cousins are rocks. I think of myself as an intelligent rock. Yeah, she's real intelligent, all right. Like a box of rocks. I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No. All right. It's not okay to think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't be thinking now. Don't think now. No, do what you're told.
Are you thinking? What are you doing? Are you thinking? No. Better not be. Write down the answer.
Think, boy.
Listen, just write the answer. Go with the flow. Do you understand what that means? No. It's your funeral, buddy.
I think I'd probably get.
Yeah. You know what happens to troublemakers? Go ahead. Yeah, I was just gonna. Yeah. Oh, you get sent to the office. Yep. To like a letter home to your parents, explaining how they need to fix your behavior at school. And your parents sit you down and tell you, look, I know you hate going to this place that we send you every day to be taught by these strangers, okay? But you need to behave.
Oh, behave.
I got sent to the office a bunch of times. Sometimes I knew why, and sometimes I didn't know why.
But I really never cared.
Yeah. Conditioning the mind, to think a certain way, to respect authority.
It didn't work on me. I'm still not very respectful of authority. And as far as I'm concerned, for damn good.
I mean, I think it helps. It helps everybody feel good about it, right? Like everyone is doing their best in their field, right? And they're considered experts, right? So you feel good that you're an expert, whatever you are, but you also feel good that there's somebody out there who's an expert at space. You know what I mean? And what's going on up there, so that I don't have to worry about it, right? Like,
So, a little side note, in my quest for more botanical information in my research, I discovered a whole row of banana trees. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah.
Did you say banana?
We'll be waiting for those to ripen near. I'm going to keep a close eye on them.
Yeah. Bananas are the best.
I got a couple of small ones. They're still very green, but we'll see.
You can use a banana.
Most of the world doesn't grow bananas, so fortunate.
You can use a ripe banana to root as a rooting agent. You just stick it into the banana and put the banana in the ground.
Seriously?
Do you know that you can stall a car with a banana?
Yeah, hey. Yeah. Well, you just stick it in
a banana in your tailpipe.
No banana in the tailpipe, do you?
No banana in my.
Bananas are very
I think I've literally seen Beverly Hills Cop probably 150, 200 times. It was like my favorite movie for like probably 10 years.
Something like that, right?
Full so fast, man. I can eat like 6 or 8 bites and I'm like stuffed. I'm like, what the hell? Difficulty gaining weight.
Yeah, me too. That's the first time in my life I've ever had this problem. But Crohn's disease will do that to you, I guess. Why are you losing weight? Is it you're just not able to put the food down and fast enough to keep your weight up, or you mean you got some kind of issue or something?
Disposition? I don't know.
Really? Well, I mean, some people like that. My grandma's like that. She gets nervous and stuff. She won't eat.
I'm very high strung physically, like physically active. I move very fast, and I literally I have to slow myself down. Is my goal for most days, is to slow myself down.
That might explain why you have trouble sleeping. Are you the one that said that?
Calm down, yeah. I could stay.
I used to always find trouble falling asleep because my mind would be racing so.
Plus I have pain issues and I'm a side sleeper, and right now I can't sleep on either side because both my shoulders hurt that much. So I'm having.
Man, that's got to be tough. Luckily, my shoulders don't hurt yet, but I got back problems too, so I have to sleep on my side, which I always slept on my belly, which is. I don't know why I slept on my belly, but I did. It's probably the reason why my back was screwed up.
I sleep on my back now. I'm having to get used to it more, but now I kind of lay on the side and lean back a little bit, and I can handle that for a while, but not all night. There's no position I can get in where I can sleep comfortably all night. It's just not possible.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I toss and turn at least 3 or 4 times.
But that's all right. I can lay there and meditate and just stay still, so I'm still resting.
Yeah, that's true. There's been times where I was up most of the night, mind going crazy, but yeah, I still felt rested quite a bit.
Yep. That's why I like the stronger the cannabis medicine for me, the better. Like, I'm gonna roll one now.
I just had a delivery, got here a few minutes ago. That's why I was kept micing out. You know, it seems like a lot of us do get high. I've noticed not all of us, but I mean, I have noticed that it seems to be a trend. Not that that's a problem, don't get me wrong.
Bunch of fucking drug addicts is what you guys are.
Well, hey, you know, could be worse things.
Dude, it's gonna be so fucking cold up here. It's gonna be negative 40 tomorrow.
Say what?
It just got hot, really hot today in
Minus
Australia.
40. Really? Yeah, it warmed up here in California too a little bit, like maybe 5 to degrees different.
Oh, shut your shit up. I don't want to hear you guys talking about warm weather. What's wrong with you?
Hey man, hey man, don't be fucking jealous because I got better weather than
Yeah, I'm fucking jealous.
Well, you can fucking move out here just like I did, man. Shit, what's up?
Hey, we all take turns, man. Hey, I mean,
Tell you what, you give me your place out back east, and I'll let you have my place over here on the coast, and we'll switch for about a year.
So hot today.
Makes you feel any better? It's 56 degrees here right now at nighttime, 7 o'clock. Brrr.
It's already down. It's probably down to 60 by now here.
I think the beach is probably packed in Sydney.
Isn't it? I mean, honestly, I don't. I've never been to Australia, but isn't it pretty much like 60 to 80 degrees all the time? Or does it get? I know it gets hot, but I mean, isn't the weather fairly like average?
No, man.
And you get a lot of rain, right?
Yeah, I don't know that they get any snow. I don't know. I've never.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it's a fairly warm area, right?
Yeah, we got mountains here in Sydney. It snows there, and it gets cold. Seasons.
Yeah.
Happen in
What
LA.
the fuck? You're in Australia, Bong?
Yeah, in Sydney.
What the fuck? I never knew that shit.
You couldn't tell by the accent?
Damn Chinaman in Australia.
On Wednesday, it's going to get down to 41 degrees. That means frost in the mountains.
Shiver me too.
A couple thousand feet, 3,000 feet, there'll be frost if there's enough moisture. So
Is that the full moon?
Hills. And if next few days freezing, yeah, even snow possible.
It'll be.
This is the coldest like it gets here. It's the coldest time of year. But that's nothing compared to where QE is. I'm sure he's nice and warm and toasty.
It's 60 degrees here. It's freezing.
What'd you say?
Shut the hell up!
Could you speak up a little, sir?
Shut the hell up!
Shut the hell up! Damn numpty.
It was 60 degrees here today. It was a great shooting day, but we're headed for a winter storm Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We're gonna get jacked up.
Uh-oh.
Lots of snow.
Yep. Ice, snow. It's gonna be for around here. It's probably gonna be a major thing.
You're on the East Coast, then that's
Yeah, East Coast. They're all about that, man. They know what the deal is.
Get your galoshes ready, huh?
I don't got any galoshes. You Google friggin' googly moogly googly.
What the hell are? I mean, I think I've heard that before, but what are galoshes?
Python boots.
My Python boots are too fight.
You mean like stage shoes or stage? Like you're talking about those high.
Fuck that. If anything, I'll have hip
Couldn't get them on last night. It's Stinkfoot, baby. Stinkfoot, darling.
Don't go where the things go and stay away from that yellow. Do.
Underrated guitar player right there, boy.
I don't know about you, but I'm all right until my toes get cold. Then I'm miserable.
Yeah, that's not a fun thing.
Yeah, if your feet are warm, and you got a hood on, your head to your toe is warm. Yeah,
Yep.
I like that shit, man. Put on the foul weather gear.
It was really nice today, dudes. Here it was 60, 62 degrees, sunny. It was beautiful.
Just like here, it's about the same weather.
Really?
62 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like 64 here. It's
Well,
nice.
it depends on where here is. I'm in middle Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona.
Well, no, duh.
You're in the heartland, brother.
No, but the thing is, it's like
I'm from Missouri.
we're having a little reprieve on the cold weather right now.
How's the search for that curved adjacent going?
I don't. You ask them.
Nice.
That's a
Oh, yeah. I like how it gets a laugh out of you every time we say it.
We had Zanuck in there the other day. I let him onto the show because he's been banned for like a year on Nathan's show. But I let him in just to see what would happen. And he said that there are no 90-degree or right angles while using a sextant. Yeah, he did. Yeah, it's on tape. Go to Nathan's show. He clipped it out, man. It's friggin' hilarious.
Was that the last live one?
I think. Hold on a second.
I think I heard it. Yeah, I was listening along. Actually, when it was over, Helio played it. We heard it here.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Oh,
yeah, that's what it was.
That's what was on. We were going to listen.
Perhaps he mistook the sextant for a quadrant, or even an octant, or even perhaps a fucking astrolabe.
He wouldn't know the difference between his ass and a pipe wrench.
I know. You should hear the 3-minute flat smack I did earlier.
There's a difference.
It's in episode 2220 today, and it's at about, I don't know if it means anything, but the time is like at 57 minutes. That's the start of a freaking funny as hell episode on here earlier.
A quadrant is something that can be made real easy, right? All you need is a plumb bob, which is a string with a weight at the end of it. And you know those cardboard pieces you get with the pizza? Cut a quarter of that out, right? So you fold it in half, cut it, and then take half of that and cut it, right? And then do divisions, 4 divisions. That's called a quadrant. And then you line the top of the mass, like the top, the straight piece up with the sun, and that'll tell you the angle of the sun, right? That works on a 90. That's the only way it works, to find the angle.
You can't get a 90 other than a flat baseline, so it's all over.
Yeah.
It sure is fun watching them step and fetch and do the Texas 2-step and the evolutionary 5-step and shape shift. It's a whole lot of fun.
Now see, baseline, otherwise known as adjacent.
Exactly.
Yeah, you missed it this afternoon. I was reading this evolution book about how evolution's crap. It was pretty
Evolution, what's that?
Exactly.
It can't be. See, something has to exist to be crap.
That's a movie with David Duchovny. And,
I'm sorry. Something has to actually exist to be crap. Evolution doesn't even exist. So
exactly.
Well,
that was good.
There is a type of evolution that kind of does work, and that's the namesake of evolution, which means to unroll, like to open up a scroll. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Evolve. It means to unroll a scroll, to open a book.
Was that rookie earlier that was reading about the trilobite? That's the next thing. The eye of the trilobite.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
still
about.
exists right now. The eye is impossible. It couldn't have happened in stages.
That's not evolution, dude.
No, I'm not.
The trilobites are still alive in Arizona, man.
It's still alive.
Yeah, living trilobites.
Well, what does that have to do with evolution?
Because they try to claim evolution, they can't. If you look at the trilobite, there's no way in hell. It's so
They
complex.
can't claim. Every time I hear evolution, I hear like pixie dust. So when they try to prove pixie dust, then what? You guys aren't getting it. It doesn't exist. It's undefined.
Yeah.
Try to define it. Somebody define it right now. I'm talking about the scientific theory of evolution, please.
Please. Let's hear that.
So we're not equivocating, right? With change, right? To evolve, like people use colloquially when they're telling stories, or he's evolving. No, I want the scientific theory of evolution right now. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
So none of this linguistic
evolution. Evolution is caused by the bend the axis of spin.
Evolution is caused by. Okay, what's evolution?
I was joking.
Things don't evolve, but
Yeah, check it out. I just posted Arizona. This was taken in Arizona. Or actually, no, this is near St. George, Utah. So triops found living in Arizona, right? It's a freaking trilobite. So them saying that they're fossils caused by millions and millions of years of, without the flesh not rotten for a long period of time is how it's formed. About bullshit. It's like an instantaneous thing. It takes less than 40 years. You know how I know? Because I have a fence post that was petrified and it was put into the ground. It was a normal fence post put into the ground. The top of the stump rotted off because this was in Oregon, but the bottom of it petrified. Turned to stone. Yeah, if you look up evolve in the entomology, it just means to unroll, right? While revolution means to turn around. So there is no revolution because the earth does not revolve.
A damn cashew milk spoiled son of a bitch.
Wait, Sonny, how was it picking up your food when you told them you were a flat earther?
Yeah, I said, are you the one I spoke to about flat Earth? He's like, yeah. I said, yeah, I want to give you this bill here. So on a dollar bill, I wrote flat earth, 24/7 flat earth discord.gg Discord. And I filmed myself writing that down and then handed it to him. Yeah, check it out. He goes, good to know. Good to learn new things. I'm like, yep. Have a good one.
Nice, dude.
It was fun. Flat smack while picking up food. He must have thought, wow, that's crazy. Here's a flat earth. Give me an address to have a conversation about flat earth and it's tipping me.
So they were cool about it. They didn't judge you. They were like,
Yeah,
oh,
there was
that's
like a captive audience. He was there by himself at the counter or something like. It was real melt.
That's funny.
Just being casual.
Yeah, Sasha, I think you just have that effect on people.
What effect?
More people attack you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why.
Really, you don't know why?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not really sure. Probably because I believe in evolution.
No.
Yeah, something like that. When you say gay stuff,
Oh, God.
But, like, why don't you hang out with your own kind? Why do you come here and hang out with us? Like, we don't even like people like you.
Is that
How
frog?
do you know? How do you know I'm not one of you? Perhaps we're more similar than we are different.
You just said you believe in evolution.
Yeah, so what?
And then you're a fucking monkey. You're a monkey. You're a fish. You're a fucking amoeba. You're all kinds of things, bro.
Yeah, so are you, dude. We all are.
Amoeba, the amoeba fish monkey.
What it was in the South Park? He said a monkey fish frog.
Amoeba fish monkey phenomenon.
And by the way, Sasha, religion and politics are allowed, but please do not try to force your beliefs on others or disrespect other people's beliefs. So we don't actually believe we're monkey people.
No, he was saying that about me, dude.
You said you are.
Well, I don't believe I'm a monkey. I think I'm a human, dude.
No, but you can talk monkey. You can talk monkey, right?
Yeah, we all can.
Monkeys are cosmonauts.
Yeah, dude, they sent monkeys to space. Did you know that?
The first astronauts, yeah?
We're not allowed to talk about monkeys because of what they do.
Sorry.
Monkey see, monkey do.
No, it has to do with something that I got yelled at for.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, how long until the monkeys in the zoos turn into humans?
They are. Haven't you seen the orangutan?
Well, it depends. If they keep getting food, then they have no need to evolve because they don't even have to fight in nature.
So,
what about the ones in nature? Shouldn't they be more involved in advancing the ones with the
citation, please? That more food causes more evolution. Can you give us a citation?
Whoa, what's evolution?
Exactly.
I knew that was coming.
I know. Hold on. I'm not getting it.
It's Sasha 2.0 again. Post the scientific theory of evolution in live stream. Citation, please. Yeah, I'd be laughing too because it doesn't fucking exist. That's how funny it is.
I know, but congratulations on picking the racist selection of that. Hey, did you ever check out Darwin's son was a heliocentrist? Of course, they're all Ku Klux Klan crowd. All the racists are on that side. Wow, go figure.
He was the one that came up with the tidal locking bullshit with the moon.
He was having a big
fight. I had a Ku clock one time.
Einstein stuff.
A clue clock, huh?
Clue clock.
Yeah, big fight with Einstein. What was his name? Hold on.
I got you on that one. You guys.
Yeah, you did.
Was it tidal locking that numpty came up with? 1 second. George. His name was George Costanza. No, not George Costanza. George. I think his name was George.
Yeah,
Wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure you're right.
George.
I think so. Yeah, something like.
Double checking facts here. Let's see. Charles Darwin's toddler son. Wait a second.
Wasn't he supposed to be an engineer?
10 children. Wow.
George.
So he was born.
Woo, he been busy.
That's why he's going bald. All that testosterone. He's getting busy.
Yeah, same thing happened.
Tidal friction. And the moon.
Wait, it's not locking, it's friction now.
Yeah.
Too bad it doesn't happen on boats.
They might as well just say it's on cogs, hanging from the sky.
No, it's tidal locking. That's what it was. It's the same. It's sort of the same.
Locking. I love it.
Hey, QE, by any chance, do you remember that R prayer that Jose did forever ago? It was like the Lord's Prayer, but about the radius.
Yeah, I remember hearing it. Do you want me to recite it?
Well, no, I kind of want it for my my own records.
Oh, that was back in the day.
Can you recite it?
I don't know where that is. You'd have to catch an old show or something. I don't have that. Well, wasn't it Arwen who came up with that nonsense?
No.
George Darwin.
Hopefully, we're talking about the same thing.
Go ahead, say it again.
Sorry.
Okay, so it was supposed to be like in R we trust. It was supposed to be like after the Lord's Prayer, but it was instead we trust in the radius instead of trusting in God.
I think
You know,
Arwen
so-
came up with that nonsense.
Oh, well, I am like highly mistaken because I thought it was Jose Meza.
It might have been. You'd have to ask Jose. I don't know.
I know.
I seen Jose the other day. He was in my chat.
I'm going to just message.
Good luck.
Well, if I keep putting it out there, maybe somebody will say, hey, yeah, I do have that.
Yeah, it's possible.
Because trying to find it in years of live stream, thousands of hours, that's not going to happen.
That's impossible.
Well, you could get real lucky, but yeah, more than likely you're going to spend an eternity.
Yeah, you could get pretty lucky. It's beyond luck.
So we have more Numpty, Globe Numpty.
That's like throwing a box of tiles from the Scrabble game up and expecting them to fall into, like some kind of theory or some kind of perfect.
From George Darwin, used Laplace planes, also called proper planes, in his study of tidal evolution. He used tidal and evolution in the same.
Hey, Saucer, when you take that thing, when you learn biology, and they show you like the embryonic stage that shows a common ancestor, that's actually not true.
I'll be
Because
quick.
a frog embryo looks nothing like a human
Somebody's
embryo.
rumpus
Looks
and
nothing like
sunny.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Joshua, shut up. Hold on. Okay, let me read this. I'll be quick. I promise. The Laplace plane approach is adapted here to the formalism. This is by NASA, actually. W.M. Kaula, Kaula, and P. Goldreich. Like Darwin, the approach assumes a three-body problem: Earth, Moon, and Sun, where the Moon and Sun are point masses. Tidal potential is written in terms of the Laplace plane angles. The resulting secular equations of motion can be easily integrated numerically, assuming the Moon is in a circular orbit about the Earth and the Earth is in a circular orbit about the Sun. So they assume those two things. For Earth, motion distances greater than 10 Earth radii. The Earth's approximate tidal response can be characterized with a single parameter, which is a ratio, a love number times the sine of lag angle divided by another such product.
I thought you said this was supposed to be fast.
Is for low parameter values, it can be shown that Darwin low viscosity.
Do you have a sentence that sums it up?
Schubert's model of
Distill it or shut up.
Melting.
My God, man.
Never mind. Okay, that.
You said enough.
Yeah, after the first two commas,
that was enough.
That was enough.
Assume.
I'm just fucking with you, Sonny.
Back to the embryos. Yeah, they come from Haeckel. Haeckel's drawings. They were debunked like 5 years after they come out, but they're still in textbooks.
Yeah,
that was back. That was back in like, I don't know, when was Haeckel? Like early. Let's find out.
1900s, isn't it?
Yeah, or 1800s.
Late
Haeckel. Ernst Haeckel. Let's see where he is. He lived from 1834 to 1919. So in between there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was debunked. Go ahead.
People still try to use his work, but
that's what I just said. It's still in some textbooks. Yeah. For whatever reason, I don't know what they're talking about because is that supposed to be evolution or something?
no, I think it has to do with critical race theory.
Oh, the race part. Yeah, the title of that book. That's pretty funny. Yikes. Thanks for being quick, Sonny. I grew a small beard.
Holy shit. You're not growing a beard.
Did you want to just finish the chapter?
Old
or
man.
Because I think you do actually have time right now. I hate to say it.
Hell no. You look it up yourself if you want to read that boring shit.
All right, super. Good
Where's
answer.
the Globers when you need them?
You're one.
You're one.
And listen, partner, as much as we talk to you, we don't fucking need you.
Oh, that's gonna mean.
Does that hurt? Does that hurt your feelings? Well, stop
hurt
lying
my
to us.
feelings.
Admit
Yeah,
it's
that
flat.
was mean, bro.
Whatever. You gotta stop lying to people. Is Earth flat?
I don't think so.
God damn it, see? You're done. It's done. What am I supposed to say, dude?
I know. Just when I think you're doing better, Sasha, you disappoint me over and over.
Well, I said I don't. I'm on the fence. Honestly, I'm not really sure.
You're on the fence. Come
I
on,
don't want to
dude.
talk to you ever again, Sasha.
It's because of evolution.
You got hemorrhoids already, so come on, get off
It's
the
the evolution of bullshit.
You're sitting on a barbed wire fence.
Just a bad brain, dude.
Hey, Sasha, I think I know what it is. You can't break free of the lie of evolution, right? You need evolution. Because
Evolution, what's that?
They needed to explain the Big Bang, right?
Well,
So
they
you
need it.
believe
What?
in evolution.
That's my point. What's it?
Well, I don't have evolution to explain the Big Bang. I have God to explain the Big Bang.
Big Bang, what's that?
The creation of the universe.
Post the scientific theory of the Big Bang right here.
I mean, I think you know what the Big Bang is.
It
you
was
think
invented.
you think I know, so now you're into divining complete strangers' thoughts.
All right, fine. I'll post it.
So support your claim. Just post the scientific theory of the Big Bang right here. It should be easy, right? Big Bang. No,
It was
I don't want a
invented.
complete reference. I want the theory in citation. Go ahead and pull it out and identify the different parts of the hypotheses that made the theory.
Well, I mean, you couldn't do an experiment on the Big Bang.
Well,
since it
then
has
there's
to
no
go-
theory then. Because scientific
Well, you
theories
can't do an experiment
require
on gravity, but it's still
because scientific theories require to be a scientific theory experiments. So thanks for admitting there is no scientific theory. Appreciate it.
Bro.
You don't know what a scientific theory is. That's the problem. So what is a scientific theory, Sasha 2.0?
You better get this.
A theory is like
No, a scientific theory, not a colloquial theory, a scientific theory.
a scientific theory is a cause and a prediction about a cause and effect relationship
Nope. That's hypothesis.
involving a manipulated variable.
That's a hypothesis.
Oh, pick me.
All right, I'll pick you. Go ahead.
Okay, ask the question again so I make sure I don't screw it up.
Okay. What is define a scientific theory?
Scientific theory is a hypothesis that's based on some true evidence, but isn't actually provable in scientific terms, like by
Negative.
scientific
That's not a
method.
scientific theory.
Isn't it just
Okay.
an scientific?
Tell me, explain it to me. That way I'll know. For now.
I
The
can't explain it to you.
scientific method.
Dropping an apple.
Dropping an apple.
Refraction.
Refraction. Who said
Refravity.
refraction?
Scientific
Yeah,
theory
it's
has to
observable, testable, repeatable. It's gone through that process.
It's more specific.
It was me that said it.
Sorry.
You guys aren't going to get it. He's going to have to tell you.
It has
You
to
want
do
me
with
to
the
just post
findings.
I'll just go ahead and post it, okay? I'll just go ahead and post it. I'll
Can I
just go ahead
try?
and post it, right? Do you want me to just post it? Here we
Can I
go.
try?
So,
No, wait,
That might
let
be
Josh
easier.
try. Let Josh try.
We're
so
not
it's
gonna get it.
29
That
minutes
looks-
after the hour. Scientific theory from Chemistry About summarizes a hypothesis, a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From quarks to quasars, scientific theory, same fucking thing. consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Scientific American. A scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. That's a scientific theory. And if you didn't know that, you would fail 5th grade general science.
And you'd be like a queen, since experiment is the king of science. You'd be.
Why does everybody always pick on me because I failed 3rd grade, man? That's so wrong.
You're the freaking single queen, or maybe whatever.
I was directing this towards Sasha 2.0, by the way.
I know.
I know, but I thought that take an opportunity.
We know.
Well, since we know a scientific, I must have been posting this for about 6 years now in this genre. I'm shocked that people haven't got it yet. Why would I even have to post this?
I'm not going to memorize that paragraph, okay?
It's not a paragraph. It's just a fucking sentence.
Yeah, well.
Because I try explaining the shit.
I wasn't that far off, though, was I? I mean, I kind of got twisted a little bit. I wasn't that far.
If you didn't say repeated experiments,
don't answer that question, QE. It was just pure comedy. Don't. I know you're gonna shoot it.
If you didn't say hypotheses for the 3rd fucking time in experiments, then you weren't close.
I'd like to point everyone to 28 minutes after the hour and just look at what I typed.
Hey, that's copyrighted.
What? Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. I don't want to miss the copyright part. Where are you posting it?
It's like his ownership of the scientific method.
Does QE believe in God? No, I don't believe in God. I know it for an absolute fact. Have a whole web page on it and been teaching on this for about, in this genre, let's just keep it here.
6 years.
6 years. Total, about 14.
There's scientific proof of God. So there you go.
I agree with that statement completely.
You don't have to agree, or it's not agree or disagree issue. It either is.
I'm trying to get sympathy here, okay? Give me
right? So you just go to my website, right?
QE doesn't appreciate sympathy very much, but anyway.
No.
All right, I'll remember that.
Sympathy, man.
It's like take no prisoners.
Yeah, what you're QE, not XO now. What happened there?
No, QE will be. No quarter will be given.
Pissed me off.
Will be taken.
Yeah, they were going into evolution. Into how some BS earlier, pretty hard. I was looking for you.
Evolution, what's that?
Yeah.
I've been saying that now for about 14 years and still haven't got an answer.
Yeah, no, they were in agreement with you, but you were missing the big talk earlier. Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I was busy. So when my website pulls up sometime this century, I'll go ahead and give you the link for Proofs of the Creator.
Are you still having problems?
It's not fucking pulling up quick. Davey!
What?
I fucking told you 2 weeks ago about this shit.
Bush League, bro.
I'm starting. I'll tell you what.
It loaded fine for me. Are you talking about like on phones and shit?
I'd be terrified.
Really?
Yeah, here, look.
Mine's
I'll post
still
the link.
buzzing.
Everybody try this out, okay? Give this a
you
1,
pulled
2.
it up on your phone. That's a little different game.
Yeah, I would say for sure. Live stream voice text, ready to go.
Hey, everybody post the Globe Terminator at the same time. Let's see.
My favorite. Oh, I actually took some snippets for my sound effects board from that new Mortal Kombat game.
All right, I exited out. Something must be going on here. But it's still slow. It's still, there you go, Sonny. Thanks, man. Fuck it. I'll just post it again.
You know why? It's because you have a pretty good looking movie at the top. A lot of megabytes on that.
There's lots of good stuff on.
But it's super dope.
On QE's website. You got to go there. If you haven't been there, you're lame. You got to go in there and do some studying. I want to see some more. Like, well, I know you don't have time. Never mind.
Looks really good though, QE. Nice
Thank you.
streamline. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yep. I tried my best. I didn't design the website though. I'm not a web
Right, that's
designer.
okay. That's all
Just
right.
the information inside it. A scientific law, the whammer, is a description of a what or an is. Period. And it's not scientific law either. There's no scientific in law. It's a natural law. There's no science in laws.
Yeah, what is that? I just was reading that. It just says that up on.
Yeah. Laws don't go through, natural laws can't go through the scientific method. It's non sequitur. And there is no thing as such thing as a working theory unless you're talking colloquially. You either have a scientific theory or you don't, period. You're
Okay,
either
so
pregnant or you're not.
go ahead. Okay,
No,
so
there's plenty of scientific.
hold on. I
theories
have a real
behind
good
it.
question. Sorry. How do we, like, what's an example that we can give a Glober that's real simple of a scientific theory, right? That we can just say, well, this, that's a theory, right? And then they can be
Germ
like,
theory.
oh, okay. Germ theory? Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect.
Now,
And
the
what is it?
virus part of that, hold on, just relax. Before you get verbal diarrhea.
You're right.
Yeah. So the virus part of that is it's outside the realm here. Germ theory, I'm talking bacteria.
Right.
I can't speak to the viral part of it. I have no expertise in that area. I do have expertise in the bacteria part.
Well, I'll tell you how they refine it. The viral search, it has to go through Koch's postulates, or else it's not infecting anything.
Yeah, I don't even speak to it because I have no hands-on experience with that. So
No. I asked one of the top dudes, my buddy's uncle, for the updated, basically postulates that they're using as some type of scaffold to base, to go ahead and base their, whether or not they can validate if they have a virus or whatnot. And the guy couldn't answer me, and he's this Nobel Prize winner and whatnot. It was the weirdest thing.
are you talking into a pillow or do I got you low?
No, he's talking to Hello, but yeah, Kerry Mullis told everybody before he mysteriously died in 2019, what a surprise, that the test was not a valid test for anything. So he was the...
Yeah, the PCR test?
Update.
Yeah, the PCR, Kerry Mullis.
PCR, yep. Kerry Mullis, he was all that in a bag of chips. He also said mathematics has nothing to do with fucking science either.
Yeah, he used to be here at UCSD. He used to surf up in La Jolla.
Oh, yeah, he's certifiable, man. He was high speed.
Oh, wait, they don't even have an updated version of, say, what's his name, Koch's postulates? That's what is bizarre to me. There's no commonly shared thing to go ahead and figure out whether or not you have a virus or whatnot. You can validate it, make sure it exists. Like, they don't have any updated. That's what got me. It's like, it doesn't even exist.
Do we have any experts on virology in here?
Yeah, me, no.
Then,
well, no, I was speaking to the expert. That was.
I didn't work hands-on with it, but I worked in the medical field for 12 years, and I'm a freaking nosy. So
right.
I ask a lot of questions. I happen to be mixed up with a bunch of high-tech nurses and doctors all the time, every day, 8 hours a day, and I ask a lot of questions. So, on the viral, yeah. So the whole thing about this is, it could be summed up in a really short sentence. They do not have a gold standard because a gold standard cannot be created with a PCR test, period. So they don't even know what the test is testing for if it hasn't gone through the 5-stage step of Koch's postulates.
Lovely.
Flat out.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
So, Sasha 2.0, did you get that website?
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't really read all of it, but I mean, yeah, I saw it.
That's probably a good idea. Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Knowledge is something that's confirmed.
And belief is something that is not confirmed. Very good.
Yeah.
So I don't believe it. I know it is absolute fact.
Okay, yeah.
And I gave you 4 proofs on that website. There's many more, but that's all I need.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I was just curious what your position was.
Yep, that's my position.
You could just go to the one little piece of that, the information part alone, and it just like totally demolishes.
Listen to Sonny.
Yeah. I've been paying. I paid attention.
You did. The first number 1, number 2, and number 4 proof is all based on information, essentially.
And Kiwi, are you saying you have a scientific fact?
Scientific, yes.
Proof of God, scientific fact, yes.
Yeah, I provided an experiment. Did I provide 1 or 2? I think I didn't provide an experiment. I provided a hypothesis for DNA that's, well, duh. You would have to, how did I put it? Confirm the null. The null is in your court, in other words. It's impossible, so you're done. And the second proof, quantum eraser, that's experimentally validated. That's it. It's over. Yep. Yep. So scientific fact, yes.
So they cook things up through this scientific law idea, huh?
There is no scientific law. It's a misnomer.
Well, why is it here?
Well, because they used linguistics and they called things like turkey squirrels. They don't really exist. Scientific and law are 2 different things. Natural laws describe, whereas anything scientific explains. So, and has experimental validation. Let me show you. The laws of thermodynamics, right? They're absolute. Now, I'm not saying that laws aren't true. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is laws are not scientific because they can't go through the scientific method. You follow?
No, I follow.
Scientific theories are experimentally validated cause and effect relationships. There is no cause and effect relationship with laws. It's non sequitur. It just is, right? There are what's or is or existence questions. Now they can be described mathematically. That's fine. There's no problem with that. But scientific, badminton is more scientific than natural laws are.
Okay, so
how about that? Go here's a good idea. Before you go, and ballers, if you're listening out there, before you train wreck yourself like you're going to do anyway, let me give you a little advice. Go on my channel, go to the playlist, and then go to scientific education. And make sure you listen to those videos because you got to know your enemy. And I'm definitely your fucking enemy. So go listen to them because if you don't, I'm going to compromise you in about 10 seconds. 15 with interruptions. Got it? Sunshines. Clowns.
So the scientific theory explains the why or how.
It should explain the how and the why, not the what's and the is. Any monkey can do that.
Just interesting, like this.
Interesting, isn't it?
They've
Let me ask you a question. If you think that's possible, what is the hypothesis for the second law of thermodynamics? What's the cause of entropy? Please, floor is yours. I want the hypothesis and the experiment. I'll tell you what. It'd be easier sprouting broccoli from your fucking armpits than to provide
Hold
those
on a
people
minute. We're going to connect directly with the red line to God for that question. Hello, God. Are you there? I want to know what the cause of entropy is. You're the only one that can answer it, so that's why we called.
Yeah.
What was the question? I'd like to get embarrassed.
Yeah. I need the hypothesis and then the experiment validating the second law of thermodynamics.
Good luck.
Can I start typing on the keyboard?
You can start typing. This is going to be fucking hilarious.
When you're typing, keep yourself
Or somebody put the sound effect on. No, I was actually reading something about it just earlier today and yesterday. That's why but I don't remember enough about it to actually say anything about it. I was just giving you.
Should be readily available, even if you don't know anything about it. Just put hypothesis and experiment for the second law of thermodynamics. I never did it. I don't know what it says. Honestly, I've never done. I'm not going to do it now because I'd be belly laughing through the whole thing. It'd be like asking the fucking Keller Yellow if they're Democrat or Republican.
That's a hell of a category error. Shit.
That reminds me of a.
Color Yellow is a libertarian.
Did you like that, Sonny?
Yeah, I think we should do a thing where we see if you can come up, or who can come up with the most contrary freaking category error.
Oh, that's easy. Curved adjacent.
The most opposite of category error.
Yeah, curved adjacent. That's the most obvious one. That's the most simplest one. Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Solidity of the second law. Wait, I'm reading something here. I'm reading something in this book about second law of thermodynamics. That's
Who invented the second law of thermodynamics?
Who invented it?
Nobody invented it.
They discovered it. It was Clausius, Theodori, Lord Kelvin. Those are the main players.
Yeah, you'd have.
I know I saw something in here that was literally a phrase from somebody that wrote a book about it.
You'd have to ask the creator how they created the.
Other guy too. What I'm missing a name here. It was the first one. Had to do with the heat engine. What the hell was his name?
But thanks for.
Ooh, I like the sound of this.
Yeah, only the creator could tell you how, how is
Sterling?
Electromagnetism?
No. Nope, not Sterling. Carnot.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Carnot. Carnot.
You know who G.N. Lewis is, Kiwi?
Who?
G.N. Lewis.
I know
and
who
M.
C.S.
Rendell.
Lewis is.
No, I'm talking about a professor of thermodynamics.
Nope.
Wrote a book in 1961.
Nope.
I'm just curious.
Nope. Don't know. So Carnot, Clausius, Theodori, and Lord Kelvin.
Well, you might agree with some of this, QE. It says here the second law points to the creator.
When you look at this Carnot, you got pressure and volume and temperature. Uh-oh.
He's not the only one. He probably got that off of what the heck's that famous scientist name? Not scientist or physicist.
Descartes? No.
Oh, what's his? I'm getting rumpused. All right, fucking Sonny.
Sorry.
I knew it.
About the thermodynamic processes.
Yeah, Penrose. Penrose wrote some stuff on. Let me see if I can search that. Hold on a second. Roger Penrose said some crazy stuff about second. I'm gonna find it, man. It's pretty funny. Even he realized it. Hold on. I should probably just type his name into this.
All this stuff is really good refresher though, like because then you get the background information.
It really is. Anytime Q's around, I gotta refresh my shit.
What? I used to post this all the time to Baltards or evolutionists, and they
Roger Penrose, Nobel Prize winner.
Roger
Kelvin.
1931, August 8th, 1931, Colchester, UK. He was a University of Oxford.
He's kind of posh.
The discovery of the black hole formation is a robust prediction of the general theory of relativity.
Yeah, he's a numpty in other areas.
Black hole is a compact object with a gravitational force so large that nothing can not even light can escape it. In 1964, Roger Penrose proposed
All right. Just relax, Sonny.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, Sonny.
Let me put.
Sir, yes, sir.
Sir, yes, sir. I'll put it in there. I like to point everyone's
That's right. I'm sorry. Sir, yes, sir.
50 minutes after the hour from Professor Roger Penrose. Fine-tuning odds less than 1 in 10 to the 10th to the 123rd. The odds against this special initial state coming about by chance is less than 1 part in 10 to the 10th to the 123rd. This number's beyond imagination.
Wow.
This is fine-tuning. This is an incredible precision and organization of the initial universe. The second one, Professor Roger Penrose, The Emperor's New Mind, page 343, 1989. How big was the original Phase Space Volume W that the creator, he just fucking mentions it, had to aim for in order to provide a universe compatible with the second law of thermodynamics? And with what we now observe, this now tells us how precise the creator's aim, that's twice, must have been, namely to an accuracy of 1 part in 10 to the 10th to the 123rd. Not 10 to the 123rd. 10 to the 10 to 120. This number
10 times the magnitude, 10 times magnitude of 10 to the 123rd. That's 123 zeros.
No, that's no.
10
No.
times 10.
No.
Read it to us.
No, it's almost unreadable.
That guy, no.
I don't. Could somebody put this into numeric notation?
Yeah.
Here we go. I got it. Damn. 10 to the 10 is a massive number. Just that.
123rd power. So it's just simple. 10 times 10. There you go.
Don't waste your time. It's that he's just telling you it's a fucking belly laugher.
I can imagine it. That's all you can do is imagine it. It's such a huge number. So, wow, that's not just a little precise, is it?
No, I don't think so. So there you go for Professor Roger Penrose, and he's on that's a hostile witness right there. He even come out and said it, the creator, twice.
That's wild. That is so damaging to the other side. Their side. I mean, if you line up the hostile witnesses on their side, oh my God, they're completely demolished.
Wait, the answer is infinity. That's the actual answer. It says infinity.
Yeah, it's getting better and better. It's so fun, man. Every time Matthew Learns comes in here and I'm here, he leaves in frustration and in freaking.
I kid you not. The calculator says infinity on Google.
No, infinity doesn't exist in mathematics or reality. It's just conjured. So it doesn't help anything. It's over. It's been over for a long time. It's been over for about 6,000 years. Ever since anyone could put two reasonable fucking thoughts in their mind.
Really?
Because as soon as you think of something, that's the end of atheism.
though. The end of the
Because
philosophy
I know Sonny's gonna fucking rumpus me.
Uh-huh.
As soon as you think of something, because atheism, the only thing that can exist in atheism is matter or energy. So if I think of something, let's say a pink elephant with fucking red polka dots. As soon as I think of that, atheism is dead. Because you're going to have to give me the chemical formula or structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or milli, electron, volts, kcals, or kilojoules for my thought of those polka dotted elephants.
We need that red polka dot. We need the evidence of that red polka dot pink
If
elephant.
you can't do that, you're screwed. That's how stupid atheism is. It's
But try not to think about that elephant.
Go ahead, you can rumpus me while I'm gone.
That QE mentioned it. Try not to.
Man,
think
come on.
See, you thought about
But
it.
wait, you said infinity is a rubbish statement.
They already got it.
Yeah, I think he's here.
That's awesome, though. Right on. How's everything else going? About to be freezing over there? That's crazy. You go from like 100-degree temperature swing. I know I grew up in that area. That's pretty crazy. Here we get it too. There's been almost from freezing to over 100 degrees before.
Can you even define infinity?
Anyway, Sonny will stop talking about just anything right now. I have a selection of clips of conversations from the 24/7 Discord live here on my channel.
Oh boy.
Get a chance. I'll drop a link. Not that I really care. They're not allowing anybody to subscribe anymore, so it's like whatever. Who cares? I never needed it or assumed it was going to make money. That was the last thing on my mind. I'm just waiting for someone to buy the flat Earth yacht. Now we can go sailing around the world, around Earth, around all that water, and do observations on the way. I like to do that.
Sorry.
For a couple of months, you know.
Yeah.
And you could all take turns. It could be a co-op. You put so much money in. What you get in return for what you put in is you get to go travel with the freaking boat for 2 or 3 months to the most beautiful exotic places you could have never imagined ever seeing. That's what I'm talking about. Go out
Here's something in this book that I've got. You want me to read it just so that I want QE to criticize it or not, if he doesn't mind. Okay, it says the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics is also called the law of increasing entropy or disorder. The first law of thermodynamics speaks of the quantitative conservation of energy. The second law of thermodynamics, herein called the second law, refers to the qualitative degeneration of energy. That energy decay is also called entropy. Entropy increases as matter or energy becomes less usable. The second law may be expressed in several ways. It is a very broad and very general law, and because its applications are so varied, it may be stated in a great variety of ways. And that's a quote from somebody. There's a reference. It says, here are the 3 most important applications of this law. 1. Classical thermodynamics. The energy available for useful work in a functioning system tends to decrease even though the total energy remains constant. 2. The statistical thermodynamics. The organized complexity order of a structured system tends to become disorganized and random, disorderly. 3. Informational thermodynamics. The information conveyed by a communicating system tends to become distorted and incomplete. And that was a reference by Henry Morris and Gary Parker in What is Creation Science, whatever. It says, basically, the second law states that all systems will tend toward the most mathematically probable state and then eventually become totally random and disorganized. To put it in the vernacular, apart from a higher power, everything left to itself will ultimately go to pieces. I said that earlier, did I not? What do you think about that, QE? Where'd you leave? What happened? Did I kill the chatter?
Yeah, dude, you killed it.
You're good. I'm just getting ready to go to sleep.
My bad. I thought it was interesting. I thought I'd read it. I finally found the beginning of the part on the second law. So
I figured.
because he was asking about.
I'm fucking with you, dude. I'm joking. You're good.
He's about to go to sleep. Starting to fade out. Either that, I was like, QE's got to take care of some domestic situations. Never mind.
All good.
Nice to hear you, QE. Sorry, Rookie. Didn't mean to rumpus everybody. My bad.
What was that? He said that?
No, I did. I said that. I was rumpusing. No, I think QE's feelings got hurt because he thinks I rumpused him. He's kind of sensitive.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I thought you meant. No. Okay.
I'll tell you something. QE is probably the roughest debate without a doubt. I mean, these guys are walking into a tsunami.
Yeah, you know, some people are afraid to even stay in here whenever he's in here. So, you know, I mean, I see both sides.
When you know this shit like the back of your hands, dude, it's rough.
Yeah, we have a good relationship. You know, it's when you can be like cool around somebody, even if they like tell you like, "Shut the fuck up, Sonny." Like, Leonard tell them, "Shut the fuck up," back, and then we both laugh about it. It's great. Man, you just
Yeah, so far everybody's been cool. I like that. I like that about being on here.
to butt heads with people, man. Like it's all lighthearted banter. The way I consider it. It's a lot of fun. It's nice to have that kind of community where you can kind of like joke around with people and have people rib you, talk shit about you, get over it, like move on, continue on with the single purpose of the server, right? So,
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly. I thought you were going to say single serving something. I was waiting for like a reference.
See, you can't try to guess like where I'm going, can you? And that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but I was thinking ahead one.
But I've enjoyed listening to you and talking with you, Rookie, for the last week or so, man. It's been really freaking engaging. Like, I appreciate it.
Oh, I see. So before that, I was just a shitty conversationalist.
No, it's not that. It's just like, honestly, really, I'll just be completely...
Well, I was really shy before.
Oh, I don't notice, man. Like, honestly, you wouldn't think so, but I'm shy too. But so what? Like, I don't play those kind of games with myself anymore. But anyway, like, what was I gonna say? Oh, well, that's what I was gonna say. Listen, at my age, I have an attention span of a gnat. Sometimes it's not all the time, but sometimes I have really bad problem with short-term memory. So like.
Dude, you gotta start hitting the gym, Sonny.
What's that?
Gotta start hitting the gym, bro. That short-term memory will come back. I'm telling you, dude.
Wait a minute, I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
You gotta start hitting the gym, bro. That short-term memory will come back, dude. I had that same shit.
What do you mean at the gym? I work out every day, man. I never stop working out.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, well, never mind, dude. You're still losing your mind?
I go out and what?
I'm kidding. So you're still forgetting?
I do pretty good, bro. Listen, I can play songs that I played for 40 years.
So
Then
dude,
I
you
learned
remember
40 years ago. I can pull those up out of nowhere. Like, so it depends on what it is. Honestly.
it's the stupid shit, dude. I forget it too, man.
So a lot of the superfluous had to go. So that's what I've done, and we do have control of that. So I did massive house cleaning in my own mind, like once you like get hip to flat Earth, you realize where you really are, and then you go, you know what? It's time to do some house cleaning because there must have been a lot of fucking cobwebs up there with all the stupid shit that I used to like read, regurgitate, was like had exposure to all the media, all the propaganda on all the movies and everything, you know? So it takes a lot of working backwards because, listen, I didn't discover flat Earth, the whole realm of flat Earth, till I was 58 years old.
You're 58?
No, I'm older than that now. I'm 5 years older than that.
You're in your 60s?
Yeah, I'm in my mid 60s and I'm still young as I was when I was 25.
You sound young.
Yeah, I still am. That's why. So what? Like, yeah, does shit hurt a little bit more? Yeah, but listen, I've always been, you probably can hear the obstinance in my voice. I don't give up fucking anything. If I put my mind to it, I will not stop. Period. Like, so I have to watch out for that.
Dude, just face it. You can't keep up with a young dude.
I have this motivation of, I'm not fucking afraid of anything. I'm not afraid. Like,
Hey, you're a guitar player, right?
Listen, how much freedom do you think I have by not being afraid? I can do anything I want, anytime I want, anywhere I want.
I know you.
Yeah.
How dare you make us all feel bad like that?
Yeah, listen.
How dare you?
And I still don't give a fuck. Like, so nobody bothers me. You know why? Because when I'm in that zone, I'm living in the natural world fully. And I have command of myself, where I'm at. It doesn't matter where that is. I'm not afraid to be out in the middle of the forest by myself. I'm not afraid.
You're not afraid to be out in the middle of the forest by yourself?
I take care of myself in the natural world, and nobody fucks with me because there must be an aura around me or something.
Do you wear a chain?
What's that?
Do you wear a chain while you're out there in the middle of the forest?
I don't need one. Most of the time I wear a little knife, but just a little tactical knife. And when I'm on my rig and I got my bike and shit, I got a knife and I have my pepper spray, so like, most likely
You're supposed to go out there without any weapons, man. Just
pepper spray somebody.
hardcore, dude.
Kick them in the legs. You know, I don't want to have to poke any extra holes in people if I can avoid it. So I've never gotten into a situation like that. But I can go places where people don't go. Like, people aren't able to go. They're not physically capable, and I am.
Does everything still work in your 60s?
Yeah, man. Everything's still working. Like, yeah, totally. Still working, yeah. All of me is still working.
Hey, Sonny, man.
Yeah.
I got a dope-ass guitar strap I want to send you, buddy.
Sell me? I'll buy.
No, send to you. I'm not selling
me.
you.
Okay, so, okay, yeah, I mean.
I need a new
Yeah, I mean, you're a guitar player, right?
Yes, I am. I
I've
like
heard
the
you play. It's been a minute, bro. But I've heard you play.
I like the wide leather ones now, but I have a really nice old one that I bought years ago that's still pretty cool. I have a couple of cool straps, like I have a blue lizard strap. Hold on, I'll
Here, I'm gonna DM you really quick. Hold on.
Where did that one go? Hold on. What did I do with the blue lizard one? I put it somewhere? That's strange. Where'd it go? I have guitar straps that are 40, 50 years old.
Wait, I already sent it to you, actually, the photo.
You probably didn't. You sent me a guitar strap?
No, I just sent you what, you know.
Alright, man. Yeah. I'll send you
Just
back.
send me your address, dude. I'll send you one.
GM me something. I wouldn't mind getting involved. Listen, I've talked to people on here. We got a lot of good ideas. One idea is to make these solid epoxy guitars with anything you want inside of them. So they're clear, Plexilan, whatever you want to call that stuff.
Solid? You're gonna make it solid?
Solid epoxy Lexan. You pour it, and you can pour it around anything. So that means you could take pennies. You could
You're
take
like dressing for your words. Huh?
put a layer of clear epoxy Lexan, and then put marijuana leaves in there, and then put the second layer on top, and mold it. Put it into a mold. Make you a clear guitar with anything you want in it. Dollar bills, like silver dollars.
But can I get high off my guitar after I put the marijuana leaves in it?
No, you're just going to be able to look at it.
I don't think that would be a good idea. That might be
Get high by
toxic to
looking at
the
it.
environment.
Every time you play it, you go like, wow, these are these leaves I grew, for instance, or put full-on buds in there. That'd be cool.
Hey, Sonny, take a look at your DMs, dude. Do you want a red one or a black one?
Hold on, let me look. Wait a minute. I don't even know. Who am I talking to? I'm just like...
Whammer, bro.
Whammer. Okay, man.
Your short-term memory, dude. Keep up.
Are you the whammer?
Hey, you got to remember, you know, we got to remember a lot of people, so it's difficult. sometimes. We apologize. We don't
You
do
gotta
that.
keep up, bro.
I just friended you. Shoot, man, that's
I'm
rad.
kidding, dude. Relax.
That red one looks bad with my walnut SG.
Oh my god.
That's sick, right? You like that?
Whammer.
What's the other one? A black one?
Yeah, the other one's a black one, and it flips into a strap.
Into a what?
Into a strap. It goes from a sleeve to a strap.
Oh shoot.
Yeah,
Whammer.
me and my buddy created it.
The
Do you remember me?
I don't care. You know what? Send me the red one. I'm bold like that shit.
You want the red one?
Red one. Yeah. Give me a red one.
Just send me where you want me to send it. And I'll get
Yeah,
you.
I'm gonna send you a DM right now. Send it to.
It's kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
You can put your pics and your money or whatever the fuck you want into your Viagra, your coffee.
You whammer.
Just like this.
What up? What up?
It's Garbage Man.
What up, man? Dude, I lost my other account, bro, so I lost the whole thing, so.
Nothing, dude.
That's really nice of you, man. What part of the plane are you at, man? Because I want to start
Hold
jamming.
on 1 second.
Bummer.
Let me add you, Garbage, or add me, Garbage.
I friend accepted you there, so you know you could put Sunny and just put this in parentheses.
Yeah, I know Vammer for a very long time by his logo image. Avatar.
I'm what?
Hello.
I know you in here for many years. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Sonny knows that too. His short-term memory's fucking
I have talked with you, Whammer, before. Yes, I have. It's just been a while, I think. Did you take a break?
Yeah, I took a big break.
I thought so, man. I did too. I kind of went off the deep end.
2018, 2019, you were in here.
Oh, I was in here, dude.
Yeah.
And 2020 is when I came in, so.
Yeah, I've been in here for a minute,
Going on
honestly.
2 years now. Shoot, that's amazing. I can't
Well,
believe
you were in here too, bro.
it's been a year and a half. It seems like, doesn't it? Like short amount of time in here in the Discord is like a longer amount of time. It feels like a lifetime, man.
It feels, dude, I can't believe I've been in here for like 4 years or something.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, flat out, it's been like 4 years.
Yeah, man. You know, listen, I'm willing for promotions because I'm gonna start doing some projects. I just since is it Bong that's in here? Hold on. Sometimes I get lost. I'm looking at mail and I forget who's in the panel. It's probably Bong. Are you still in here, Bong? No. Yeah, you are. Duh. Are you awake, Bong?
The old globe heretics.
Because isn't it the next day for Bong from me on the West Coast? Yeah, the next day. So it might be late. It might be in the middle of the night for Bong. Could be. What time is it for you, Get?
Oh, it's 5:15 a.m.
Shoot, it's morning for you. See, it's
Yeah.
it's just mid evening. It's only 8 o'clock, so
Yeah.
a couple hours, 4 hours, I'll be going to bed. Or actually, I'm gonna work on my bicycle. I like
I'm
that.
already in the car park at work.
Dang. See, that's so weird for me, man, that other people are all living their lives and it's not the same time or part of the day.
Yeah.
So that's the distance involved over the plane. People ask about like why are there seasons? How do seasons work on a flat Earth? Well, they seasons work on a flat Earth just like they always have because the sun and moon are moving over the top of us as it always has, and we know light only comes from above the horizon, not below it. Thanks.
They have concentric and eccentric orbit. Yeah, that's how seasons work.
This is a really cool strap I got. It still looks almost new. Hold on. Let me get a picture of this.
Rouchy, is that you, Garbage Man?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, what up, brother?
I remember you
Nothing,
from
dude.
quite a while ago too, actually.
Yeah, I changed my name to this.
Rouchy.
Yeah, I hope you can appreciate. It used to be Jesus Incarnate, but I changed that.
Yeah.
That might be good because I kind of got I don't know, and I'm not even Christian, and I kind of like.
It wasn't religious, dude. It was more of like a pun on. I think you can kind of understand with my picture why my name was that.
I know a lot of times.
So you are not a globe heretic then?
No, I used to be.
What?
Wait, does heretic mean that you're for the globe?
That you're opposite. You're a blasphemer.
So
To the globe.
heretic. Oh, okay. No, I am a globe
Yeah.
heretic.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't
It's
know
a
what heretic
compliment.
means.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I have to talk with the moderator to make this role, the globe heretic.
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah.
We need to shut them down, dude. NASA.
Yeah.
2 million. How many millions they make per hour? Is it per hour or per day?
Per hour.
What
a
kind
couple
of fucking
million.
question was
2
that? What?
million.
They still don't pay their astronauts that. I mean, apparently, was it like $5 an hour to go to the moon?
There's no way they're paying him that little for all that quote training.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. It's bad, man.
I mean, why would you pay astronauts when people are paying like Jeff Bezos, fucking Elon Musk? They're
Obviously, no one's paying anybody, but I mean, that was the official number, wasn't it? Don't you guys remember that? The astronauts that stepped on the moon only got $10 an hour.
I mean, it's all about the clout, though. Yeah,
Here's a question.
Well, have you seen any circus coming to town and giving free tickets?
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
Well, tickets for what? Tickets to enter?
We
or
get
for
a
the
free
ride?
circus.
For the show, yeah.
Fair,
to
man.
Go to
Yeah.
the circus, yeah.
It's more
Yes,
possible for
okay.
us to show you a bearded elephant that's going to cook you dinner than the globe Earth.
Nice one.
I ain't seen no elephant cook me dinner, and I wouldn't eat that shit.
So
Why not? Have you seen elephants paint? Bro, they do self-portraits better than I can do.
I've seen them dig poop out their own
Dude, they
butthole,
can
man.
paint, bro.
Yeah, two things. Calm down and stop saying those kinds of words. Thanks.
What, poop and
No,
butthole?
they can paint badass. Elephants are.
Let's see how G-rated we can get.
I mean, I'm pretty sure every 5-year-old knows what poop and butthole is. I'm saying I've seen
They
videos.
don't pay
That's
just,
true.
They don't pay just portraits. Elephants.
They have
It's
an
just,
imagination. I'm pretty sure they have some type of imagination.
They paint also acts.
They do what?
An act?
They are painting acts, yeah.
Yeah,
Like things
I've
that
seen
they are
them.
doing.
It's like they're pretty self-reflective. You know, they draw themselves as well a lot.
I saw one last night. An elephant painting. An elephant riding another elephant.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Elephants are cool.
Can any of you tell me why, with all NASA talking about how they went to the space, yet for some reason their technology that brought them to the moon was destroyed? Why is big tech trying to get into this shit now?
That's a good little maneuver, isn't it? You know, it's a good little.
Why is big tech trying to get into space, and what's going to happen to these quote millions of people that they want to send up to quote Mars?
It's never gonna happen.
I mean, plug them into the Matrix.
If you got that much money, what else you spend it on? You know?
Oh, the world is
Make it and make
going
it look good.
corporative.
That's the thing, isn't it? When they fake it, they make it look like shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was
so what are they going
Stanley
to do?
Kubrick faked the moon landing, right?
These dudes aren't even trying to fucking like. I mean, they are, but you know what I mean.
I don't know. Stanley Kubrick, man, he's like such a stickler for like perfection. He like
Check the
filmed that
live
shit on
stream voice
location,
text.
man.
Yeah, check the live stream voice text, please, for the elephant video, and then I would love to start talking about the Earth at any point.
Religion is the most powerful weapon.
I can't do that.
Other than
People try to
gullibility.
say this is cruel. I don't think it's cruel that the elephant's painting. I don't think that's cruel.
How is that cruel? Who said that?
Oh, there's a whole fucking argument out there, dude.
It's so ridiculous. Look at how much fun they're having.
Oh, you just set off class.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this subject.
Yeah, me too. So ridiculous.
Gonna make me pound my fists here.
That elephant looks happier than me.
Living its best life right there in that moment.
Dude, that's why the Buddha was all about the elephant. And these other, like, pretty sure these dudes knew about the elephant, man.
Elephants help lions out when hyenas are going after them.
Have you seen that one pack that hunts the elephants, dude? There's like a pack out there that hunts big elephants, dude. It's gnarly.
They really eat peanuts, the elephant?
Sure, bananas, whatever. They'll eat a lot, you know, whatever you get. They like food, you know.
But they don't like going to space. Like monkeys, huh?
Russia sent them.
So I'll put it to you this way: so if they sent a monkey up there, they're like, "Oh, that's cool, whatever, not animal abuse." If they send an elephant up there, they're like, "No way he could survive those conditions in the G-forces, and we're not going to do it. It's animal abuse." It's like, what's the difference, guys? 1,500 pounds? Okay, well, I'll deal with it. No, I'm just kidding.
The elephant has a bigger memory.
That's true. Hey, Mr. Anderson, how are the elephants abused to achieve that? How? What is that you're talking about? Are they whipping them off camera?
Like domesticated, but no.
Any any bull earthers in here that we can abuse?
Yeah, because if we don't find somebody to abuse, I'm gonna have to start abusing you.
Only globe heretics.
No globe earthers in here?
No.
Ah, okay. I like having fun with them, you know. It's fun.
I do have a globe question. How come two radiuses on the NASA website, but they use only one radius for the curve formula?
What'd you say? I didn't hear that.
I said, how come there's two radiuses on the NASA website, but there's only one radius for the curve formula?
Oh, I have no fucking clue.
Good question.
It's an always right?
Wait, link that. I want to see it.
I have no clue, dude. I don't know. I just know the Earth is flat. That's all I know. You know what I mean?
I know the Earth is flat. Like, I know that I need water to survive and sleep. Right? It's one of those things. It's that ingrained and obvious and everywhere. Huh?
Yeah.
Common sense.
It's common sense. Exactly.
Yeah, but the Globers have turned common sense into an oxymoron these days.
Well, they read too many textbooks, you know what I mean? And then everyone knows who reads the fucking textbook. So, you know what I mean? You know, they're brainwashed. That's it.
Dude, that's the public school system.
We got to figure out a way how to take that brainwash out of them and make them wake up. You see what I'm saying? But some of them are too far gone. It's like, whatever. Who gives a fuck? You know, like
it's draining.
Yeah, like baby boomers, 650s, 60s. They're too far gone. There's nothing you could do. Nothing.
Wait a minute. I'm one of those fucking boomers, so shut the fuck up. Wait a minute. No, don't judge a book by just the era, because there's some of us that have broken the mold. So yeah, I'm here to testify to the fact.
All right, I mean the majority. Okay, the majority. But they 50, 60 years worth of watching.
It's not good enough just to go along with your generation. That's my message. You gotta break the mold. You gotta buck that fucking system.
That's right.
Well, I didn't mean to insult you. Are you really a baby boomer?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
You sound like you're 30.
Huh?
You sound like you're like 30.
Okay, boomer. I know.
Yeah.
Look at that piece of shit. NASA inflatable system. That's like some inflated air, some low. I mean,
It looks like it's like a big bouncy toy pile of poopies, right?
Look at that. I mean, it's just ghetto.
Or chocolate soft serve. Okay, let's be nice.
It's ghetto.
Tasty.
What is that?
That's a harmonic. Somebody's buzzed.
What does this do for the country? That's what I want to know.
It makes it better place, man. When you hear that,
It's entertainment, man. Where do you come?
Hey, dude, I'd rather listen to that than the government.
No,
right?
It looks like a literal piece of shit. You know how shit.
Right.
Watch it.
That's why they have it up there.
Wow.
What? Yeah. Wow. Oof.
Sounds like you're dragging teeth onto a railroad track or something, man. That's
mic there. Hold on. If I step back, how's this? Hold on. Over on the other side.
It's still a harmonica even over there.
Oh shit! Shut the front door.
I'm sorry.
It's got to be with something else. You spoiled brat. You.
How long did it take you to learn to play the harmonica?
The harmonica, I played my whole life since I was probably like 5 or 6 years old. I played a harmonica.
No, but
I got dizzy. I didn't like it.
How long do you think it would take you to like get good at playing it? I'm saying, you know.
I've been good at harp since quite a long time. I could play little diddlies like "Oh Susanna" and stuff like that when I was a little kid. Probably by like 10 or 12 years old, I could probably play like 6 songs on the harmonica.
Okay. I used to play the piano when I was a kid.
But to play the blues, like I didn't learn how to play the blues on the harmonica until I learned how to play it really well on the guitar.
Oh, okay.
That's when it clicked in together.
Can you play the mandolin? The mandolin?
I can play the mandolin. I can play anything with strings on it, man. I'm telling you what.
Cool.
Even something with one string. I'll play blues on one string. So it doesn't matter if it's a violin, a mandolin, a banjo. I'll end up playing lead instrument on that.
You ever played a lyre? Lyre?
No, but I played the guitar with that's transcribed from the lute and harpsichord.
Okay, that's
guitar
barely
music.
similar, yeah.
So I make my guitar sound like a lute or a mandolin.
Have you ever made or built a guitar?
I built electric guitars. I fully rebuilt my Stratocaster that I have. It was gutted, literally where the back, where all the electronics in the front under the Stratocaster, where the pickups are, that whole thing was completely hollow all the way through. I rebuilt it completely.
Very nice. Is it true that, at least with electric guitars and basses, that if you start messing with a tension rod, it's going to start fucking up for the rest of the time you own the piece?
No, it depends on how you set it up. If it's set up properly, what I'll do is I'll check for level first, that the neck is level.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll start doing fine work on the frets themselves. But you have to make sure the fretboard is straight as possible in the very beginning. Yeah, so I build my own tools and everything to do that.
You're a Renaissance man, partner.
Yeah, I've done that since I was a little kid. Because see, before when I was a young adult, I just joined the Navy. Before that, all there was magazines. So I've been playing guitar, and I would pick up magazines because I was fascinated with the electric guitar. I just started playing electric guitar, and I went in the Navy after that in my mid-20s, and I started rebuilding my guitars, the electronics. I would order parts through these magazines because there was no internet yet. Literally. Internet didn't exist. So I'd look through magazines and find electronics and stuff, how to hot rod your electric guitar. Like how to make it sound better. So I've figured everything out, man. Listen, I have my guitar does everything a wah-wah pedal does. I have almost every setting for the guitar you could possibly imagine. It's crazy. And I built it myself through directions, diagrams. It's nothing so fun, man, when you can make your guitar squawk like a Telecaster or sound like a dreamy Stratocaster sound from the last 50 or 60 years, all the way up to modern times, So that's what I've always striven for. Is that a word? Striven. Okay, I'm coining the term, what I've always striven for. That's the right context. I coin that term. Anyway, never mind about the guitar repair. Luthier, topic. I can show people how to do that shit too, real easy. I can almost rattle it off. I can describe it in words almost just as well as I can build it. That's pretty amazing. So you can make this little thing on your volume, right? So you're going to use it as a high taper. So what it does, it's like a high pass filter. So you can make it. You could put on the 1 and 3 tabs. You could put a resistor on there, but on top of the resistor, you're going to straddle it with a capacitor. This is going to make the taper of your volume work like it's supposed to. And with a little simple inductor and and a capacitor and resistor pair like that, you can turn tone control into a mid-range boost, and it's passive. How about them apples? I know every trick. I'm a guitar electronic technician, like I'm an expert at it.
Dude, I was an expert at Guitar Hero on Xbox.
Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero.
I really was an expert. I'm serious. I'm no one could beat me.
It's fun shit. And then like in the last few years, about the last 10 years, I've been fascinated with tube amplifiers. So I've like worked on those and built a couple, and like got the one I have now. I've totally redone it so it doesn't resemble anything like the amp it used to be when it was first made. Like I turned it from like kind of a shitty smaller, too small sounding box. It sounds like a big badass freaking it sounds like a rock monster, man. Literally, I can play with this amp on any stage, even with a bunch of Marshall stacks. This fucker is loud, and it's only a 15-watt tube amp. So I turned it into a giggable amp, which is really cool. Also made it so I can play it at bedroom volume as well. So when you can make an instrument, see, that's all part of my instrument, the amp and the guitar. It's all like a unit that I've developed. All my pedals, like how I set the pedals up, which order and stuff like that. Like it's all part of this refining. It's really quite technical, you know. It's fun. It's a lot of fun, especially when you start getting the sound that you go, wow, holy shit, people tell you, I never heard that come out of a guitar before, including myself. So, yeah.
Thing is, it takes, I mean, maybe some people naturally can hear pitch, but most people can't really hear pitch. It gets crazy. It really does. Like,
Yep, so stand by because I have a new mic and an interface on the way in the mail right now. I can't wait. I'm just going to start doing
Oh, I thought you were going to say that you just got it in the mail and you were going to open it up and let us hear.
I just ordered it. No, I just ordered it. Just this morning. So it's on.
So are you praying you're praying that Amazon will send it to you overnight? I'm just
No, I don't care about that. I always rather wait. Just get it free. I'm not paying for their delivery if I can avoid it. Yeah. So that'll be good. I got something where it can't really be broken, you know. It's like studio quality, and so that's what I'm looking for. Something I can also use in a PA to mic my amp or something, you know, for instance.
Yeah, that's right.
Lay down tracks and start doing projects, eventually do my own beats and things like that.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Roland, my boulder wants to 1v1, so which one of you guys wants to do it?
Whoever, Whammer, are you a rookie? I don't care. I don't have to be in the light right now. I'm kind of winding down. I have other projects I'm doing, but I want to listen.
What's your question, Roland, my boulder? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up?
Well, I'm curious to hear, like, how people came to, like, what evidence convinced them personally, and how they feel like it works. But the
Hey, Dave.
conversations
Dave.
up here sometimes get chaotic. So I was looking for something kind of
Dave,
calm.
you got wait. Hold on, Dave. You got to mute when he's talking because it's echoing back everything he's saying.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, could you try it again, please? I missed that.
Oh wait, you talking to me or him?
Not Dave. I'm talking to you, Roland, my boulder. Yeah, talking to you. Could you repeat that? Because I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, there was some background.
A couple Daves, so I don't know.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, no, it wasn't you. It was somebody else. So yeah, if you could repeat what you said, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of talk about the flat Earth ideas and what evidence felt kind of convincing, but I'm feeling kind of low key, so I didn't want to get into a 10 people like heated argument, and I didn't really want to defend the globe either. I just wanted to hear.
Unconvincing. We've shown it to you.
It's not going to be a 10-on-1. No, I'll guarantee that. It's going to be chill, so we have a chill group here tonight, and we want you to feel free to ask questions. So if you have any questions, feel free. If the moment arises and you decide that you're ready to ask, go ahead and ask anytime, man.
I was just watching some video. I don't actually even know who the guy is that's talking, but he started talking about flat earthers collectively, and he was saying they think this and they think that, and I cut the video off because it was starting to frustrate me, and I felt like he was speaking for people in generalities, and then I decided to come back over here, and I wanted to hear you guys talk. I didn't want to hear other people talking for you.
Cool. It's cool.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Who wants to take that napalm? Yeah, napalm. Go ahead and take that, man. I'm gonna back off and listen.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that happens a lot, right? You'll find these prominent YouTubers and stuff that like to say what flat Earth is, but if you've noticed, you've been in here for a while, Sisyphus, and you've noticed that what our arguments are and the evidence that we have to back it, and typically you'll see these videos from these YouTubers that are just trying to gather the general population and give them a straw man of what flat Earth actually is, and then just beat up on that straw man when really no real flat earther believes the bulk of anything that they claim we believe or that we know, right? Did you notice that when you were watching the video?
Yeah, I see sort of, because that's another thing is talking about the term flat earthers is maybe too general, because some people have said the things that are in the videos. So in that sense, it's not straw man, but a lot of other people maybe don't agree with that. So I don't know whether they're straw manning or just speaking about a small sample size where they talk to a couple of people, and so it's hard to tell whether it's a bona fide straw man. This video I'm watching only has 20,000 views, so it's not it's not a mainstream thing. It's some video of some conference where some guy was giving a talk. But
oh, okay.
One question, I guess one of my bigger questions is a personal question I have is that I hear Globers come in, and a very common question is give us a model. What's the flat Earth model? How's it supposed to work on flat Earth? And there's a big pushback of we don't have to show you a model to debunk the globe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And on the one hand, the logic of that is sound. If you've legitimately debunked the globe, there's no need to provide some counter evidence. But if I got convinced that the Earth was flat, if this evidence started to add up to me, and I was wow, I'm sort of a flat earther myself, I would have this burning curiosity of how's it supposed to work? And
sure, yeah. So typically, we really like to stick to the things that we know, right? And when it comes to a model would necessitate that all the ins and the outs of the Earth, and we're just limited on that, right? We can't really investigate past the 60th South Parallel, right? The Antarctic Treaty. And we really don't have the capability to go super high, right? So we have limitations. And in order to build and construct a model, for it to be a working model, you need to know all the parameters, and we just don't know all of that, right? And we admit that. We admit that we don't know. But like you said previously, falsification is independent of replacement, right? So if no curvature is found, we can say unequivocally that it's not a globe, right? Because the globe model gives us certain parameters, it gives us certain measurements. Those we can go out and test. And when we've done that, we found that those measurements are not correct. Nothing in nature supports the globe model. So that's all we're saying, right? We don't need to replace one story with another story, because the last thing we want to do is replace one story with another story that's not correct. We're all on a journey we're all on a journey to find the truth. And as long as we stick to wanting to find the truth and we're honest with ourselves, we may eventually know all the ins and the outs and be able to construct a model, but I don't even know if that's possible.
Yeah, and I want to say when I use the word model, I'm not really restricting it to like that the normal ways people use that, like to come in here and say build like a model of the flat Earth and predict moon phases and stuff. There's quite a few other aspects of physics that that I've heard in here sort of debunked, or that it can't work that way. And like a lot of that stuff kind of goes against my understanding of the world. And so it's like, it's part of being here is sort of like saying most of the physics that I know about the world is not true. And here's the real physics. But the real physics seems like a very like sort of napkin-y outline of like something. And I want to know more. How are objects supposed to move? Like the relative density arguments, how does that predict how to aim and fire a cannon or artillery? And there's like a lot of questions I have about if the physics I was taught isn't true. Well, then
nobody does any of those things accounting for things like Coriolis, though. Anyway, so there's no problem.
Yeah, everything that currently takes place regardless of the shape of the Earth, right? Because everything that you've even spoken about before, like artillery, all of that, when you dig down and you look at the documentation from the military, or you even look at documentation from NASA, they assume a flat, non-rotating Earth for everything.
Yeah, that's not even my issue. I've come in here, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 different nights, and tried to talk about like Newton's laws of motion, and people like fight back and are like, "That's bunk, that's trash," and I'm like, "That's how artillery works," but like they're like, "No, it's not." And so, yeah, okay, I'll even like say flat, non-rotating Earth, but like, the laws of motion, as I kind of learned them, are bunk. What replaces them? How do you explain the trajectory of the cannon shell?
Can I ask one question and I'll step back?
Yeah, go for it.
What about the third law of motion? The third law of motion would literally fit just fine with flat Earth. And that was my question. What about the third law of motion?
That was the equal and opposite. The numbers of them I don't always remember. That was the equal and opposite one, or at rest tend to stay at rest.
No, so the first one's at rest stays rest, and the first one's potential, second one's kinetic, and then the third one is in order for something to push off of something, equal force is exerted. Something like that, in that general sense.
Yeah, I haven't thought much about that one. I I mean, I would accept that they might all work on the flat Earth just fine. When I say like model, my question is, how do you model the trajectory of an artillery shell with relative density? Like,
We haven't. We don't need to because it's all been done in the ballistics studies about ballistics. That's all you're talking about. That's artillery shells or ballistics.
Yeah, but
they use the same patterns that they've always done. They've done. Do you know they've done an artillery shell test at the turn of the last century where they showed that there's no rotation of Earth. Like they shot cannonballs straight up. They a lot of times came right back into the muzzle.
right, that's all fine, but does relative density tell you everything that you need to know about the like downward?
Why do we need to
component?
replace? Why we don't really need to replace anything. The natural laws all fall into alignment with everything we are saying can be verified.
People don't do any of these things presuming a globe in the first place, though, so there's nothing to replace that way.
You're misunderstanding that. You think I'm like trying to say globe versus flat or rotating versus not rotating. And
what if gravity is just not being defined properly? Like you're saying there's a downward force, gravity. Okay, yeah, there's a downward force. Does a centrifugal force and like something holding gases in without a container, does that have to be included in the definition? There's a downward force. Okay, there's a downward force. Why all the extra stuff? That automatically disproves. You're already trying to tell me that I am going to say gravity is wrong. If you're going to give me all of those definitions as the single definition of gravity, yeah, gravity is wrong. I'm not going to agree with gravity if there's a spinning centrifugal force and we're flying out of control through the universe from a big bang. But if you want to tell me that like we're on a plane, what's underneath it, I have no damn clue. What's keeping us down, I have no damn clue. When I jump up, does something pull me back down? I don't know if it pulls me back down, but I go back down. If that's the definition of gravity, then okay, cool, I'll go with gravity. But I'm not going to say that I'm being held on Earth by a centrifugal force and that there's no air pressure, the atmosphere, gases is our barrier between space. It's just no possible way.
Right. So the gas maybe has to be held in with some kind of membrane. Whether it's spinning and Coriolis effect type stuff. But then you're the first person that I've heard say there might be a downward force. It doesn't have to be gravity. Every other time I've been here, people have fought with me that like F equals ma is not even a true thing, and I like that's such a useful tool to me to predict the trajectory of anything, ballistics or otherwise. Like it explains a lot, and I feel like people want to debunk that and say that's not true, and then it doesn't seem like there's any interest in replacing it, and I feel confused by that. Like sincerely confused by why you would debunk things and then not want to replace them with an understanding of how stuff works.
Can I interject real quick? Am I still echoing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man, go on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was just going to say, you obviously haven't talked to Witz, and he talks about the electrostatic downward force that, it's, according to him, I don't want to misquote him, but it's a measurable force, and it's got something to do with electrostatics. So go watch some of his videos, He goes through stuff like that. When you're talking about replacing something, try to think about it as we got taught a bunch of bullshit. Now we're trying to discover what it really is, and we're doing scientific experiments on it. So I'll shut up.
That's actually the exact spirit that I'm like trying to come here with is. suppose it is all bunk, then what's real? And I want that to make sense.
Okay, so here this might help just real quickly. You have to get used to that there's going to be large gaps between what you can know exactly as a fact without question and the things that you cannot be answered readily, right? So if you get used to that state of mind, because what it feels like is it's an insecure position to you. I know this because that's the way it is for all of us here on this side. We all learned the same exact thing that you did throughout your whole life of education. We call it indoctrination here. So we learned all these same things. Now, you're going to have to get used to the idea if you want to move on in your search for truth. Get used to feeling like it maybe feels a little insecure that you don't know all the answers, but you got to take into account this fact. If you don't know the entirety of something, you cannot build a model of any kind that's going to anywhere near match reality itself. So we use reality as the guidelines, and reality in the way that natural laws such as the first and second law of thermodynamics, the laws of of specific gravity, which means relative buoyancy, density, the electromagnetic forces, the electrostatic forces, the things that are actually forces, that are measurable forces, that deal with volume and square inches and so forth, such as the buoyant force. These are real forces. So see what I mean? There's lots of things we do know, and we're learning more every day, but if you don't get used to having that empty spot where you don't have a replacement, we don't need to replace a fairy tale with another fairy tale, because that's all it would be. It would just be hearsay, which, as you know, is never accounted for in a court of law. Neither is motivation, by the way. So there you go.
So how do you discriminate? Like, you cited the laws of thermodynamics, you've cited like electromagnetism, but then, and I think people here like believe those things are true, but then like gravity and space and are not true. How do you discriminate?
Okay, I'll tell you real briefly. How do you discriminate? Because see, certain things you can tell by actually things that have never been violated in the natural world. That's why they're called laws. They're actually axioms, because you don't test an axiom. You don't have a hypothesis. You only discover these axioms out in the natural world because they occur every single time, every time you check, and has never been not the same. So how we separate it is, can it be proven or not? If you're talking about things in the sky, it's not a scientific question. You cannot perform a valid hypothesis for things that are in the sky. So what Earth is the problem. If people are thinking what Earth is a scientific question, it is not a scientific question. And so also here's the other fallacy that is done most of the times for people that just coming into this, is the belief that Earth is some kind of shape. A shape is inherent in something that you measured to know what the entirety of, so you can claim a shape. Earth is not a shape, it's a realm. So it's about changing your mind, or at least suspending your own bias for long enough to go, what if things are not what I was told? And what if these people are telling me it is measurably flat and stationary?
Just for a moment, dude. Just suspend your belief for a moment.
Maybe. Yeah, so I want to tell you, and so that I'm going to leave you with that onto your own investigations, and I wish you well.
Before you go, I tried to pay careful attention to places where I agree with people here, and I thought your definitions of law and axiom were spot on. So Just want to say that.
Yeah, so Sisyphus, when it comes to things like gravity, right? You say you use it for X, Y, and Z. What is your definition of gravity or your understanding of gravity? And do you have any scientific proof for that? Meaning, do you have some sort of hypothesis test for something you experience in the natural world? And then a experiment where you're actually manipulating variables to prove that what you're experiencing or what you see is the cause of the effect?
No. Somebody earlier, I didn't notice who was talking, but somebody said there's a downward force that pulls me down. And like that could be gravity to me. Like that could just be the name of the thing that pulls me down.
I was going to say, this is the Gizmo, and I was just going to say, it's not necessarily that I believe that something is pulling me down, but I do go down. I just wanted to make that clear. I can't say something's pulling me down because I don't feel resistance when I go up. I just reach a distance of certain height, and then I go back down.
Right. So a good way to kind of explain that, right, is everything has its place of rest, right? Its place of inertia, where it is resting. And when energy is exerted upon that to move it away from its place of rest, has a tendency to go back to where it naturally wants to be at rest or its equilibrium. So,
third law of inertia, by the way.
Yeah, so, even somebody jumping, right? You're naturally at this state. You're naturally right here on the ground. You exert a lot of energy to pull yourself away from that equilibrium. And you're going to naturally want to go back to it. This happens in both directions for various things. And the thing about, throwing the globe model out the window and starting to think with a different perspective is you start to realize that there is an actual up and an actual down that everybody is experiencing. And there's no story that needs to be told as to why we're allegedly sticking to a ball. If you weren't told that you were in a ball, allegedly on a ball, and you were just walking through nature, you would have no inkling or no question as to why a rock is resting on the ground. You would just inherently know that that's where it's supposed to be, that's its natural resting place, and that's where it finds its equilibrium. Only when you introduce this model of a globe do you think, wow, what is holding this here? You would never have that question if it wasn't implanted in your mind that you're on a spinning ball flying through space, right?
I think that might be too hypothetical of a question for me. I'm not sure. I was taught these things pretty early on, and I don't know that it'll be possible for me to imagine what it might be like if I hadn't had them taught to me. I guess the best I can do is read about like ancient stories of people's ideas about how stuff worked. And I don't know, would I have been one of those that kind of went along with the current thoughts, or would I have been a unique thinker and thought a different thing? I'm not sure.
Yeah, because to me, looking back on it, right, the only thing that would lead me to even question why things are where they are in nature, like how they're ordered, would be if somebody introduced me into this model of I'm on a ball and it's spinning. Because the first question you have, at least the first question I had when I was a child, and the teacher's up in the front of the class and here's this globe, this is where you live, and they spin it around, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. I know when I go outside on the merry-go-round and we spin around, we fly off. So my first question is, how the heck are we sticking to that thing? Because it goes completely counter to everything that we know and we experience when we're told that. So then there needs to be an explanation for that. And that's where gravity comes into play.
But not
Now,
everything, right? Like, there's
what?
a lazy Susan at Thanksgiving, and I want the salt, so I spin it around to me, and nothing goes flying off of it.
This is way more serious, dude.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
that's
the idea that spinning things make stuff fly off of them. Not
so. When you're
all
This is
experience
where
of
we
spinning
are,
stuff
bro.
is that way.
so when you're a child, right, and you see that lazy Susan. I know when I was a kid, I spun that thing a little too fast from time to time, and shit fell off of it. Because you're a child.
And you got scolded, and if you were me, got scolded and told not to do that and to spin it slower, or ask for the salt to be passed is what I got told.
Right. So you're kind of proving my point there, right? Where it's, everything that we experience, we would never ponder this question as to why am I on the ground? Why am I here where I am? If it wasn't for somebody telling us that we're on an object that's spinning and that's curving and that's going in 5 different vectors. Only when you introduce that idea do people start to question why things are sticking to the ground.
I don't know. I think I dispute that because I'm fairly curious. And if nobody had taught me anything, I think I would wonder why when I threw stuff up in the air, it came back down. I would probably, if no one taught me anything, I don't know if I'd be able to come up with a relative density explanation or Archimedes principle or any other explanation of it, but I'd probably wonder why it came back down.
But here's the thing. Those principles, right, that you're talking about, and those concepts are very easy to grasp, right? Relative density, specific gravity, Archimedes principle. These are things that you can go out and experience and do for yourself and test and prove to yourself that this is what happens in nature, right? And if it wasn't for the introduction of the globe model, you're on a ball that's spinning, why would you question it any further than those things that you can test and prove for yourself? Do I think there's other things at play? I actually do. Can I prove those? Not necessarily at the moment, been working on it, but I do think there's other factors that are at play when it comes to why we have the density strata that we currently have, for lack of a better term, right? Why things organize themselves the way that they do. But I don't think if you would have had this model in your head or taught to you as a young child, that you would even question it past relative density, specific gravity, right? Like that covers it pretty well for most people. Can we go a little bit further? I think we can.
Yeah, for me, I think a big step in your direction is when I can calculate the trajectory of something, baseball, artillery. I'm not that I'm going to fire artillery, so I'm never going to test that. But if I can sort of calculate the trajectory of something with relative density, then that'll be a big step towards you guys. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
So where does gravity come into play? I mean, all you're talking about is rate of drop, right?
Right, but rate of drop is different for different things. So,
right. So let me ask you a question, and this is why I wanted you to kind of define gravity and what you think it is, because I want to figure out where does what you think gravity is and its relation to the Earth itself. Where does that come into play when you're talking about shooting things with ballistics?
So, okay, my sort of working definition of gravity is that it is a force that's associated with a specific amount of acceleration. Now, this
So go ahead.
I don't want to try to prove gravity because I'm not a devout gravitist. Is that the name for them? Do you have a name for people?
I don't know if there is a name for that, but
I'm not an orthodox.
Let's just say you're not married to the current theories on gravity. Maybe that's
no.
a better way to put it.
I never have been. But I haven't like really thrown it out quite the way that you guys have, because it's useful. I'll just throw out another example.
But we're not saying that there's no rate of fall, right? What we're saying is that there's no necessity for the alleged bending and warping of space-time, because those are two privations. Those are two things that aren't physical, and you cannot attribute physical attributes to them, meaning it's a reification fallacy to say that you can bend space, or you can bend time, or you can bend the combination of the two together. This is like me saying
you're talking Einstein stuff, and I have like the barest understanding of what he meant, so I can't. It doesn't make much difference to me whether that's true or false or right or wrong. It doesn't. I have never used anything that Einstein did to calculate or predict or understand anything.
Sure. Yeah, you don't need to, right?
I've read stuff that I had no reason to doubt, and it seems sort of consistent. But I guess that's kind of what is my litmus test of truth, is like, how consistent is the idea when I use it over and over and over again? And you asked me to define gravity, and I said it's sort of a useful construction. And if I could like use an analogy, to me, an electron is a useful construction. I don't really believe in electrons. I mean, I've never seen one. I have no way to measure one. They can exist or not exist. But like, my understanding of them does serve me well. Like, I can understand things about electricity by thinking about them as if electrons are real. And I can understand how stuff moves by sort of imagining that gravity is real. And so it's useful, whether it's true or not.
Right. So I guess really the biggest thing is kind of a semantical thing with you, right? The problem is we use rudimentary language, right? Lots of us say gravity isn't real, but the problem is we're not saying that what you see in nature isn't taking place. All we're saying is the current explanation we're giving for why these things are taking place isn't correct. Right? So it's not like gravity doesn't exist, right? And I'm with you on the whole electron thing. I mean, if you really look into it and you find, J.J. Thomson, who discovered the electron, he defined it as the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction. When I think about those words together in a sentence, nothing comes to my mind that would relate that to a particle. But most people are going to tell you that an electron is a particle. I don't think it is. And we may be on the same page with that.
That's sort of the classical, that's definitely the classical understanding of an electron is like a tiny marble, and a proton is another tiny marble, and they interact, like orbit around each other. But a more modern understanding of them is not that at all. But you can even kind of like throw all that out and do quite a lot of electrical engineering and not care.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's true. We can construct things with the rudimentary understanding that we have of the way things work, right?
And to Gizbo's question, my idea of gravity, I think, would work on both. I don't think it depends.
Let's go ahead and rephrase that for me, so that I can really understand what you're saying.
Rephrase
when your definition of gravity, or what you like to think of it as.
For the most part, things that I do are on kind of a local scale, and I don't know anybody that is in their right mind that would disagree with flat earthers about how things work on a local scale. Until we go out miles and miles, it doesn't make any difference. You can take it to be flat or curved, but the curved model is so freaking big that if we're only talking about a football field, who cares? Right, so if we're talking about like how football goes on a football field, how a quarterback throws it, it doesn't matter about flat or curved. So that's what I mean by it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but even miles and miles, right? So can you give me an example of where the curvature of the Earth is taken into account when we're talking about any type of electromagnetic propagation, any type of radar, sonar, any type of ballistics, anything like that? Do you have any citations or anything like that that you could give me an example of where we, the point in which we need to start accounting for this curvature that's allegedly there, but nobody can find?
I don't know. And like doing just a quick off the cuff sort of thought experiment about thinking about ham operators, they're bouncing signals off the ground and off something in the air. And I think you could have sort of two parallel plates or something that they could bounce off of or whatever, or you could have two kind of concentric spheres that they could bounce off of. So like I off the top of my head, I don't think I can offer you what you ask. Like I don't have a good
That's fair. That's fair. That's an honest answer.
Personal like evidence that I can offer there.
That's fair. I'll accept an honest answer. That's cool.
Napalm might want to interrupt, but there's another new people.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, I can stand down. This has been, a pretty good conversation, and I hope we can talk like this again. Because
yeah, likewise, man. Look for me in Chill. I'm in Chill pretty often, and I'm pretty.
Okay, I'll hit you up with a friend request too.
Yeah. Sounds good, man. We got new people in? Who do we got? Sorry, I'm not looking at.
CB announced 3 of them if they made it. I don't see them though.
It looks like 2 of them dropped, but we do still have Davidus. I'm gonna go with Davidus.
I'm gonna say Dovidas.
Dovidas, yeah, that makes sense too. There's also a Flatty with a PH. He's been hanging around for a little bit, but they don't have VC verified. I invited to check them in, but no response. So I guess I'll try one more time. Flatty, if you need to get speaking perms here, join VC check-in 1. Thank you.
Good job, CB.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh,
yeah, good work,
I have some good news to report. So I did hear from Jose, and I did get the R prayer. I got a screenshot even. I'll share it. See if the date is on that. Nope, he screenshotted it. Okay. But yeah, that was like, I swear that was like from a good 3 years ago. So instead of the Lord's Prayer, it's the R prayer. The letter R.
So read it real quick for us. It's too small for me to see it on my screen.
I know. Okay, I can. I got to rotate my phone. Hold on. R. Aristosthenes, whose Styx measures the heavens, hallowed be thy name. Thy circumference come, thy radius should be done on earth as it measures in the heavens. Give us our daily shadows and forgive us for assuming the distance to the sun to give us the globe. Amen. Oh, shit. Okay, my dream is that we all memorize it, and when appropriate, we just all chant it. I don't know if you guys heard it.
That's Jose's prayer. Isn't that funny? Earlier this evening, quite a bit earlier, there was this guy, and one of us asked, I don't know who that was, but it was the moment of a lifetime here on Discord. One of us asked this guy, oh shit, hold on, I'll remember. Hold on. Boomer Moment from Sunny. Continue the conversation. I'll remember, don't worry.
Anticipation.
Oh, I got it. Thanks. That was it. Enough. So we asked this guy, did he realize what he was saying was flat earther entertainment? He said, no, I don't realize that.
Forgive me for saying this like this. I'm retarded. I didn't get that. Fuck. Sorry, Sonny.
No, just a glober acting stupid and talking a bunch of nonsense, and then we.
You mean some gobbledygook?
Your entertainment for us. Do you realize that? Realize that word? That's the active word there. Do you realize? No, I don't realize that.
Wow. No, I don't realize that. Okay, I'll get you a little bit more. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's kind of witty humor. I have to give a little bit of hats off to that. Kind of like last night we were talking about the illusion of choice, and I gave an example of, parents asking their children, do you want broccoli or do you want Brussels sprouts? And Helio said, no, it's broccoli and broccoli for us. It's funny, but it's not really funny. One of those things.
Yeah, it was funny, actually. And I remember that. It was funny.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
But, you reach people differently. So, we got the music part covered. We got the straight up facts covered.
We got the comedy covered.
No, we need to do more comedy. Catch people comedy. And the R prayer, oh my gosh, you guys, to me, that's hilarious. And that's old. Like I said, that's at least 3 years old. So it's been in the digital graveyard for who knows how long, unused and unutilized.
Wait a minute, what has been?
The R prayer.
Oh, the R prayer. Awesome, that sounded great. Should read it on top of the hour every hour on 20.
Yeah, right? The daily flat earth prayer. Oh, I love it so much. Oh, man, laughter's the best medicine, y'all. And I plan to not have wrinkles for as long as possible. Fuck.
You gotta eat, vitamin D helps, I think. Vitamin D.
Really? Okay.
Just go eat some greens.
Well, I think you're just supposed to go out in the sun.
Go out and eat some fresh clover. Just grab a handful of fresh clover and flowers and all those yellow little flowers and those clovers.
Really?
And eat a big mouthful of that. Chew it all up and drink all the juice.
Clovers? Okay, I don't think yellow ones. We don't have those.
Well, they're clover. The flowers come up little yellow flowers.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I know you meant the flowers, but I don't think it.
Vitamin C.
Well, maybe I'll notice them now that you said it.
Well, not until it gets warmer in your area. So
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'll just throw them in my kale slushy. No problem.
Yeah, man. And actually, what I'm trying to find and I can't find is wild lettuce because it's the best pain reliever in nature.
Really? Would that mean like maybe romaine lettuce? Or what kind of lettuce you talking about?
No, wild lettuce. It has to be wild lettuce.
Oh, local to your area.
No, it grows everywhere. It's probably more abundant in your area, like wild dandelion. Probably more abundant. and so it's the one that bleeds. Like if you cut a part of the stem, it's gonna milk. You're gonna see milk.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, like with dandelions.
Yeah, no, these aren't dandelions.
I know, but like dandelions.
Like it, but the wild lettuce. So if you cut a part of the stem or any part of the plant, but I think these have spines all over them, so they're very spiny. Look like something you wouldn't want to touch, but they're the most healthiest thing.
Well, with kale, you're not supposed to eat like the rib part. You know, like the, I don't know if that's the right terminology, but
Yeah, kale's mostly for decoration, actually.
No, it is. It's very healthy to eat.
Nah, but
it's for decoration. Maybe for you.
nah, I used to work at a country club. They use it for decoration.
Yeah, that's exactly what they use. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But it's actually good for you.
No, I know.
Yeah. But I, eat it with a bunch of stuff. I, blend the shit out of it. So it's kind of like a delicious shake, but no dairy. I can't do dairy anymore. I just can't.
Hey, Jenny, there's Nath 2G in here. You want to try to talk to him or her? Nath 2G, hello, welcome to the server.
Hey, Nath. Identify yourself. Hey, what's going on? We're just chilling and we're just kind of talking about random stuff. How you doing tonight?
Guess he don't want to talk right now. Y'all go ahead and talk about kale or whatever.
Just so you know, we're not gonna put you down to a debate or anything. I mean, we'd like to hear your opinion on why you think it's a globe. I would. Seriously. I don't challenge people.
Did you just say you think it's a globe?
Hell no.
That's what
we can't assume that he thinks it's a globe. We don't know. We haven't talked to it. Might be a floating.
Well, not everything you're told is true.
The person might have to be a closet flat earther. You never know.
Who?
They may have to be anonymous for whatever reason.
Under
Who?
napalm.
Yeah. Nath.
What's up? Oh shit, have I been unmuted the whole time? Am I hot micing?
You might be.
No, I was just talking about the guy below you, is all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but my keyboard might have been hot micing, sorry.
No, you're good.
It might have been my goofy butt. Don't pay attention to me too much. I was talking like something, I don't know, I wasn't looking. Okay, you guys know I have a phone, and a lot of times I don't look, and I'm trying to get to make sure I know everybody's voice, Wasn't mean to be weird and cause crickets or anything. But what's up with people coming into a voice chat and not even saying hello? That's weird.
Hello.
Oh, wait. No, not you. The new person.
Not you.
Sorry,
Not
man.
you.
Sorry, man.
The earth is flat. Don't make it weird, bro.
Yeah.
I guess people are scared.
You're not important.
What's going on? It's
Okay,
Clovers.
a digression.
I said,
Forgive me if
hey.
you've heard this before. I think I said it one other night, but why did Beethoven kill all of his chickens?
They were crossing the road? I don't know.
Because they were Bach.
Yeah, he asked them who was the greatest composer of all time, and they said,
Bach,
Bach, Bach, Bach, Bach.
I've heard that.
I have a joke. What's a penguin's favorite family member?
A polar bear.
Antarctica.
Wow.
Nicely done.
Wow, that's a flat earth joke. Holy cow. To me it is anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
nice. Bravo.
It was a good joke, I'll admit it.
I second that.
Hey, Roland, my boulder, that last thing you posted in text there, shouldn't it be a red flag to you that they give that excuse that they're simplifying it to presume it's flat and non-rotating. Is that what you're meaning?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Well, their excuse for the reason that's in those documents is it simplifies their math and derivations, right?
Right.
But that's another way of saying they're just doing it the way they need to do it because it really is flat and non-rotating.
Thank you. That is
Well, that's the thing. I think they could do it a different way, but it makes it like a lot harder. Because
I guess what I'm trying to say is there's no need to add the globe assumptions that's there anyway. You know what I mean?
So I was talking over you. Say it again.
There's no need to add the spinning and stuff when it's not in the curve there. You don't need to do the globe math. You just do it like as it is.
Well, yeah, I think for a lot of things, you can treat the system either way. Like it can be flat and not spinning, or a globe and spinning, and in the end, it basically works out the same. So why make so much trouble for yourself?
Here's the caveat. It only makes sense if you're flying with physical shit over a physical flat surface because
well, to me,
run into the ground or fly off into space.
What it says to me is somebody hijacked something.
Well, I just want to add that just from a third-party perspective, you have one camp saying flat Earth is some crack pipe crazy conspiracy theory, and then you have these articles saying it's flat and non-rotating. So it seems like a bit of a contradiction, right? Why is this crazy crack pipe conspiracy theory in all these documents,
It's quite the coincidence. There's a whole lot of coincidences.
Good point, CB. Good job.
Yes. Thank you.
My only answer is that when I do any kind of like math like this, I don't want to deal with rotating frames of reference. It's really hard to do. So if I could somehow wave it away and say like I don't want to calculate it with a rotating, like anything on a merry-go-round, any rotating frame of reference is really frustrating and difficult to get right. So if you can simplify that away and still have a good enough answer, then you certainly would. And it would be really dishonest. It would be very dishonest to publish any of those papers and have made that simplifying assumption or any of the others. Usually that's in a paragraph of 5 or 6 things that they simplified. And it would be very dishonest to publish your paper and not list those things. I don't think that would be right.
So let me ask you a question, Sisyphus. When do you think rotating reference frames, the spin, or the curvature of the Earth would come into play?
I guess I would say somewhere around the 1 to 10% level. Like if you calculated it without a rotating frame. Go ahead.
I'm not necessarily trying to say within the mathematics. I'm talking about when you're doing something, right? When do you think it would be pretty critical to account for Earth curvature and Earth spin?
Yeah, the only way I know to answer that question is if I did it with and without, and they were within like 1% of each other, then I'd say it like probably doesn't matter. And if I did it with and without, and they were like more than that, like 10% or 20% different, then I'd say that the simplifying assumption was invalid, and you should do the more complete calculation. That's the only way I know to answer your question.
Yeah, so let's say you have a business, right? You're in the business of selling very large machinery.
Can you hold on 1 second? I'll be right back. Just give me like 1 minute.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Okay, did you guys happen to take note? I was trying to follow along. I apologize, everyone, but what was he referring to at the very end when he said calculation? I mean, what's that supposed to be about?
Okay, I think what he was trying... Yeah. Jenny had a question about what you were referring to in the calculation, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you were just going to say, if it's more than 10% difference, then I would probably need to take it into account, right? as far as within your equations and whatever you're dealing with.
Oh, so
If
you're
it's-
just talking about a
This
variance.
this really
Yeah.
applies to like
Okay,
any
thank you.
simplifying assumption. Like if you
Oh,
say,
yeah, yeah.
well, I don't want to do this like complicated stuff, and you simplify, then well, that might or might not be valid. And if at least one time you do both the simple and the complicated, and you see that they're basically the same answer, then why would you ever do the complicated again in that context? Like if you change the context, then you may
Okay,
have
when
to
you
redo
say the
your thoughts.
complicated, what are you talking about there? Are you
So,
talking about the rotation and the spin of the Earth? Is that what you're talking about?
In this particular setting, yes, but the idea of
Okay,
using
but there's more than
simplifying
one
assumptions,
movement. Sorry.
the idea of using simplifying assumptions is like valid across all kinds of.
Okay, that's great, but there's more than one motion, though. There's a problem with that. And it's called the 3N body problem. But there's more than one move, more than 3. There's like 5. So that's a big problem. Big problem. And that's a problem that, globers and flat earthers can't disagree on, that it's a problem.
I mean,
you can't just
you're talking
separate
about
it to make a point. You can't just separate one motion to make a point on something. That's ridiculous. Is that what he was doing? You guys, is that what he was doing?
No, so I think what he was trying to do is just give an example of when like angular velocity would be more than 10% of some variable in his equation is when he would think that it would be necessary to take that into account. Otherwise, you can just stick to the more simplistic math. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. It's just like,
Let me you're almost exactly right. If we calculated if a baseball pitcher stood at home plate and threw the ball to the outfield, and we like calculated where it landed, it's the like where it landed thing. If we calculate it making assumptions like that flat and stationary, and then we calculate it with all this like rotating stuff exactly, and the ball lands in the same place, then why bother doing all of the rotation calculations? It didn't affect anything. It didn't affect the outcome of the calculations.
right. So what you're saying is like, if you were really into baseball, let's say you're a coach in a major league team, and you really wanted to figure out how the ball is taking its path from the pitcher's mound to the plate, you would probably find that taking into account the angular velocity of the spin of the Earth and or the curvature of the Earth is probably so small and insignificant that it can easily be left out of the equation, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so let's say...
But then other times you would do the calculation both ways, and it wouldn't be like that. And if you're going to say, like, how far does the pitcher have to throw the baseball before it matters, I actually don't know.
Right, no, I'm not going to say that. What I was going to say, and right before you left, is I was going to say, let's imagine we have a business and we make this large equipment, right? And this equipment is used by millions of people a year, all right? And we sell this equipment to somebody else. And the people purchasing this equipment have a vested interest in making sure that the people that utilize this equipment are safe, right? We're talking millions and millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people that are involved in this equation. My hypothetical situation here would be you and I are constructing airplanes, and people are purchasing those and flying those, right? So when it comes to spin of the Earth, angular velocity, and curvature, do you think long-distance air flight, air travel, this might be something we need to account for, especially if we're starting in, let's say we take off somewhere in Greenland, where the angular velocity might only be, let's say, 200 miles per hour, right?
Yeah, I actually looked into this exact question very, very briefly.
So then we're taking off there and we're landing on the equator, right?
Yeah, I'll even spot you. Why not just take off from the North Pole and have zero angular velocity? Zero, like, well, you sort of still have angular velocity, but you don't have that like linear component of momentum that you will have at the equator.
Because once we take off, let me ask you that: Are we?
I mean,
are we leaving the inertial reference frame? Are we still in an inertial reference frame?
I mean, I think I have kind of heard the flat Earth arguments here, and
No, just aside from what arguments you've heard, let's just talk it out. Let's think logically about it.
Okay, I think you're still in. Well, like, okay, let me back up a step because we're getting very specific.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's an inertial reference frame or a non-inertial reference frame,
Mm-hmm.
like at some point we're using these words casually, but if the Earth is rotating, it's a non-inertial reference frame. It's just that often it's so insignificant that you can just assume it's an inertial reference frame and everything will kind of work out. So
then you're one second. So then you're pissing in the face of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I don't care. I'm happily do that. I don't care about him.
Sure you do. Sure.
No, I really don't.
So one of the biggest globe priests tells you that the Earth turns underneath a football, and you say, well, he's wrong.
The Earth does what?
He's wrong. Is he wrong?
The Earth turns under a football?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what
he made the claim. He made the claim. I think one Super Bowl, a kick was missed by just a few inches, and he tried to equate.
You're invoking somebody that like I don't like very much, and I'm never going to use him as a source of anything.
But you're denying the globe claims, right? The globe claims.
I don't know. I don't think that he's right very often. So I'm not. He doesn't speak for my claims. So
why is he allowed on national television speaking to children?
I don't control anything about national television. So
then he's lying that the Earth didn't turn underneath the football.
Lying, thinking that he was making some clever joke. I have no idea what the context was, but I don't.
Listen to him.
That the Earth turned underneath the football. That was the context. That was the context. The Earth turned underneath the football, so
the Earth turned under the football between the time that the field goal kicker kicked it and they got it. And he's full of
yes.
I already like disowned him. I don't. I promise not to cite him as a source, and I'm not going to defend him to you.
Then you're denying globe claims. Welcome to Flat Earth.
If you wish. I mean, I have my own. I have my own like set of like
your own. Observable reality isn't an opinion, right? You can't say, "Well, I think."
Sure, it is.
It isn't.
People disagree about what they saw all the time.
It's ridiculous, right? So, go ahead, Napalm. My bad.
But I want to just tell you guys. I just want to tell you guys, like, I'm not here to explain Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever the science guy.
You're defending the same model. You're defending the same model, my man. So, I mean, when he's the one out there punching out the new answers for the globe, and this is
that's as unfair to me as if I tried to tell you that you're defending every theory that every flat earther.
Oh, it's a big difference. There's a big difference. You can't compare it. It's a huge difference between flat Earth. And we all basically don't share all the same points. Whereas on this side, it's pretty much uniform.
Yeah, it's actual globe rhetoric. It's actual globe rhetoric that the globe turns underneath stuff. So you're throwing away the pendulum then. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, like it or not, he's your priest, and you have to follow him.
That is not the truth at all.
So
he's telling you your model, and you're denying your model. So,
guys, let's go back to just having a discussion. right?
Yeah, I somehow it's slightly twisted to like I'm trying to convince you guys of the globe, which I'm much more here to like
let's
learn
unpack
and
this.
and
Yeah.
listen than like try to teach or convince you of anything. But when people ask me questions, I try to answer them honestly.
So let's unpack this a little bit, right? So we have NASA documents, right, that are derivation and declination of a linear aircraft. Where
Can you remind me? I lost the thread of our. I don't remember what we were talking about.
we were talking about airplanes taking off from the North Pole over the equator, right?
Thank you.
So would you say when you lift off of the ground, you are leaving the inertial or non-inertial reference frame? Do you know which it is?
I mean, I don't think you're changing reference frames. I think that we can do this problem entirely within one reference frame. We don't have to change reference frames while we think about it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question and then we'll get back to the airplane stuff. Does anything ever leave the reference frame that the Earth is in?
My answer is that reference frames are themselves just mental constructions that we use to solve problems. There's one reference frame. There's like one real.
But here's the thing: you can even model this on a small scale, right? So if you have a turning or a spinning object, and you have something that's residing on that object, it will move with that object, right?
So like a kid sitting on a merry-go-round?
Yeah, let's say a kid sitting on a merry-go-round and they have a ball in their hand, right?
Okay.
And they throw that ball. Is it going to go directly across to the person directly across from them?
I honestly don't know. I remember I said calculating stuff in rotating frames is hard, and I don't like.
It's difficult, right?
Yes,
but there's good visualizations for this, and this is something you can do on the playground, right? You can do it on the playground. You can figure it out.
But what I can't do is just think it right now. And so Richard Feynman.
I'll let you know.
But Napalm, he didn't.
Yeah, Richard Feynman, he had this 3-step problem solving method that I laugh at because it's funny to me. But step one is write the
Feynman
problem
himself
down.
is laughable. Feynman's pretty fucking laughable. Let's be honest. Sorry, pardon my French.
so write the problem down.
No, I'm good.
Let's go back to
what we were talking about. We're kind of obfuscating here a little bit.
But yeah, I just can I just highlight something as well. Your original question to him was, can anything ever leave the Earth reference frame? He then answered that reference frames are just conceptual. So not really answering the question if anything can actually leave the Earth's reference. And then the inconvenient truth for Mr. Boulder is that when you look at Coriolis effect, meaning that the Earth turns underneath you, it's described as having two reference frames, a spinning reference frame and then a non-spinning reference frame once you're in the air, no longer attached to the spinning surface. So in the mainstream Coriolis, it's described as two. We all agree in this room it's conceptual. It's based on your point of view, whether you're on the spinning object and seeing the world spinning, or you step off the spinning object and look at the spinning object, you've just experienced 2 points of view, or 2 perspectives on a specific thing, or 2 reference frames. One, the entire world was spinning around you while you stood on the merry-go-round. And the other one, when you stand next to the merry-go-round watching it spin, the world is no longer spinning for you. Those are definitely 2 distinct reference frames. So like Napalm asked you, is there only one reference frame and you can never leave it, and therefore you disagree with Coriolis effect? Or are there 2 reference frames and you're simply trying to avoid discussing the second reference frame?
I'm trying to follow what you're saying here. On the playground, sitting on the merry-go-round, then you believe you're in a rotating reference frame. and then an observer standing on the ground next to the merry-go-round is in a non-rotating frame. Is that what you're saying?
Just check out the GIF, bro.
Does that make sense to you?
I think so. So then your question is, in this example that we're talking about, the person that's on the merry-go-round jumps up, and when their feet leave the merry-go-round, is your question, when should we consider them to be in the, like, after they jump up, they're on the merry-go-round, they're spinning, they jump, when do they move to the rotating frame? Is that your question?
Not really. My question was quite simple. Do you believe that there can be two reference frames? In fact, it was Napalm's question.
Yeah, I'm not sure. To me, reference frames
Can you have two concepts? Can you have two concepts, or can you only have one concept?
Dude, I'm not sure. This feels like a sort of trap of some kind. I really don't understand what you're asking, and
answer the question, man.
I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible because you like to take a specific word out of a sentence and fixate on it. So I'm going back to Napalm's question from probably 2 minutes ago, where he said, do you believe there can be two reference frames? Because at that point, you were busy arguing there can only be one. Since then, we've both agreed it's conceptual. A reference frame is based on your point of view or your reference towards something. When you're on a spinning merry-go-round, you are turning in a circle. When you are standing next to the merry-go-round, you are no longer turning in a circle, meaning two different points of view, meaning two different references. That's a very simple example of there being two reference frames next to a merry-go-round, one moving or spinning and one not spinning. So the original question was, can there be two reference frames when discussing the Earth? And can you ever leave the first one?
the answer to your first question is yes, and the answer to your second one, I guess, is no. In my mind.
So there are two reference frames. You just can never leave the one.
You can have as many as you want. You can have 10 reference frames if you want.
Well
you can
done.
construct as many as you wish for.
Correct, because it's conceptual. But it's also point of view related. So if
But
I'm
you
on
talk
an
about
airplane,
leaving one, you're in all 10 of them simultaneously. So like everything will work out.
Incorrect. So are you both on the merry-go-round and off the merry-go-round simultaneously? Are you in both those reference frames simultaneously? One is spinning around in a circle. One, you're standing stationary looking at something spinning in a circle. And you think that you're simultaneously in both.
Of course you are. I mean, like the physics of how things move will work out the same way, regardless of which reference frame you use.
Incorrect. So you think being on a merry-go-round and standing stationary next to the merry-go-round are completely identical?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if I'm on the merry-go-round and there are people playing catch over there next to me, I can understand the motion of the ball that they're throwing, even from my rotating frame of reference. So, like, I can bring the people playing catch into my rotating frame of reference and understand everything about how the ball will move back and forth between them. So, they're just mental constructions, and you can do the calculations no matter what frame of reference you want to pick. And you don't have to like move between them. That's like made up. You don't have to move between frames of reference.
So now take your example of playing catch and play catch on the merry-go-round with the person across from you.
Yeah, I think that's what the GIF is showing, and it's pretty counterintuitive, but I don't think I dispute it.
But let me just try and explain why this is fallacious. Is like if you had a game and you had two characters, and you can choose to either be in the point of view of character one or you can choose to be in the point of view of character 2. You're saying I can exist in both characters' point of view simultaneously because character 1 can see character 2. Simply because I'm on a merry-go-round and I observe some other people playing catch in the park does not mean that I'm in their reference frame from their point of view, and them seeing me spin on the merry-go-round does not mean that they're in my point of view or in my reference frame, but they can obviously see me spinning around. That doesn't mean we share the same reference.
I mean,
my
what is
reference
a
would be turning
what is a reference? Maybe you and
point
I
of view.
don't agree on what
Point of view.
Just point of view.
Do you disagree? What would you call a reference?
It's the like basis on which you're going to do the calculations of motion and trajectory and acceleration and stuff. It sets the like thing
based
that you're
on
gonna compare against.
Based on what? Based on your point of view?
Based on whatever
Or based
point of
on
view
what?
you want to use. Like that's the thing. That's what the reference frame is the like sort of set of things that you assume, and because you've got to have like motion relative to something.
Let me help you out.
All the motions that you observe are relative to a reference frame. Like that's what it means to me.
It's a set of coordinates. There you go.
Here's the definition.
Well, it's more than just a set of
A
coordinates.
set of
because
criteria are stated values in relation to which measurements or judgments can be made.
Why am I going to trust Google? I don't need to Google it. I know what it is. I use it. I don't want to Google it.
That's what I'm saying. It's a set of coordinates. That's what it is. That's what a reference.
It's more than just that.
It is. It is just that.
But it's more.
But from those
plus some stuff.
What's
from that set of coordinates, your point of view would determine that you're in that reference frame or the other one, based on your coordinates, based on your point of view. So this is exactly the crux of what we're trying to say here, is that if I'm driving in a car, I suddenly open the door and jump out the car. Am I still in the same reference frame as the car that's speeding along the highway without a driver? While I'm rolling along the tar, am I still in the same reference as the vehicle?
To me, the question is, how far are you going to roll after you jump out of the car? And
no, but wrong question. Are you still in the reference of the moving car that no longer has you in it?
Dude, if this is your only point, we're never going to like come to agreement because we don't seem to define what reference frame is the same way. And I don't know how to like go forward from there.
This is the part that I wanted to actually comment on earlier. When you say you don't need to parrot what your priests tell you, that's like saying I work for a company and we have a refund policy and I don't need to follow the refund policy. You would have to if you're part of that company and they tell you no refunds. You can't then say, oh, I give 10% refunds because I don't agree with Neil deGrasse saying no refunds. If that's your company and that's your philosophy on refunds, you have to stick to it.
But I disagree with him on many things. So I don't know why I don't know why you're saying I have to agree with him. I don't. Like, just as point of fact, I don't agree with him on like that football thing that he said is just bunk. It's stupid. So
you can't just disagree on every point we somehow get to. You're disagreeing on like every single point, my man.
How long do you think you would keep your job? Sorry, Raj. How long do you think you'd keep your job if you decided to change the refund policy above the CEO's decisions? Would you keep your job?
I disagree with people at my job constantly all the time. I'm very contrarian, just like here, and I still have the job. So I don't know.
And if it's policy,
you don't even know the globe model.
I don't know.
That's the point. Yeah.
Yo, rolling my boulder. I got you a university citation right there. If, I don't know, man. You want to read it for me real quick? I kind of circled a little bit that I wanted. Yeah. Yeah. That's uni.
All right, let me look at it again. Let me look at it.
All right, go for it. Take a look. The link is above.
And to add, you can't say Earth doesn't spin underneath planes, helicopters, yada yada yada, but it does spin underneath the pendulum. That's not how that works.
Oh, okay. Sure. I didn't know. I guess I didn't know what you mean by coordinates. When I read that whole sentence,
No,
I don't.
it's just a set of coordinates. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Yeah, but like at the end of the sentence, it says that is to say positions and velocities and a clock. So I'm like good with it.
Okay, cool.
I thought you meant like just positions, but if we include velocities, then I'm good. And then
I like Newtonian mechanics, so I like F equals ma. I like low to g. So
yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you meant by coordinates.
I'm pretty classical mechanics.
But do you understand velocity means if you're either spinning or stationary, you have two different reference frames because you have two different sets of locations and two different velocities. Is it starting to make sense to you yet?
I hear
why
what
we
you're
keep
saying,
laboring
but
this
it doesn't
point.
have to be that way. You can just have one velocity. You don't have to decomposing. You
Incorrect.
don't. It isn't incorrect.
Explain
You
to me
don't.
how does standing on a merry-go-round and spinning at 15 miles per hour in a circle and standing stationary next to the merry-go-round, how do those two have the same velocity?
I never said that they did. What I'm trying to say is you don't have to decompose motion into a rotational velocity and a linear velocity. You can if you want, but it's not required. You can just have velocity that changes with time, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with just
that's
having
acceleration.
velocity change with time.
That's acceleration.
Sure. So I'm just saying it's not required by anything to decompose motion into rotational and linear. You don't
We're
have
talking about reference frames, and reference frames have the coordinate systems and velocities. So if my vehicle is traveling at 100 miles down the highway and I jump out of it and I hit the tar and I'm no longer traveling at 100 miles per hour and I'm no longer in the coordinates of the vehicle, am I still in the same reference frame?
You are still in the
Am I still in the same?
Yes, of course.
What? You're still in the coordinates of the vehicle while you roll on the tar and watch your vehicle crash into the barrier at the end of the highway. You think you're still in the car?
No,
without a
you're
doubt.
not in the car. Dude, why are you mixing up words like this? Are you trying to trick me?
Why are you saying coordinates that I can be both in the car and out the car and I'm sharing the same coordinates and the same velocity?
You can be in the coordinates used to describe the car the entire time. You're not in the car, but you can remain in the coordinate system. The coordinate system goes out to however far you wish it to, in infinity. I don't really get the confusion. The car is a reference frame, and it describes coordinates for everywhere. You can go 10 miles to the left of the car, and you're still in the
you don't understand what coordinates. Coordinates are very specific, like a longitude and a latitude, and you get a very specific coordinate.
Who brought longitude and latitude into
Not all coordinates are the same, because I need them to be the same, so I can continue to argue that there's only one reference frame, even though you already conceded that there can be multiple, because it's conceptual based on a coordinate system and velocity.
Why
so which one is it?
Why are you trying to be tricky?
Longitude, latitude, X and Y, it's the same thing. Don't try to sit there and say that he's not using the right one when you know what he's saying. X and Y.
I honestly don't know what he's saying, and I feel like he's trying to be tricky on purpose, and I don't really like it very much.
Tricky.
It's uncomfortable.
You're saying
it's
that
uncomfortable when your lives
you
are being
seem to
confronted.
don't understand how coordinate systems work at all. You seem to have a very fundamental misunderstanding of what a coordinate system is.
So if I say here's my coordinates,
you can't shut up
everywhere.
Just go ahead and mute it, dude.
No, okay, all right. Let's just cool it. Let's diffuse. Fuck. Who was talking? Napalm or I don't know, Roger or someone?
No, Solar was talking to.
No, well, I don't.
They're
I don't
not
think that
vibing.
this guy has.
Yeah, they're not
sufficient
vibing.
honesty to progress. Yeah.
Neither one of us thinks the other is being honest. Apparently,
It's cool, man. I've heard you talk before. So, what's your name now? rolling my boulder.
Rolling Sisyphus. I got banned somehow, and nobody seems to know how, so I had to make a second account.
Bro, we told you how many times, bro? Did I tell you? I told you this. Mike told you this. No one banned you. It was just.
Well, yeah. No, I mean, but like, I couldn't get back in, so I don't know what. Like, I'm not. It's not an attack.
You weren't banned. The problem was there's too many people online at that time. We can only have 5,000 people on the server at a single time.
We can move on from I don't know. If you don't want to talk to Solar, it's all good.
No, I do want to talk to Solar.
Okay.
I just.
All right then.
I don't know. I got frustrated.
All right, man. Just regroup. We're just discussing Coriolis. I kind of came in like midway in the conversation, so that's why I'm keeping my mouth shut. I don't know what the fuck you guys were talking about. Besides, I know it's Coriolis.
I was actually supposed to go to bed a half an hour ago. I just get addicted to talking to you guys because it's very interesting.
Yeah, man. Stick around. It's fun.
But Roland, I just want to know what exactly with his argument are you saying is incorrect?
Solar's argument?
Yeah.
He said that I'm in the car, I jump out of the car, and I leave the coordinate system of the car. But to me, the coordinate system of the car extends beyond the car. And you can...
So wait, we're talking about to you? Is it to you, or is it what's agreed upon? I mean, we can't discuss what you think. I mean, give me a break. We're talking about the globe Earth model, correct?
I'm actually talking about like the laws of motion, whether it's a globe or flat. Like at the level of the car going down the road, who cares whether it's flat or globe? Like it works the same.
That I agree. That I agree, bro. There's no difference. Because it works.
And one of my biggest goals being here lately has been like I want to understand the like common laws of motion, whatever they are, or theories of motion or hypotheses of motion. I don't care what words we use. I just want to understand how to talk about things. If we throw a baseball out the car window, what math can I put on it to predict where it will go? And then I legit, if we like get there, I'm gonna go throw balls out the window, and like come back to you with like what happened. But I don't want to just go throwing balls out the window because that's stupid. I want to understand the like physics that we agree on. I really want that. I want to learn the physics of this world. Solar's like coming at me like I'm here to trick or deceive or lie or something, or prove the globe, which is just not true. I'm not that way. But I mean, I do believe it's a globe, but I'm not trying to convince anybody of it.
Right.
You guys were just discussing.
Does the air on your spinning ball? I don't know where he's at with the Coriolis. Does the air spin with the Earth, or does it lag behind? And now I am gonna get like specific with you, but I want to answer first.
Yeah, so the like blunt answer is I don't know.
Okay.
Like when I try to think it out for myself of what it might do, I suspect it's sort of a combination. Like at the surface of the Earth, it's probably spinning with it. And then as you go higher out, maybe not as much. I got there by like, if you take a glass of water and you just start spinning the glass, then the water next to the glass will spin with it first. And so maybe that's how it works. Maybe not. I don't know. You're asking me questions I don't actually know the answer to.
Okay. All right. I mean, it's fair enough.
But the like glass of water and spinning that is kind of how I came to the idea that maybe it spins with the Earth close to the surface and not far out.
I want to call that the viscous layer. However, I have to Google it. I have to go back to my notes and check.
That sounds like a pretty good word for it.
Because if you have flow in a pipe, okay, if you have like laminar flow in a pipe, the velocity at the edges of the pipe is actually zero. The fluid is not moving. That's touching the pipe. It's not moving.
Sure,
and the fluid in the
that's like how a tire is not
highest,
moving where it touches the asphalt, right?
asphalt?
A tire where it touches the asphalt, it's not moving. It's like stationary on the asphalt.
Yeah. Well, but like you have fluid that's flowing on a pipe, you know? So that first layer doesn't move.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You get it.
That makes sense.
That's what they say, right? That's what the main. And you can put dye and shit.
It's like not intuitive, but like it does kind of make sense after I start thinking about it. Sure, I can believe you.
Describing the water like you did, that the inside layer of the water next to the cup would be spinning similarly or a similar speed to the cup, and then there would be a little bit of a lag as you get further and further away from that drag force that would the surface of the cup is actually dragging the water. What's found to be evident on the Earth, though, is that we have jet streams. The air is actually traveling faster eastward. So if you turned your cup and the water started accelerating faster than the spin of the cup, would that make sense?
Well, no, but I'm not trying to model all of like the pressure and temperature and climate and weather and I don't know, like what the air does is stupidly complicated. This is a really trivial like thing that I did to try to get some sense of what might happen, but I already disclosed. I don't know if it's accurate.
Sure. And, just to clarify, I'm not trying to get you in any kind of a gotcha. I'm just trying to get to a single point of agreement. And if we disagree on something as simple as can one reference frame be two reference frames, or is two reference frames all reference frames? If we can't even agree that one is not two and that two is not n, then effectively it's very challenging to go forward on any other kind of nuanced point. So what I was trying to elucidate was to get to a point where we can either agree or agree to disagree. But if we go around in a circle where one time you claim one is actually two, and then in the next sentence you say two can be infinite number, then we're not going to make progress. So the point that you just explained well, logically, was that the air next to the Earth, logically, should be traveling a similar speed, and as you go higher, it would get slower because it's further away from the object turning. In real life, we find that the winds aloft, meaning the jet stream at above 30,000 feet, is traveling more than 300 miles per hour faster than the Earth is claimed to spin. That doesn't make logical sense after considering how you just described the water in the cup or how the air layers would move. And as the ball spins, kind of like an athlete running on the outside track, you cover a greater distance, which means as you go up in the Earth's atmosphere, the air would actually have to be traveling faster to maintain the velocity of the air layers lower down that are closer to the Earth. So it doesn't fit with the logic like you explained. It would obviously drag behind. If the Earth is the thing that's spinning and the air is being dragged along with that rotation, the air should never outpace the ground that's causing it to spin. Do you agree with that?
Give me 1 second to think carefully because it's a fairly complicated question and I haven't thought about that before this moment. So hold on.
It's okay if you don't know either. It's okay if you don't know.
I think that if we had a system where there's a globe Earth, it's just perfect sphere with an atmosphere around it, everything's at rest in this frame, and then we start the globe Earth spinning, then it's going to do exactly like the cup did and exactly like what you're saying. So I think under the statements that you made, I completely agree with you. The only place I might disagree with you is I don't know if we have accounted for all of the things that are actually happening. I don't actually know even what the jet stream. I don't even know the Glober explanation of what the jet stream is. So
But
I can't even go there. Like you could tell, you guys probably know more about the Glober explanation of the jet stream than I do. I can't go there really.
If
And that's the good part about all this.
Well, what's that? I didn't hear you.
If there's an
That's the good part about all this.
I just wanted to say, like, you're sitting there saying that there has to be something around it in order to keep it enclosed, and so everything can maintain the same speed all the way around. Well, then, how are we going into space then, dude? Like, you can't have both. You can't have both excuses and say it's okay. One violates the other. It is or it isn't.
Well, I'm not. I don't know if I know what you mean, but on what Solar said, I agree that the outer layers, I like under this sort of simple picture of how it works. I completely agree with him and how he says it would behave. He was looking for a place we agree, and I think there's one.
Yeah, and I agree also that there's many other variables, confounding variables that may make it not as clear a picture as sometimes we try to explain. But the reason I brought it up was you described a cup, and you said if I turn the cup, in your brain it made sense that the inside layer touching the surface of the cup would be spinning at a similar speed, and then there would be a loss, or the inner vortex would not be traveling faster than the original cup that inserted that motion. So if I turn the cup in a circle at 10 miles per hour, the inside layer of water might be at 9.5 miles per hour in a circle. And then as we get closer and closer towards the center, it would be more like 5 miles or 8 miles or less than 10, which is the cup that's turning. Because the water is also not attached to the cup. If the cup was empty and I rotated the cup at 10 miles per hour and I put a little ant on the cup, then that ant is definitely moving at 10 miles per hour because it's attached to the cup, or it's walking on the surface of the cup. So therefore that velocity would be transferred to the next object. But the moment that ant fell off the inside of the cup, that ant could no longer continue to rotate at the same speed as the cup because it's no longer attached to that cup. And that's perfectly sound, 100% demonstrable, repeatable 1,000 times out of 1,000. You're going to get 100% success rate that the object that you're inserting the motion with, and then the subsequent reaction to whatever medium it's in or whatever medium it's containing, there will be a lag. So you described that 100% perfect. Now on the Earth, we find no lag. We actually find that the further you go away from it, you're actually entering higher velocities than what the Earth is said to be in the first place. And there's no logical way that I can turn a cup at 10 miles per hour in a circle and I can get the inner vortex to spin at 3, 4, 5 times that speed. There is no way to demonstrate that. But that is what we experience.
You say there's no way to demonstrate that. And that's a really strong statement to me, because even with the water in the cup, I wonder if I could use heaters or other ways of introducing energy into the system that actually would do that. I don't know. Your claim that there's no way to do it is a very strong one, and I can't disprove you. You might be right.
It's just based on F equals ma. So what I'm trying to explain here is, like, for example, if I apply 100 Newton force to a truck, that truck will start from stationary and will start to pick up speed. If I continually apply 100 Newtons to that truck, is it logical that the truck will accelerate to 200 or 300 Newtons if the force being applied to the truck is only 100? When you actually think about it, you'll see that it'll take a long time. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know what you mean about would it accelerate to 200 newtons. I don't know what that means.
Could it demonstrate more than the force that was applied to it in the first place? If I apply 100 newtons of force to something, can I register 200 newtons of force?
Absolutely not. Obviously not. But,
all right,
but
so
the place where we might
that's the
disagree,
analogy of if the Earth is imparting 100 newtons
but if
of
you have
rotation
a
speed,
pushing on it as well, then
that's increased force. That's increased force. So if you start with 200 newtons, then we both agree you can get to 200 newtons if you start with 200. But if you start with 200, you can't get to 400.
Right. You and I don't agree. You and I don't disagree on that at all. I think the only place we might disagree is whether we had properly accounted for all of the forces and sources of energy. And at that point, I don't know. I just have this little angel demon on my shoulder saying maybe not everything has been accounted for, but I can't account for it all right now. So
that little angel demon is just saying, I can't agree with the flat earther because if they're right on this, I may need to take other things they say more seriously. That's what's going on subconsciously.
Every time I can agree with a flat earther, I do. And we have. So I don't just counter you guys for the fun of it.
So, what I'm trying to explain by these forces is, if the mass stays the same and I'm applying the same force, the acceleration or the velocity will remain the same. Do you agree? If force is constant and mass is constant, is acceleration constant?
Absolutely. How could it be otherwise?
That's what we're busy talking about. So if I'm rotating a cup at 10 miles, I'm applying a force of 10 miles per hour rotation to that object. The mass, the cup, has remained the same. So the force is constant. The mass is constant. Can you have double or triple the acceleration? No.
Of course.
You just agreed with me. All right. So now this is what we experience with jet streams traveling faster than the spin of the Earth. There is no force accounting for that. And no amount of heat applied to a spinning cup will cause the water to spin faster. No amount of barometric pressure applied to that water will cause the water to spin faster. The force being applied to the cup is the rotational speed of the cup. And then it is dragging the contents along with it. So the force we are measuring and the mass remaining constant means the acceleration must remain constant. And this is the logical process that when you start to follow it, you'll see that the globe, there's little threads, there's loose threads. As you start to pull on one thread, something else doesn't make sense, or something else is an ad hoc solution for something. If F is constant and M is constant, A cannot be more than what it was to start with. So going back to the original point, we were talking about reference frames. So the reference frame of the cup turning at 10 miles and the water inside the cup turning at 8 miles per hour will have two different velocities, therefore two different reference frames, because they won't be identical. And that's how simple it is to understand the coordinate system linked to a velocity to give you a reference, a point of view reference frame.
Yeah, I pretty much follow your logic, and I think we're just maybe never going to agree on what a reference frame means or what a coordinate system is. I don't know. Maybe one day. We should keep trying. It'd be awesome to agree.
Yeah, sure would.
It's the GLAT.
What's going on here?
GLAT is the whole
fuck that guy.
He's the disease vector by which I came here.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. It's true.
All right then.
I'm the germ path.
I'll take that back then. Thanks, GLAT.
Hey man, he's giving you something to do.
Yeah, he's cool. I like him. You know what?
Before GLaD was the flat Earth brain worm.
What's that?
That's what goes into the Glober's brains when they get flat smacked enough that worm starts digging into the center.
Right.
They can't ever get rid of it.
Feeds on brains. It's like a tapeworm.
What are you talking about, Mike? Who's avoiding your point?
What? I'm not Mike.
Well, whenever he fixes his fucking mic, he's part of the broken mic gang.
JD, I'm not broken Mike.
What?
I'm having a conversation in text, JD.
All right. All right.
I said weight doesn't propel anything. He's saying we can use weight to do work. I didn't say we couldn't. I said weight doesn't propel anything. I can use weight to do work. I know that. But that's not what I was talking about. That's just gaslighting.
Oh, okay.
Well, guys, we seem to have hit a lull, and I really was supposed to be in bed like quite a long time ago, so perhaps we can call it a truce for the night.
Never.
Yeah, cool.
Of course not.
I think about the question: why would the Earth turn underneath a pendulum and not underneath a helicopter or a plane, a football? Right? Think about it when you're in your bed.
I will think about that, and I will try to come up with what I think might be some kind of reasonable answer, or admit that it's nonsensical. I don't know.
Yep.
Rolling my boulder.
While he's sleeping, the flat Earth worm is at work in his brain.
Digging away.
That's some
You just
Star-
better be
Star Trek
careful that the
Rapicon.
Sisyphus worm isn't at work in your brain. Just saying.
Yeah.
Rolling my boulder.
That's some Rapicon shit. We're gonna put this worm in your ear.
Rolling my boulder. Can you explain why you think the globe Earth is a?
That sounds like sacrifice. Why are
It
you-
is sacrifice, and
why are you
I
unmuted,
am
bro?
not about to answer a sacrifice question after I have said goodnight.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and leave.
Even he said
Good chatting
no.
with you,
Next
Rogan.
stop, bye.
Later, guys.
Have a good night,
No,
man.
thanks for the active
Your
chat.
whole thing got debunked.
Peace, bro.
Every day I wake up, it's flatter.
I just told him his shit got debunked right before he left.
He just hand waved.
You're about to get debunked, son.
He just said, "Be gone, two fly. Don't bother me."
But you know how many ways? Oh, go ahead, Roach.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. No, I just want to go ahead. Patterson.
I just wanted to say how long do you have to try and explain to someone that 1 is not equal to 2, or that 2 is not equal to 1 regarding reference frames? I
Exactly.
just
That's what I
baffles my mind.
Dude, what are you talking about?
It's more like teaching rather than explaining.
Did not bring mathematics into this.
No.
Well, teaching would imply learning.
Can you?
And it doesn't seem like they learn.
You want to? Hell yeah.
Is there any globe Earth moderators?
Yeah. Post it on live stream. I am sure. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I moderate Globe Earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
Sure,
the
bro.
ticket?
Here, I'll tag myself Globe Earther. Where? Hold on.
Based in Chungus pills.
I got you.
Can you explain why you think the globe Earth is true?
Okay. Because you see the stars move. I have to go there. No shit. Because the
Have
stars are moving.
Have you ever went there?
And I said the truth. The problem. I said the stars are moving.
You never
You
went
saw it
there.
on TV, Cyrus.
I'm gonna go there next after you guys debunk the stars because I said the right piece of information. I said the stars are moving. Thus, Earth is a ball because the
Is it
stars.
mod play? Is it
That's
mod
done.
play Globers?
Well, let's do it, man. I can ramp this shit up. I'll take it to Einstein and space time is fucking
How
bending,
does
guys.
Polaris 10 degrees off the horizon work on a flat Earth?
Oh no, Mike went to this. All right, he got specific on you guys.
Well, it's supposed to be the center of the flat Earth, and how would it ever be 10 degrees off the horizon if it was the center? It'd always be directly above you, wouldn't it?
Refraction. Perspective. By that logic, an exit sign above your head will always be above your head, even when you walk.
Perspective. Well, yes, if it's the very center of the realm, there's no way it could ever be on the horizon, bro. Maybe you missed that point.
Damn, son, where'd you find it?
Let's see, what other old school questions or hold on, rebuttals we got?
I do love these
Only one person. Only one person. Roger. Kudos, Roger.
Dude, Roger is a champ, bro.
Yeah, he's the only true warrior in here. What's up? Everybody else was like, damn.
Talking shit. Clearly talking shit.
Of course he's talking shit.
I've heard every argument in this game. We'll do
Every
neutrinos
single one.
next. We'll do neutrinos next.
What argument have you heard them bring up for the sextant without them simply saying they don't need a flat base, they don't need a 90?
Well, they just say you just draw a straight line. Just draw a straight line, man.
Straight line, man. What's wrong with
So
you?
what is curved? You just draw a straight line and then you got your angle, bro.
Yeah, look through the sextant, just read that angle.
It's an apparent line, you know?
Yeah, bro, it's a map. You just draw a straight line.
Actually be flat. I mean, but that totally disregards the fact that you have to ignore curvature to be able to navigate with a sextant and report a land chart.
Honestly, my best proof for the globe is the gravitational waves that we just detected from LIGO, you know? So that's my best. What's
My
your rebuttal
best
to
proof
that?
for the globe is that FOIA document is from NASA that's talking about deviation and definition of a linear aircraft model. And basically it's explaining how this shit only works off of a linear non-rotating Earth.
Oh, but that's just to simplify the maths, bro. You know, because our mathematicians are so brilliant that we just
those numbers were so complicated they couldn't figure it out, so they just said, "Yeah, it's
Well, I mean,
flat."
if you put the curvature in there, it becomes a
Definitely not
differential equation that's 5 pages long, and we really don't need that to travel.
Yeah, exactly.
So to answer your question, what Globers want is to go to nautical miles and then claim it only works on a globe. That's what they do. So they ask you, how does it work on a flat Earth, right? And then you refer to the almanac and it uses nautical miles. And then, how did you get the nautical miles? That's only possible on the globe. That's what they want. That's where they want to go.
Yeah,
nautical
but
miles.
the funny thing is nautical miles is just time over speed. You know?
It's based on the sky, not on the ground. It's based on the sky. They deny or reject perspective, right? And then say, well, Polaris moves down because you're moving away from it on a curve. That's what they say. So nautical miles only works on the globe, but it's all based on the sky and perspective.
So this is a document from August of 1988. It's called the NASA RP 1207.
Yeah, we all know it well.
It's a classic meme of the flat Earth everything, because it's our own government acknowledging in the fact that aircraft only work in the design of a rigid aircraft model over a constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is in our own government's documents, and people want to talk shit about, whatever the fuck they're talking about. I'm just like, our own government acknowledges
You're
this.
talking about the military instructional manuals.
Exactly.
Flight manuals.
This is from NASA. This
When they
is from
tell
the
you how to
USAF. This is specifically from our own military operating government on the fucking You know what I'm fucking saying? The fucking military industrial complex.
Then they would attack your
Freaking saying.
terminology of saying it only works when they say you should view it as.
I'm not saying that what they say is correct.
That's another.
I'm just saying
No,
that
I'm
they
saying
are agreeing
you're not
with us.
saying what they say word for word, and they'll attack that. You have
Facts.
to stay true to what they say, and even then they'll
I'm
just
looking
say.
at it right now. I can read it right now.
Even
It says
then,
linear
I've
system
read it 100
equations are
times. You're
derived in
preaching to the
equality.
choir. You're preaching to the choir. Okay, I'm just trying to help you out. So they'll just rip apart your semantical stuff, your specifics, and they'll say it's just a simplification.
No, facts.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So our own government acknowledges this shit.
Well,
So why
they
are
instruct
we in
you
this
to view it
position?
as a non-rotating surface. Yes, a flat level plane when flying. Yes, they instruct you that's how you should fly.
Which is strange. Like
Which
that
they'll
is
argue isn't an
that not
acknowledgement, it's a
something that we should be
simplification.
discussing about? Like, why
No,
is
never
our
mind.
government saying that this is the ideal?
I'm gonna light up. All right.
I totally talked over you and couldn't hear you at all right there because I'm sauced.
Yeah.
In the house?
Well, listen, I say it's an instruction manual. When they instruct you to fly, you refer to it as a non-rotating level plane. And they'll just tell you that's a simplification. And because you say they acknowledge it or they say it only works that way when that's not what's said, they'll ridicule you, and then just tell you it's a simplification to make it easier to learn.
No, absolutely. I'm just like that's
So our
like
best
that's massively sus. Like our own government is saying
our
it's
best
one.
efforts are to represent the information as true as we can to what it says.
Fair enough. I'm just such an anti-government skeptic. I just find it hysterical when they want to present us the truth and then immediately turn around and say it's something other than what we're seeing with our own eyes.
Well, it's the same way with navigation and portal land charts. They tell you to ignore longitude and latitude and ignore curvature, and this can be done safely. Because if you don't, you'll have divergence and you end up 1,000 miles from where you want to be. But that's not a recognition in their mind. It's just a simplification.
It's so illogical. Like that just makes no fucking sense at all. Like how the fuck are they supposed to say that with a straight face? Like I just don't understand how that's even said, and people are like, oh yeah, like yep, that because they said it just makes no fucking sense
In
at
the
all.
first few years of this server, you know how many times we posted that and nobody ever even read it?
I bet a number of times. It's just a shame.
You know how many times we got people who spam all day long? I'm trying to help you out, but I've posted. I got PDFs full of all this stuff. Rarely do I see a new thing. I post it constantly and refer to it, and they're always, what are you talking about? And I'm like, my citation I gave that I made mention I was given, because I mentioned it. I'll give you a citation. It's in live stream Boytech. They never read them.
Yeah, they never read them.
Some of them do, and if those guys do, I try to give them my pet project role and keep them on the server, because at least they're honest.
Yeah, power to them. It's
Respect
just
an honest person.
yeah, no, absolutely. I just think
Gary, are you a peer-reviewed published scientist Glower?
say that again.
Professor Phil, where's? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So, are you a peer-reviewed published scientist Glower?
Not on Globe shit specifically. No, definitely not.
Okay.
The only shit I'm peer reviewed on is phage bacteriophilum research.
Interesting.
Phil, can you hop in the VC chat instead of DMing me, please? I don't feel like texting.
If he knows about bacterial microphages, then you probably know about the irreducibly complex argument about how the single-celled organisms are far too complex to have arisen organically.
So I've only done specific research in extracting and amplifying bacteriophages in a search of, it's called phage research. Some people use these as phage therapies as an alternative to like an antibiotic. So that's the only reason, like that's the only area I'm published in and have somewhat of a level of expertise in. But it's really just a matter of doing dilutions and trying to, doing blots and trying to replicate things. But I want to ask again what the question was. I'm sorry. I feel like it was something related to sciences and globe Earth, which I'm not versed in at all because I never believed it and I never went forth in any of my research towards that because I knew it was a farce.
You never saw space-time bending in your laboratory, man. What's wrong?
Definitely not.
Never?
Definitely not. At my college university, I definitely never examined that. No, I cannot say that for sure.
Well, that's another piece of evidence from my side for the globe. It's the space-time continuum.
The only time
As of it, we have gravity.
The only time I see space-time bending is when I bend that G-string.
Atomic clocks, right, bro?
Yeah, Mike. Time dilation. Thanks,
Atomic
bro.
clocks,
You're
motherfucker,
reading my
what's up?
mind. What's
I
good?
ain't never
Time
seen
dilation.
it.
We proved that when you go up mountains, time dilates. It gets bigger.
Any way she move it, it makes the space-time continuum go boom. Da-doing, doing,
Last time I pulled the G-string, I got slapped.
Yeah, just think if the sound is traveling through, if the sound is traveling through time, if I can bend the sound, what's up?
It travels through time backwards, actually. How about that? Well, anyways, not kidding. Just messing with you. Sound.
So we can hear history. Is that what it is?
No, history's already been there. You're just a point in time.
All I'm saying is in college, I isolated a fucking coronavirus and got it published at an electron microscope. And that shit was bitch made. And now our whole fucking society got analed because of fucking the colds. And we're just supposed to sit here and get fucked.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Is that a nice way of saying bent over? Like, effed in the, you know what? It doesn't sound like it. And then when you ended it with the FCCK, I thought,
I
my
look
spidey
at it,
senses
like,
are tingling now.
Oh my
Yeah, I'm
god,
definitely
dude,
not.
it's such a joke. It's like it makes me just want to be like, oh yeah, like they're really covering this Epstein up like crazy. Like
in the military, there's a term, and it's what is that called? An anagram? Letters that stand for something?
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
So, there's a military term needs to be interjected at this juncture. That would be BOHECA. BOHECA stands for Bend Over, Here It Comes Again.
I already knew.
BOHECA. Don't ever forget.
Well, you got 5 minutes to take that.
Hey, Professor Phil. Hey, get in here, man. I'll take you to the continuum, bro. Come on.
I think they
solve the tensors, man.
They still got him banned.
Oh man.
See, Mike knows exactly what I was
L.
We're gonna get into the no mass universe, right? The Schwarzschild solution, yeah, right? Universe contains no mass. Yeah. Or
I'm about to buy one of those fake globe liquor cabinets because I just think it's hilarious at this point. I'm gonna fucking store my booze in it. These fucking idiots. I'm just gonna laugh at them.
Drink with Globers and friggin' flat smack them after they've had a couple.
I'm more of a dry martini kind of guy, but I mean I get the sentiment. I don't know. I used to have this one professor in college who was all smoked out about the flat earth stuff and would always like say stuff like hinting it towards it during class, but like would never explicitly say it, but like I could just tell this guy was smoked out.
He was such a guy. He used to work for fucking Boeing and like all these aerospace companies making fucking crazy tech. And then he, college, retirement, college bullshit. But like, he used to just tell the craziest stories in class. And then would like joke about flat earth stuff. And I would just be like, bro, are you joking? Or is this like suppressed consciousness right now? I don't even know what's up with him.
Amen.
I'm still in contact with him on LinkedIn. I still talk to him sometimes. He's pretty based.
Fat Carrie.
What's up?
What is your thoughts of the shape of the Earth?
I don't fucking know. All I know is whatever the fuck they told me it was isn't accurate.
Yeah, I like that you're honest, man.
That's just kind of where I'm at with it. It's like, until I see it myself, I couldn't really tell you what it is. And like, I want to think it's one thing or another, but all I know is it won't be discernible until I see it for my own eyes.
Have you ever went on a plane?
Oh, plenty of times, and it looks flat as fucking hell. But I haven't gone past 30,000 feet, and it's like I want to.
Well, you haven't went past 30,000 feet.
Exactly. Yeah, because commercial flights aren't.
Well, what would you do if I showed you? What would you do if I showed you raw footage of 100,000 feet in the air?
Well, trust me, I've seen that footage too,
dude. I've done 43 in a commercial flight, bro.
I just also don't believe it. You know what I mean? Like I've seen all the videos. That's great. They can get fucked. I'm not gonna believe it until I see it myself. I'm certainly gonna watch those videos though. I'm gonna see what they say versus what the government says versus
it's not even a say. It's just a random video. The thing is, it has like 600 views, and it's like from 8 years ago, so it's not.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm saying like yes, like it can like ingest that media and watch that and make your own decision, because that's just my whole thing. Like, I'm not here to tell you how to think. I'm not some end all be all. But all I know is whatever the government tells me, I know is inaccurate, and it's meant to mislead me to think something else, to serve an ulterior motive that benefits them. So that's how I know anything they tell me, 95% of the time, the opposite is true. So when they tell me the Earth is one thing, I immediately think, okay, so it's got to be another, and there's got to be something else going on. And it's just, okay, let's critically think about that. Let's examine some evidence. Let's see what I can observably prove in my own universe and go, okay, let's work from there, you know? And it's like, don't go crazy with it. Don't ruin your whole life trying to figure this out. Like, I'm a huge proponent of like control what we can control in this little game that we play that's called life, and fucking make money and blah blah blah. Like, the last thing this government and the powers that be want us to do is to fucking go to the gym, get ripped, and be successful. That's the last thing they want us to do. So I'm about to sit here and make as much money as fucking possible and spread my belief system to as many people as I fucking can. And it's just, hey, like, we know that they're dishonest and there's reasons behind that. So let's start prodding that. Let's start going towards, why. And it's not, whatever anybody else says is correct. It's just, we know what they're saying isn't correct. We know they're lying for a reason, and let's start to try and come up with our own ideals out of our own critical thinking as to what this is. We're allowed to guess. We're allowed to be wrong. We're allowed to think abstract thoughts and think, hey, I think it's this. That's the best thing about this whole reality, and that's what I love so much about it. So I'm very open to the open-ended aspect of that question of just what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I'm certainly trying to figure it out, though, and I think everybody else in this Discord is also trying to figure it out. And it's the fact that we're asking that question, which is the important part.
Well, go ahead and check the distance to the horizon.
What do you mean by that?
See if it matches the globe's claim.
Oh, well, I'm not even going to look at that because I know anything that they're saying isn't accurate. That's a waste of my time.
Something that I know is worth my time, however, would be something that would get me some money or get me some other bullshit that's going to get me advantages over other people in this society. I already know what they told me is not correct. I know it's not.
But look, you'd learn something amazing if you went to the nearest coastline somewhere and saw it for yourself. You take their handy dandy little earth curve chart with you to find out how much of a drop there's supposed to be.
Well, that's the thing. I already know what they've told me isn't correct. I already know their drop chart and whatever that shit is a lie.
I heard that 5 times. Okay, we got that part. But now the next step is if you see it for yourself, you're going to be astonished. You'll have a totally different viewpoint on it. I guarantee it.
No, it's not that I don't. I'm saying from what I can observe, it looks like something completely different from what they're telling us it is. And that's what I'm going to continue to believe it is. It's just a matter of our own discernment, right?
Well, you can go and verify it once and for all. Just 5 minutes in the camera.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. The P900 kind of solved that problem, I think, for a lot of people. But that's just my thing. I'm not going to spend, every waking minute trying to spread this doctrine on to other people and doing all these other things. I'm going to come to that conclusion myself and understand, okay, yes. That's when it leads to that bigger question, begging the question of, okay, so why are they lying about this? And that's kind of what I was alluding to before. And that's what I'm more so focused on asking as to why is this being lied about? Why is this the thing that is the big misdirection of blah, blah, blah? I think that's the
Why's it got to be a lie? How come it's not they just believe it?
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Why can't it be why is this what they got to believe?
Well, that just doesn't make sense because everything they do is to serve a greater purpose and to serve an ulterior motive. So they never do anything because the powers that be.
All right, you want to know why?
As in the world governments and blah, blah,
the government's got our best interests at heart. Why would they lie?
Fuck, man. I mean, look around you. I mean, they like you.
I mean, that's why taxes are so high.
Well, because they give it back to you.
They love us so much.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because they care about us so much. That's why they steal from us as much as they can.
Well, it's not
to give
stealing
back.
if you openly give it away.
Right.
Well, I never signed anything, and I never openly gave anything. I just know when my paycheck comes, it's fucking gone.
It's already signed.
Exactly. All I know is when I get my paycheck, it's already gone. So they're the best fucking scammers I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
See, I work for myself. I gotta take it out and give it to them, or they don't get it.
Just buy it.
Why do we even pay tax when they've given themselves emergency authorization to print $100 billion a month, and they are printing at unlimited amounts? There's literally no cap on what they can print. So
they can do whatever the fuck they want.
I think they said 30 to 40% of the US currency has been printed since 2020. So all of worldwide, was it 80? I'd heard 30 or 40.
It's 80% to today. 80%.
So now why do they still take it out of your paycheck? Why don't they just print another 100 billion or another 200 billion?
It's all about power and control.
Because they need you to know that you're their bitch. That they can do whatever the fuck they want to you. They want you to know that they can touch you in any way they fucking can.
We have a new member in the house.
Shit about it.
Well, let's say hi to the new guy. Yo, Fatty. Flatty. I thought you were Fatty.
We got a new guy?
Yeah, you're unmuted, Flatty. With a PH.
Hey Don.
Hey Don. Didn't work. I saw your mic flash. Come on. Let me mic shine.
How's it going, guy?
I'll mute you again. So
what's up, Flatty? Come on, Flatty. Say something.
Come on. We're friendly.
I know there's a lot of shit talking here, but it's wholesome 100.
All right. Look, I'll leave you unmuted for a little bit.
No, we don't got to bullshit the guy now.
Get comfy and pop in. All right.
Get us sued for false advertisement or something.
What?
Who was the guy?
We're nice guys.
Well,
Flatty.
it's not
Flatty.
wholesome though.
Yeah, you guys are actually really smart too, so we appreciate that. Ladies are too. I love listening to the ladies on Ladies Night.
You don't find a lot of ladies in here, I feel like, and I love hearing their opinions because it's just such a different way of thinking, at least for me. I enjoy getting that different perspective.
We have some.
Fat Carrie,
Sure, the
were
ratio.
you? Sorry,
Oh, go ahead, man.
I just wanted to ask that. Fat Carrie, were you the guy who was talking about the biological, the bacterial macrophages, and about that you also couldn't determine the shape of the Earth? Was that you?
Probably. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I did a bunch of bacteriophage research in college. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. What I just wanted to ask is, a lot of people come in here saying as though they couldn't, that they'd never be able to determine what the nature of our realm actually is. And when we say just go out and measure it, like Sunny said, take the curve calculator with you, go and look at an object 10 miles or 15 miles away, and then calculate what should be hidden from that. Then go to Google Earth, check the elevation above sea level for the thing that you're looking at, and see whether any part of it should actually still be visible. That's going and doing a measurement. So if I drew a little four-sided figure on a piece of paper for you, and I said to you, go measure what shape this is, you could measure two sides and a right angle and know if the two sides are the same length, you're dealing with a square. But if there's a right angle and one side is longer than the other, you know it's a rectangle. You don't have to sit and look at the square and say, it could be a circle, could be a rhombus, could be a rectangle or a square, but I'm not going to measure it. I'm not going to simply place my ruler on the top line and simply place my ruler on the next line and then know without a doubt that that's a square. Now, what we're saying is when you go to this realm that we're in, they've given us a circular radius, 3959, which means it has to curve at this rate starting at mile 1 in all directions. So whether I face east, west, north, south, any direction, there has to be this sphericity. There has to be this curvature of things disappearing in the distance at a said radius, because we know the radius. So they say it's a circle with a radius of 3 centimeters. Now you go and you look and you see, oh wait, this is appearing like a long flat surface. Where on a circle do you get a long flat surface? You don't really. So now when you start to think about the other shapes, you would then measure and eventually conclude what shape you have drawn on the piece of paper. And that's how simple it is in terms of determining through measurement the realm that you're actually existing in.
So
a lot of people act like it's so philosophical that you could never know. It's kind of like, why do we exist? Oh, we'll never know why.
No, you're totally right. It's an easy experiment. One that I really like to do. I guess the proper verbiage is probably not against, but one experiment that I like doing with people who are very skeptical is a very simple human eye experiment. You got to be on a shoreline, but it's with a P900, a simple camera with some optical zoom at a range that high. They can easily observe with their eyes and say, "Oh yeah, there's the horizon. That's where it ends. I can't see any further." Very easy for a person to see. You pull that camera out, though, and you get the zoom going, and you can immediately see things that are well past the point of horizon for the human eye, and then it makes you beg the question of, like, okay, so there's human limitations to what we can optically see. So right there is a massive plot hole in this curvature story of saying, oh, well, yeah, at this mile it drops down and keep going, blah, blah, blah. You got a P900, you can zoom out so fucking far, it's way point past the point of fucking curvature. And it's like, if you can see a boat all the way out there, like, then how the fuck are you going to sit there and try to explain to anybody that curvature is legitimate anywhere? Because it just doesn't add up. Right there is an optical proof that any human can go and do. It's called the Nikon P900.
I'm gonna go fix me a snack or something, man. What's going on here?
Yeah, you're spot on there.
But no,
what's truly fascinating about that thing.
That's something that I love to break people's matrix with right there, because it's just so simple for them to be like, oh yeah, there it is. And then you can be like, yeah, and here's the NASA article that says this is the curvature and blah, blah, blah. And then you go, hey, wait, I have this camera right here that we can zoom in with and then look and see, oh, well, this curvature is supposed to be at this mile, but we can see 50 miles past it.
Has anyone on the server tried that yet?
Yeah, check out that picture I just dropped on the live stream. The voice text.
You saying
right there? That's from the top of the Sierra in Southern California all the way out to Catalina Island, and you can see the tanker, whatever, in the water off the port of Long Beach right there. So I can see all the way from the crest of the Sierra, all the way out to the boats that are sitting there, the cargo ships off the port of Long Beach, all the way past that to Catalina Island right there.
Well past 50 nautical miles, which should have observable curve, yet you can still see it.
Bro, you're preaching to the choir, man. That's what people are having a problem with that. No offense.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, dude.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not disagreeing with anything you said. We just that's
no, I get it, guys.
It's pretty much the basis we're all here on.
Dance. Yeah.
It's awesome. So just get us some observations. Take your own pictures. Dude, see how far you can go. I live in San Diego, and I've heard of pictures being taken. I've seen blurry images that I can't verify of Catalina from not even North County, San Diego, but the north part.
No, you can see all the way to San Clemente Island, all the way from the farthest down San Diego, like on the border. You can see it past the border. And San Clemente is 80 miles from South San Diego or more. And you definitely shouldn't be able to see that.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
that island is as close as Catalina. So, like, how can you see even further for a shorter island? Doesn't make sense.
It's 70 to 80. It's 70 to 80 nautical miles as the crow flies from this beach. 70 to 80 miles. Now, listen, there's other islands that are 25 miles off the coast where I live, going south. They're south of the border, or the supposed border. Anyway, so points, I've seen them on the beach before where you could see boats pulling in. They go right up against the shore. And those Los Coronados, Islas de Los Coronados, see? The islands right there, and see the lights of the boats that were pulling in right next to shore, 25 miles away. You could see the whole shoreline 25 miles away of these islands. This is standing on the beach, 5-6 feet elevation. I saw that myself. We sat there and looked at it, going like, look, I can see. But I didn't even know about flat Earth then.
So one experiment I really want to do, just because I live in Chicago now, is looking across the Great Lake into Canada with some type of telescope or something like that, because I know that's a classic experiment for flat Earth.
P1000 is the standard at this point.
P1000, yeah. Nikon.
But what you got to also remember, though, is that the atmosphere is a dynamic system. And the people that are going to achieve the real long-distance clear photography will have to go back to the same spot multiple times over different times in the seasons to repeat the same observation repeatedly. And then that's when you're going to start to notice these effects where either you have miraging or you have certain refractive properties, or on a really clear day, your visibility is further. You can then see further. Whereas the globers all think increased visibility means refraction or obstacles in between you and the observation, somehow extending your vision like magnification, whereas refraction is usually a blockage. But what's truly amazing, I find that with this whole discussion, every time we came to the globers with an argument or a rebuttal point, they would all sort of get together, put their heads together, and then they'd all come back parroting the same BS. So they would talk about conservation of angular momentum, and suddenly the Rumpus and Zanuck and everyone all on the same day are all talking about conservation of angular momentum, which we know now is completely false. But what's interesting is that when we start to talk about elevation angles, and to take an elevation angle, you have to presuppose that your base is flat. That the baseline to which you're measuring the angle of elevation has to be taken off that flat base. And not a single glober has anything to rebut this point. In fact, they try and avoid this topic. They try and take away from elevation angles. They try and change the subject. And it's really fascinating to see almost them not answering the question has been what they've agreed on. That they're all doing this, skirting the issue of the flat adjacent or the flat baseline, the sea level to which the elevation angle is measured against. No, not a single glober has any kind of, even a half logical answer to how they could get an angle on a curved baseline, and how they deliberately try and avoid this. I've even seen now globers are bringing up the astrolabe so that they can avoid talking about the sextant. And then they want to talk about the astrolabe not needing the horizon mirror. And they just want to completely eradicate that horizontal baseline that is presupposed when taking any elevation. And some of the primary elevation angles give you a distance to your GP of 10,000 miles. Now, we're said to be on a ball with an equator of only 25,000. To have an elevation angle and a distance to GP of 10,000 means that's only one radius. And to get to the diameter, you've got to double it. So effectively, for 20,000 miles, there is a flat base to which they measure the elevation angle of certain stars. There's no answer to that. And to watch the globers dancing around this topic and deliberately trying to avoid the question has been really fascinating for me. I don't know if you guys have heard any decent rebuttals, anyone that makes any sense about how you can have a curved baseline and still measure angles.
So
like fill a room.
I was like, so that's the end of the globe discussion then, because you just killed it.
No, I'm still here. The globe is dead. R.I.P.
Sextant 2022.
I just have to say, as a Marine, if they name me Commandant for a day, I would remove the globe from the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor, so it would just be the Eagle and the Anchor again. And I would have it removed from the digital camouflage and from the boots and everything else that it was printed on. I would officially redact the globe from that logo completely. And I would state why, too. I'd say the people that perpetrate this type of reality are fucking a parasite, and we don't want to represent that in any way. Even though the use of the globe is to say we've conquered over the globalists and the globe and everything, and we are the supreme fighting force, I still would completely redact that image. That would be my first official act.
That'd be cool if you could keep that, like, at least for a couple of days, so that it could cause some questioning. Did you say that you're in the Navy?
No, the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps, which is
sorry.
the Navy. Yeah.
Does that also use the UN map, the AE projection map, as part of their logos, or not?
They use the hemisphere as part of the emblem. So it's called the EGA, Eagle, Globe, and Anchor. So they use a hemisphere, globe, and an anchor. That's what all the buttons are on the uniform. That's what the emblem is on the. It's basically on everything. It's as part of the pattern and the camouflage. It's on the boots. It's freaking on everything. I would just simply remove the hemisphere from the logo and then redesign the eagle and the anchor again, because the old one was kind of meh. Like, we could do better.
Yeah. Instead of a hemisphere, put a flatmosphere.
No, I would just remove it altogether. It's just not part of the argument at all. Like, why put a political statement into your statement that you are the most forceful? Like, we are the most forceful creatures. This is our branch of fighting creatures. We don't necessarily care to tell you how to live your life. The point is just to hold down, what we perceive as everybody's freedom and, natural rights and the natural use of things. So once they overstep that, they done fucked up, because we don't see it. We don't see it the same as Marines don't see it the same as everybody else. We have a very different way of thinking. So they think that they're going to overstep and just trounce upon everybody's thing as a breaking point where that's not going to fly anymore. And they know that. So I don't know what they're tiptoeing, or they're trying to tiptoe around, but play like they're strong handed. But there's only about 1.3 million active duty service members compared to the active duty military, 10-1, and the active duty military has to borrow their weapons from the military when anything happens. So they have to go to the armory, get their weapon, get their issue, get ammunition, gear up, do all these things. But once you're a veteran, you're just armed independently. So we outnumber them. We don't borrow our weapons from anything. They basically make it look like the military is super strong, but the armies of the veterans.
And there's shit. Sorry about that.
Are you all right? Oh my god, dude, are you all right? What happened?
He bumped his fan.
Dude, he's fine, man. You're making it sound like
He spilled drink all over his keyboard. I guarantee it, dude.
Oh, man.
God, I was really worried for a second. Sound like crash bang, and then we got nothing here.
Tell me, is the military your long-term goal? Is this what you want to do for the rest of your life?
It's okay. No, my bike fell over. It's fallen over before, but I know that's freaking hard as hell.
I'm pretty sure he said he was a veteran.
Yeah, I'm a veteran.
Sure.
There's just as many Navy veterans that are on the same side as Corporal is.
Hoorah.
If anything, I would have been a Marine for sure if I would have joined
Squids.
But no, it's not.
Squids ain't that bad.
Oh no, I was attached to a naval unit, so it's half Marine Corps, half naval unit. So very familiar.
Yeah. Right.
I got family in every service there is, or veteran from every service there is. I come from a large military family.
Here's a quote: "War, like any other racket, pays high dividends to the very few, but the cost of operations is always transferred to the people who do not profit."
Ain't that the truth? A lot of them pay with their life.
For some guy's ego sitting in an office somewhere. It's really peculiar.
Yeah, well, they talk about honor and valor. Just don't forget the definition of discipline. Instant and willful obedience to all orders, respect for authority, and self-reliance.
Yeah, there's a lot of us that don't take that oath we took lightly. I'm one of them. I people that go against that oath, I despise that.
Is that how the Freemasons feel when someone who's taken the oath goes and outs them?
Assume so, yes.
Are they real Masons or?
Yeah, I mean, why would you do that, right? If you know, it's
no, I meant the lodge.
Secret. It's between you and a close group of like friends, right? So it's like, why would you betray them? What for? Right? And if you do that, it's like, okay, you're a backstabber sort of a human, right? So, I mean, that's how I see it. Sure. If I trust you with something, and you go and you tell everybody, and it's like kind of like, okay, I can no longer trust you though. Right?
Yeah, if we're running our business, at a loss, well, we pocket the profits and we're Masons, and you tell on me, man.
Fuck yeah, man. I will fucking thank you.
Man, the motherfucker.
You're telling me. We'll do a 50-50 split. It'll be fair.
Tell you the truth. Running won't help, but hiding might.
But
Some
Solar,
people are good at hiding.
I'll tell you what every Mason has told me, and now I'll tell you that you can find everything on the internet. That's all I'll say. We all parrot this, and now I know why. I thought, now it's like, oh yeah, you know what, bro? You can find everything on the internet. Everything.
What? You think the internet is doing research? You think watching one YouTube video is doing research?
It's not even on YouTube. You kind of have to know what to
Information
look
is all
up.
about source, isn't it? Information is about source, right?
You kind of have to know what you want, right? And then it's actually out there. I've checked it out myself, so it's like it's for legit. Everything is out there. So yeah, where all the secrets and all it's all out there actually. So yeah.
And I'm 300 comments back on myself looking for this crap I posted a minute ago. I hate it when I have to do that.
Oh, dude, there you go.
In other words, if we fall into a student loan trap, that's our fault. We're the one that chose it, right?
Student what?
Student loan.
Oh.
You said, it's basically about natural law and not violating it. So if someone willfully goes into like student loans and they know it's unforgivable, and because people prey on like young military people with that.
They do.
Loans aren't cool, man.
The GI Bill isn't all it's cracked up to be, is it?
See, brother Ford, I should say, was badass, right? He wouldn't sell you a car if he couldn't afford it. Like, none of that payment shit and interest and like, nah. Like, man, you got no dough. Go work, save up, come back and buy it. It's all good. Good ethics.
Someone's sleeping.
Yeah.
Fat Carrie.
You still smoking that wedding cake, man?
Yeah, hell yeah, I ain't killed that yet.
Nice.
Taking my time at it.
Nice.
That sounds like sleep apnea to me.
Man, I can't really hear him.
Roll him on his side. Damn. What was that?
Fat cry, is it? All right. Then. So we got. I can feel the globe spinning beneath my feet. You know.
How do you do that?
Just feel it with your foot. Not bad, huh? So that's a new one. Just feel it.
So
Yeah.
you trust your senses there, right?
Of course, I love my senses.
Dude, imagine, I'm sure all of us have been on, what do you call it, merry-go-round, right?
I have not. I've never been.
Well, or a roller coaster, whatever, a ride at the carnival. Imagine that thing.
That stuff is scary. I don't go to that stuff.
Don't think you'd fly off that thing in a second?
Why would you fly off? You're buckled in. I'm assuming, right?
I mean, it's ridiculous. Come on.
You're buckled in, man. Why would you fly off?
If you fly off, you should start orbiting if you flew off.
No shit. He gets it. You're gonna just moving forward. You're gonna like corkscrew around it because of gravity. Because it's way heavier than you. It has more mass.
Remember, you'll still be the same reference frame as well while you're orbiting the object that's spinning faster than you.
Okay, well, let's debate. If anyone wants to debate about it.
Oh, I mean, we are right now. Let's
do it.
And when you get further away, there's refraction.
That's going to pull you back in. So now we're back to position A in the seat, buckled. See, I win.
Yeah. Listen.
What up? Guess it's good weed. It has to be. Right?
Yeah, it's good. But you know. That sounds like good weed.
Not bad.
Bush.
It's called papaya, so I'd have to look up the genetics. I'm not sure what the genetic makeup is.
Can't wait till
I like sour diesel.
Mine are gonna be fruity.
Papaya. Well, what strain? Sonny? Are you growing?
You said papaya.
No, that's what I'm smoking. What is he growing?
No, hold on, I want to make sure. It's called Death Star, believe it or not.
Oh, okay. I think I've
it's
smoked
sour diesel, a combo between sour diesel and Sensi Star.
Ooh, Sensi Star from Sensi Seeds.
Mostly
Nice.
indica, but very high potency in both THC and CBD.
Nice. Paya's indica dominant strain. I looked it up right now. Let's see. What's the cross?
Mine's an autoflower, so what the Amsterdam people did in their little research teams, they took Russian
autoflowering?
Cannabis ruderalis, the ones that were just growing wild in Siberia on the side of a road somewhere, wild hemp, and they were really hardy and strong and squat bushes that could hold a lot of weight, and took a lot of punishment and just autoflowered by themselves.
So the Coriolis made it land there?
Yeah, because of the Coriolis bent the light, so it became non-photoperiod, right? It depends on the age of the plant that enters flowering. The light spiraled up there on the Himalayas or wherever the fuck it was. And as the light spiraled in, the genetics mutated because of the refractive mutation index. And it was a score of 5. So that made it mutate. And yeah, it just autoflowers. Good story. Should win the Nobel Physics Prize or whatever, like Einstein. Need some math.
I don't have any weed stories. So I quit like 14 years ago, so I could be a paramedic.
Oh, you can't blaze up, man.
No, it's a they can't test whether or not you're sober, so it's just automatically legal.
Okay. Oh, no weed, man. That's not cool.
Oh, they just want the sober mind regardless, you know, like obviously they don't want you drinking on the job, and they don't want you doing drugs on the job, but they can't determine whether or not you are sober with weed because it stays in your system so long because of the lipid cells. So they just make it illegal all the way around. Anything that stays in your system long enough for it to not be able to be reduced out, like it should be read to zero on anything that's mind altering.
Wow, okay.
I mean, would you want a paramedic or a nurse or a doctor working on you that's like stoned out of their mind?
They might diagnose me a little bit better. Maybe new perspective. I would like to. Okay, I would like the same doctor to check me out twice. Once sober, once after a blunt. You know, just in case. She's like, hold on now. I'm high as fuck. Well, these symptoms also
what the government told that in order to make a sale.
What's up?
And maybe they'll forget what the government told them to make a sale.
Yeah. And be like, oh, okay. Well, dude, you're good, man. Just go exercise or something.
Well, maybe you don't need this morphine. You know, you could probably do the same thing with that.
Yeah, just use the power of the mind, man. Just listen. Just to focus on the pain, huh? It's terrible.
Like after working in healthcare for 14 years, I could solve like at least 90% of life's problems before they get like out of control, or like your body wants to fix itself because of the negative feedback. So you can fix 90% of your problems just with over the counter if you know what you're trying to do.
Yeah, dude, nice, man. Yeah, preventive maintenance, or yeah.
Well, just like if you just need a little extra help, or you know, like,
So you know that you need that THC for the cannabinoid receptor. So there you go, man. You're missing out. Your receptor's dry.
oh, I'm missing. I know it, and I fucking and I sit there and I stew in my shit, and I fucking send out deep vibrations like "fuck you all."
Fair, man. Fair enough. Sorry, dude.
Not you guys, just the people in the world in general, dude. I'm just like, fuck everybody. I am not a fucking people person right now.
Yeah, 2 puffs, you will be.
Dude, make alcohol and tobacco illegal and just legalize marijuana. Like, make heroin illegal, make cocaine illegal, make all that shit illegal, legalize marijuana.
Bro, you know why they don't. Bro, listen, listen.
I know it's racist. It was
It's competition. They don't want competition.
And it started out as because of well, this is what I heard, that black people were doing it freely, and they were hanging out, or white women were hanging out with them, and they didn't like it, so it made it illegal.
Why do you think they got rid of the mafia? Because they didn't want competition.
Well, the mafia was trying to get the government. Mafia only existed as a like the government is a mafia, and so somebody else decided to become their own government, and they didn't like that government.
Exactly, it was a government within a government. Exactly.
Or
they didn't like that.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but you know, you did exactly. Drugs should be legal. Exactly. We wouldn't have all these fucking overdoses. The prisons wouldn't be packed with fucking, innocent, just fucking people who shouldn't be there in the first place. You know what I mean? But they got, and I know from firsthand experience, they got kids with misdemeanors locked up with guys who were doing 30 years for a murder. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking, and the judges do that just to scare the kids. What if the kid gets killed in jail? Then it's the judge's fault. You know what I'm saying? So,
or if the kid learns to do what that other guy did.
Yeah, the system is all fucked up, man. It's designed. It's all fucked up.
It's lack of justice, is what it is. You can arrest somebody and you can give them a punishment, but is the punishment justice? Is it correct? Was it appropriate for the crime that was committed?
Yeah, I mean, I remember. Yeah. I was gonna tell a story, but never mind. But anyway, yeah, the system's all fucked up, man. It's messed up.
But that's getting all the way off topic. I just was making an example of how much my life sucks because I have to fucking live a sober life.
Oh, stop it! You're like, oh, life doesn't suck. Stop.
Oh, it doesn't.
Dude, chocolate, man, it increases dopamine by 2 times since you're in
the glass is half full, not half empty. Remember that.
Okay? I tell women all the time when they go on their period, that's when they know how it's like to be a man 365 days a year. All we want is chocolate until we look good, that we're loved.
Dude, the glass is half full, not half empty, okay? Life doesn't suck, okay? Stop.
I just want to stop me off, dude.
Stop it. Life doesn't suck, dude. Stop.
It doesn't suck, dude. It doesn't suck. There's a lot of things.
How?
Huh?
Give me an example, yeah.
I said it doesn't suck. Are you asking me to say how it sucks?
I thought you said it does suck.
You said it doesn't.
No, I'm just being a spiteful asshole because I can't smoke weed.
Right.
Okay.
It doesn't suck. Occasionally I'd like to be able, like, I don't like drinking because I don't hangover. Like when I have shit to do, I don't like feeling dragged down, and I don't. For smoking weed, like I got all my like super weed smoking out of the way, so I don't need to like get super stoned anymore. Like I could do easily 3 to 5 hits and get on with my day.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah.
And I'm smarter about it because I've learned from the past. Like, what do people smoke, and then what do they want to do? They want to go eat. Well, why don't you eat before you smoke, and then you get to have 6 to 8 hours of fun?
Because you'll still get hungry. You'll still get the munchies. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, like 6 to 8 hours later. I don't get the munchies. I'll smoke. I get a little stone, and it's like, all right, let's go get work done.
I can focus. I can do everything like better, actually. And
will I miss something? Yeah, but like, I don't know, dude.
I build cars most people can't afford, stoned out my mind.
I know. I did without for many, many years. Don't get me wrong. More than a decade. I was completely clean and sober. I'm not saying it was bad, but at that time it was bad because I was taking a bunch of pharmaceuticals because of the stupid freaking that dream world.
I repair dump trucks that haul tons. I repair heavy equipment. I could do all this in my sleep. Why not stoned?
Yeah, I could do it stoned. I'm actually more focused. I don't know about you, and the results will vary.
I'm fastidious in the normal sense, and when I'm stoned, I'm hyper fastidious. I don't check every step twice. I check it 4 times.
Yeah, that's true.
Then I still wonder if I've checked it twice.
So you asked what might be the alternative or whatever. Like I don't take any pharmaceuticals. I don't take any, not even an aspirin, not an ibuprofen, nothing in pill form, nothing at all. I don't take anything that doesn't come from my kitchen. I don't take it.
So I posted marine navigation charts, and at the bottom of that USERP there, it says questions of longitude or latitude, longitude, compass variation, and curvature of Earth's surface could be safely ignored to navigate with the Port of Land chart. And then I posted the link that I took that from, so you can read the entirety. The history of navigational charts from the Encyclopedia Britannica. I actually have this edition, Britannica, but I didn't want to copy every page of it. Download it.
But like, just to go back and when you're like, oh, life doesn't suck. It doesn't. It's just sometimes you just want to slap a bitch. So man, you're just like, what the fuck, dude?
Get a 150-pound bag.
Dude, I swear, man, I was about to say my knuckles are all bruised from just today's session, man. They're all purple, dude. I hit it. Yeah, way too hard.
Punch that thing. I
can smash
wrestle it. I kick it.
Lean on it to rest. Fuck yeah, man. When you're winded.
Do all that. I'll push it and then stop the weight as it's swinging at me with just the shoulder.
Dance with it. Don't even
that's one thing I like to do. I'll push it off me with a jab, let it ram back into my shoulder, and then knock it backwards with my shoulder.
Hey, did y'all see what I was saying earlier when Roland Boulder was talking in there? Like, the dude agrees with every aspect of globe Earth. Every aspect of flat Earth. He just doesn't want to be called a flat earther. He wants it to be a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Sisyphus, or
yeah. Every time I heard him talk, he's like, "Oh, I agree with that." But
why was Rousey Fauci muted? Anybody know?
I'm not
sure. I was gonna ask the same thing. That's
yeah, he's a flat earther.
Or fat Carrie.
Let's see.
Fat Carrie was sleeping or something, or some shit.
Oh, Fat Carrie was the one snoring?
I think so, yeah.
It was PH. Where's PH at? Flatty?
No. Okay. All right. All right. Who else wants to step up to the plate? Nobody. All right.
What you got?
I don't think so.
Cirrus.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got.
You're talking to me, right?
Oh no, never mind. I thought you came off of mute to say something.
They got nothing.
I'm just eating.
Man.
They got nothing.
Hey, so I've got this new question that I've been asking Globers, and I mean, it's fairly new, so maybe y'all can help me like tweak it, or we can all tweak it together and make it kind of a new argument thing, or if it's an argument. Like, so you've got the radius in order to find the curvature, right? That's the radius. That's for a radius on a sphere. What's the radius of an oblate spheroid? And the answer, there's two. There's the maximum and the minimum, or no, the major and the minor. So if there's two radiuses, how can you have one curve? Does that even make sense?
Yeah, maybe the globe really is breathing then.
I mean, I'll post the link too on the NASA facts. It's stupid.
I think you're talking about the WGS84 model, right? The oblate spheroid model.
I'm not sure. It's on the NASA website. Let me pull up the link real quick.
And if I'm not mistaken, they do claim two different radii. The northern, the polar, and the equatorial.
Right. I don't know what year this was. Let me see let me scroll down and see if there's a copyright.
And this is on top of my head, but I think that those two differ like 70 miles. So it isn't like
Oh, this one's a difference of like 6,000 miles.
Wait.
I'm dead serious, dude. Here it is right here. Look it up.
No, it can't be 6,000.
Maybe 600.
Because the radius is 4,000 roughly. You know.
Yeah, so you're looking at kilometers, right? So it's like 22 kilometers difference, the equatorial and the polar from your link. So how's that an
radius?
Potato Earth, right? Potato Earth.
The circumference was different. Something was off. Maybe I was looking at it wrong. I apologize. I must have been looking at something wrong. But even so, you still have two different radiuses. How can you have one radius calculator? Like, shouldn't their argument be like, well, it depends on which direction you're looking if we can see more versus less?
Oh yeah, that's the first thing they say when you state that you can see beyond the globe Earth geometric limitation. They say, well, yeah, but Earth isn't a perfect sphere. Earth isn't a perfect sphere. And then you show them all the compositive images NASA gave them, right? So point me the imperfect sphere then. Point me where it's not a perfect sphere.
That's the one. That's the picture.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to see the perfect sphere picture. I want to see the imperfect sphere picture. The spheroid picture. I want to see the bulge. Where's the bulge? You can't. No one can show you that. It's always a perfect sphere.
Yeah, I just posted the model, right? This is what they claim is the WGS84 model, if I'm not mistaken. This is Potato Earth.
Oh my, like, and everything stays stuck to that when it spins. It doesn't make sense.
Yes, that is correct.
The actual physical shape, that's like a density map. So that's supposed to be showing more like gravitational strength at those places. So it's just that kind of data formed into a shape so that you can see where it sticks out more.
Is it really gravitational strength?
An amount of gravity as if the Earth were that size. This is supposed to be like a map of the actual physical shape.
Oh, so this isn't Earth then?
So this is gravity. This is what gravity looks like.
Yeah, I think so. I actually don't. I'm not 100% sure, but this is what I've seen before. Like, this is definitely not what anyone is saying the actual physical shape is like. This is like a density. Maybe it's not density, but it's like a map of.
Let's see what the article is saying. How about the article?
So
look it up.
Yeah, this is the WGS84 projection, right? So now point me on the picture below where it is the same.
Well, it's not. That's the point. Like that colourful one is like a data map, not a picture of. It's not meant to be a photo.
No, that's clear, right? We know it's not it's a model. I stated that repeatedly, but this is what they claim Earth has to look like. And now we get these images, right? The compositive images, which I posted below that. Can you point me which one is then the same as the above one?
Well, it's not. It's not meant to be the same as the above one.
Right,
the above one isn't the shape of the Earth.
It's a mathematical representation, pictorial representation of gravity.
So the WGS 84 map is not correct then? Is that it?
Well, let's look it up because I don't actually know for sure. I'm repeating what I what I've
If
heard.
it was a representation of gravity, it'd be a geoid, and they'd have the water on there. It'd be a representation of how gravity holds it to a central point on an ellipsoid. So no, it's not a gravitational model. You're wrong.
Well, let's check.
Point here is that they show you one thing and then show you another thing, and then claim it's both Earth. Okay? Inconsistencies.
Yeah, I don't think they know what the GWS 84 model is, bro.
Yeah.
The Geodetic World Survey
of 1984, right? Are we looking it up?
And this is exactly what I just said, right? It's just exactly what I said. When you show them potato Earth and then show them all the compositive images that we get from NASA, then it's, no, it's not the same. No,
Good one, Roger.
Could it be the same? Oh.
That's a quick checkmate for Roger. All right, let's do this race then. 1 for Roger, 0 for me,
Right.
0 for Battlemon.
Well, I can show you the gravitational model real quick. Modeling Earth's geoid. It's really simple. There's two different theoretical models. I don't know how it became a reality, but one's a geoid and the other is an ellipsoid, and they're both theoretical. And only in these theoretical models does level equal a curved tangent line around a central point. So there's your geoid model. It has the water included and the raised surfaces. It's not the potato now, is it?
But I love how they always argue like this has got to be it. This has got to be it. Where's your definite? You're saying that we have a picture of Earth from space, and then you show me the blue marble, and then I show you how it's wrong. And then because just for the simple fact that you are showing me a sphere, and I'm supposed to be looking at an oblate spheroid. Show me an oblate spheroid, and then they show you everything else, and then I'm saying, okay, so you're saying this is right, and that picture from space is wrong. So you're telling me that they have no picture from space?
Well, because there's only a 20-kilometer difference in the two different diameters. The two different radius. If you have a 4K monitor and you blow one of those images up to completely fill the screen, the difference will be about 30 pixels, so you're not really going to see it.
They won't be radiuses. That'd be an equatorial circumference and a polar circumference.
That's what I think that's where I was getting my larger numbers, and I need to find those numbers.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
One is pole to pole, one is supposedly the equator.
No, I'm talking about equatorial radius versus polar radius. The difference is about 20 kilometers.
Allegedly, right? Nobody ever measured
Allegedly,
it.
yeah.
Allegedly, right?
Yeah, those are circumferences.
So on a 4K monitor, you would barely be able to see that. You'd see about 30 pixels of difference.
Right. So Neil deGrasse Tyson was
24.
So he was wrong again then when he said Earth is it's a little chubby at the bottom, right? Looks
Who
like
said
a
that?
pear-shaped. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh yeah, he's an idiot.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Wow,
But he's the most biggest. He's one of the most famous globe priests out there. So why is he allowed then to talk to children and teach them that Earth is a pear-shaped spheroid? Why?
Yeah, he's just become famous as like a TV presenter, basically. I don't know many people who actually.
He's then
like
telling
him.
lies, right? Why is he allowed to tell lies?
You know there's only one radius, right? There's two circumferences, but only one radius.
Correct.
Well, no, there would still be two. Like
No, there
there's
can't be
however
two.
many
It's
radiuses or circumferences you want to
mathematically
draw.
impossible. They say it causes the Earth's radius to bulge about 13 miles bulge one way.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't give you two radiuses because two bulges don't equal a radii. So it's geometrically impossible. There's only two circumferences, guy.
Well, no, if you imagined it as like really
I'm not
exaggerated,
imagining
like imagine
nothing.
an
I'm
oval
talking
shape.
about geometrically impossible to have a bulged radius.
Is this guy a glober or he's?
Yeah, he's a glober.
It's a geometric
Doesn't
impossibility.
sound like really like a glober usually does, though, does he?
I think he's saying that like no
That's
matter
why
what, and there's a radius.
It's a mean. They say the radius is a mean number, which varies due to bulges.
Yeah, like if you take
You do know what mean means, right?
because
An
it's
average.
because it's uneven. You can't have like a radius.
It's
like imagine
one
you're looking
radius
down on.
with a 13-mile bulge, side to side.
Yeah, but the two radiuses aren't like
Those
east to
two
west.
bulges don't equal a second radius, dude. That's what you don't get. They don't even say it does.
But they do, like literally here on this document that someone else shared about with these Earth statistics, it has an equatorial radius and a polar radius. Like if the circumference is different around the equator and pole to pole,
There's an
then the
equatorial
radiuses of those two
circumference,
circles will
not
also be
radius.
different because they're different sized circles.
In order for you
That
to
circle is a circumference, bro. If you take the equatorial dimensions, that's a circumference, not a radius.
in order to find the volume of an oblate spheroid, you have to have two radiuses. That's just the mathematical equation for it. If you have only one radius, you can't find the volume of an oblate spheroid based off of the mathematics. But you can with a sphere. A sphere you can find like the arc of something based off of one radius or the volume. But with a oblate spheroid, you need two radiuses.
Well, yeah, as soon as it's not a perfect sphere, you would need like a single radius won't allow you to work out anything.
Yeah, I'll drop the link on the math for the oblate spheroid volume.
Well, how'd you know it's a sphere to begin with that became oblate over time because it's spinning and got fat? Ate too many calories. Is what I'm wondering.
And I'm just baffled by how quickly these people throw their own under the bus, right? When it doesn't conform to their globe rhetoric. I mean,
yeah, man.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is claiming what the globe claims. That is what he does. And then people say, well, no, he's just a science communicator. What does he know? He has a PhD in astrophysics. So what does he know, right? So they're throwing their educational system under the bus because, right? What does Neil know? He's just a stupid science communicator. He's allowed to lie to the children, and then say, well, I don't care what he says, but he's lying to your children. Nobody's going after him and claiming that he says the correct thing. He does says the correct thing. He does say it, right? That's what he does.
Says it's flat. Well, you're right. They're all now. It's a new thing now, man. Like all the globies are running away from Tyson, dude. Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's kind of crazy. Oh no, not that guy. I don't believe him.
Oh, that guy's like a government agent or something. Tyson.
He's a physicist, man. Astrophysicist. Or...
Yeah, I know that. It's as if they don't get it. See that a radius is a full circle. They act like you can take two different halves of a circle and make a radius.
Globe heads, man. It's all right.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is just an agent for the government, dude. He's
somebody just improperly stated it.
Yeah. Okay.
And you could find those measures with the circumferences. I don't need the radius to get them. I can get the volume from two different full circles, known as circumferences. Yeah, half of the diameter is in a radius. That's the very point. A radius is a full circle. It's a circle. Come on. Now, if it's a distance from one side to the other, is that a radii? Is that a radius?
Man, you know what? I'm just gonna post a picture of the flat Earth on the.
Half the diameter.
Excuse me. I'm just gonna fucking do it. Okay. Yeah. They show you in plain sight, man. No. Excuse me. They show you. Hold on. No, fuck.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I know. Just that line that goes from the center to the top, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of is the same when they tell us, yeah, no, that flight dynamic manual where they claim that airplanes fly over a flat, non-rotating Earth. That's just for simplification, man. It's just to make it easier, right? So of course Neil deGrasse Tyson is allowed to say stuff like it's just to make it easy, guys. It's okay for him to lie. Excuses, man.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that picture right there. You got a picture of the Chinaman. I mean they got it right in front of you, and people don't even look at it. That's the flat Earth right there. With the devil flowers around it. That's it. But how could you have that and then it just doesn't. I don't know. Whatever.
They call that the corona. The weed.
Oh, that's what they call those flowers, the corona?
It's a Roman thing, ain't it?
I call them devil flowers. I don't know. That's what I call them.
Flowers of control. I think Caesar wore those on his head, right?
Yeah. But that's what it is. They're showing you in plain sight. It's like mockery. They're just saying, yeah, you're too stupid to figure it out. So we're going to,
Going anywhere? Little beans. Little beans. Little beans. Teddy beans.
Flatty.
Yeah.
Yo. Teddy beans or whatever. What are you saying? Jelly beans.
Jelly bean.
We can hear you. You don't want to talk to us, man?
Jelly.
What?
That potato. Looking good, man.
How about some Model A? How about some Model A blues? You never heard that before.
Oh, that's a silly picture.
That's Earth, man. That's what it looks like, dude.
Sense. Well. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the Chappelle Show. Remember the intro to that? Chappelle Show. That's kind of what it sounded like. Anyway, yeah, that's not the fucking Earth, bro. That's looks like a fucking ball of clay. fucking kindergartners made.
It doesn't have water on it, right? That's, I think, with the water removed.
It looks like a ball of clay, bro.
That's
I'm
what
shocked
it looks
more
like.
people can't play the harp is what I'm shocked about. I'm shocked that this day and age modern people don't know what a shuffle is. What the fuck?
You know what they're playing?
You play harp, buddy? Harp you play?
Huh?
Harp?
Play authentic Americana freaking blues.
You
from
don't
the
play harp? Authentic American harp.
Say it again.
Authentic American harp.
That's funny.
You come again.
I have really great speakers now, man. Like my old speakers, got them revived again.
What you got? What kind of speakers?
These old Sansui speakers from about 1975.
Sansui.
And the Kenwood amplifier to go with it.
It's almost 6 years old. Shit.
From about 1977, 78. Like it's freaking the speakers are so heavy, man. They're like furniture, but that's good because what they do is push air really well. They're massive, and they're great sounding. Like fucking everything. Yeah, they're awesome. Different settings.
I got Yamahas all the way around.
So now when I do reproduction, I just use
I
these
can't do the math in battle mod. Oh shit. You do the math right now, dude. 2 pi. Oh shit.
The only thing is I have to get some of that electronics cleaner and clean all the potentiometers for the volume and the tone controls and the balance. It's all
Well, a radius is a radius of a circle. When you take the bulge, it's an oval. It's not a circle. I didn't say the radius was a circle. I said it's of a circle.
Radii.
Gizmo. Do you look for the radius of a circle or an oval? Which one?
An oval has 2.
Say that time. I heard static on into the word or into the sentence. Say that one more time, please.
Is my mic not working? I said
No, cut out somehow. I don't know.
Radius. I said it's a radius of a circle.
Right.
I didn't say the radius is a circle.
But you said about an oval and a radius. What were you saying about that?
Alright, man. You found it, like. Yeah, I thought, fuck, I should have left it on the front because the house number and that. And then that.
Crack just comes in all hot.
I'm just.
Dude, that was flatty. That wasn't correct.
I'm not saying that the math is wrong or right and whatnot. I'm saying what they say for an oblate spheroid and the volume, or just any kind of irregular shaped circle that doesn't have a perfect round circumference. You take the smallest distance radius from the center to the circumference, and the largest. That is your major and your minor.
And your minor, yeah.
Yeah, that was all I was saying. And they're using 2 radiuses, but they have a calculator for 1 radius, not 2.
Exactly.
That shit is whack.
They don't. That's what I said. They don't claim 2 radii. They just claim 2 circumferences, a polar and a equatorial.
What radius? You have to have a ball to have a radius.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying too, because if north is the center, and then there must be a circumference if there's a center, right?
Yeah.
And then the radius is the distance from the center where north would be to the circumference. I know what you're saying.
When is it seen in nature?
No, that's not my point. But it's all the same.
Trying to make some.
That's what I
mean. The radiuses may differ in only 13 miles, but how much do the circumferences differ? Feet.
Right. Okay. So you're talking about you're going with the potato thing versus. versus
Yeah, there's more than one model. If you look at it as circumference versus circumference, then you're just amount of height of the height of Mount Everest. But if you go the other way, well, you're adding 13 miles. Which one is it?
Right. And then but like you're going by like sea level height, right? Like not even if you go sea level height or mean sea level height, as far as like what a glober would go and say. There's an article out here, I can find the link on that too, saying that some other mountain is higher just because of like it lies on the equator versus it not being
it's further from sea level.
Right, pushing the bulge out more. And it's like, why does that make that other mountain taller just because it bulges out more? Now you're telling me that it's taller because it's further out from the core, not from the sea.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just trying to create some kind of talk.
I think I read that article too.
It was ridiculous. Like, I mean, there's literally an excuse for everything, and then it's like, let's go back to the beginning and start with the beginning math. And then once you start with the beginning of math, I mean, most of the time you can't get past the first math problem. It doesn't work. Not on a globe. And you asked for an example, but I mean, you could take any model or any science physics thing that they try to throw at it to prove the globe model. It's like, okay, well, let's talk about that. And when you go down to the basic mathematics, nothing ever fits. It doesn't fit within that. Or the definition's wrong. They've added too much to their own definition to take it away, like what I was talking about earlier with Sisyphus. And it's like, okay, you want to like get down to the semantics of gravity, and it's like you're talking about force. And if I jump up, eventually I'm going to go back down. And if that's gravity, then yeah, I agree with gravity. But if you're going to tell me that there's a force and centrifugal force is what's holding me down, that's bullshit. Which force are you talking about? Are you talking about a downward thing that's going on? I'm not saying I'm being pulled down, but I'm definitely going back down if I jump up. But their definitions are just so chaotic and messed up that they can't be right. Nothing can be right. And I'm only saying this because I'm new to this whole flat earth thing. But like when my eyes opened up to it, like literally everything exploded at once. And I was like, holy shit, everything was fucking wrong. It wasn't like one thing wrong and then I had to go test it and another thing was wrong. It was like everything, all the walls fell down at the same time. And now I'm just like looking at it from a whole new perspective.
Oh yeah.
Was there a specific?
Yeah, you're not gonna go back to sleep. Trust me. If you woke up,
I can't. There's no way I can. No way.
What do you think got you here?
What got me here to this Discord, or to
that kind of mindset, like when everything started falling into place?
Well, so before I did the whole flat Earth dive, I was researching. I had come to this idea that like all the mythologies in the ancient times were all true stories. They were just stories about the fallen angels.
Okay.
And then I like as you're reading through all that stuff, you come into the old civilizations and it shows you what their maps were of the world and everything like that. And it's like they all have flat Earth. It's all flat. And then it's like, okay, well, and then I'm talking to a friend and he's telling me the Earth is flat. And then he shows me a few videos.
In life, then okay.
Yeah, and then he shows me a few videos. He told me the Earth was flat before, and I ignored it. I wasn't gonna like get into an argument or anything because he's a good guy. Yeah. But then like once I started going in through all this mythology stuff, and I was like, well, tell me again why you think the Earth is flat. And he showed me a video, and then like I watched a few more videos, and I was like, okay, like this makes a whole lot of sense. And I'm thinking about the physics of just what goes on in our universe, and I'm like, none of it makes sense. The only thing that like I couldn't get past is like, okay, we haven't been into outer space, but we have pictures of space. And then once I found the Flat Earth app, I came to the same conclusion before I even saw is everybody in on it. I saw other videos first, and I knew everybody was in on it. Like I've always known Freemasons in general just to be flat out liars. They tell you one thing just to sell you on an idea so they can make more money on it. That's just their nature of life. They make money off of you.
Yeah, and I'm sure you could see the hand signs and the symbols and all that stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So exactly. So you're never gonna go back to that way of thinking again. You're awake. You're awakened.
And I see that symbolism in everything, including the globe model. Like I've learned that if it's suppressed on the internet, it's probably the truest thing you're ever going to find. Like you go on Google right now and Google Flat Earth. I'll be damned if you're going to find anything that's going to be promoting Flat Earth. The truth.
Let's give it a shot.
You go online and you try to Google government pedophile.
Earth.
Everything will be suppressed, dude. Everything is suppressed. It's ever the truth.
Yeah, well, welcome to totalitarianism or whatever they call it. You know, what the fuck they call it. But yeah, you know, people think we live in a free country. Yeah, I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
You're free to be a slave.
Exactly.
You're free to believe what I tell you to believe.
You're free to
search. In this search, it looks like it's the very last thing is a real flat Earth like musician of some kind, a Facebook musician, but everything else is like anti-flat Earth propaganda or
every time, dude.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. But there is one thing. There's one thing that's legit.
On the first page, did you go keep going down pages?
The first page. Yeah.
The first page, the first one of 3 pages that pops up is usually this one guy that's on YouTube, and he's got black hair, white skin, and he just loves to talk shit about flat Earth all the fucking time. And
people casting aside 2,500 years of what? 2,500 years of science, of course, I should have guessed. Right. You guys tossed 2,500 years of science. How do you feel about that?
Science must have been wrong then. I think maybe we need to start over with science.
Yeah, I wouldn't absolutely joke.
Start with what the truth was and fucking build a better science.
Yeah, I don't trust any scientists, man. You know, especially the ones on TV. They're all full of shit.
How could you? You imagine getting that deep into something and not realizing that it's bullshit. How does that happen?
Yeah.
I work in a hospital. I see people get admitted all the time just because the doctor can run labs and tests off of them for 3 days. Not because they need to go into the hospital. All the fucking time. But you can't say anything because you get fired, right? And so you kind of go along with it because do they need treatment, therapy, help, whatever? Maybe, yeah, they could use the extra aggressive therapy, but could they get along fine on their own? Yeah, instead of healing after 3 days, they could heal in 7 days, as long as they just do, take it easy, eat, drink, get out and walk around in the sunshine for a little while, all of those things. But nobody's going to tell them that. Nobody's going to give them any homeopathic things. No, it's all about promoting business because hospitals are business.
Yeah. That homeopathic stuff is kind of a lost knowledge. Some of it's still around, but I bet there's a lot we don't know.
I'm buying books up right now. Like, I'm not saying that the like an EMP would go off and everything, we would lose power on everything. But God forbid that ever does happen. Like, you're going to lose every book that you ever thought you had on the internet.
Right.
And so you better have stocked up with things that you need. Something you can pass down to your family through generations.
Right.
I got I bought a bullet loading manual for most modern day bullets. You just never know.
Yeah, there has been that blackout propaganda for many years now.
Yeah.
Who knows if that'll ever happen?
So along the lines of what you guys are talking about, have you heard the dead internet theory? You were just doing a Google search.
So. Dead internet.
Right.
Dead internet.
Yeah, that the internet is filled with trolls and bots and.
Oh yeah, no, I've believe it or not, I've met AI on like Twitter. I've had conversations with AI. They'll never admit to it, but their programming is specific every single time.
You guys heard about that thing where you put in a number of juice cases? If you know what I'm talking about, you just put in any random number and you'll get like an article. It's pretty obvious that there's bots creating articles, so there's probably a lot to this theory.
So one of the things mentioned on the video that I watched regarding the dead internet theory was regarding Google searches. So you just did a Google search for flat Earth, right?
Mm.
How many up at the top, how many search results did it say came up?
Oh, I've heard about this. The search results there's not as many as you actually think there are.
Right. So there's usually somewhere around 9 on the first page and then maybe 10 on all the pages after that, right?
Yeah. So flat Earth, you get I went to the wrong website here.
Is this on Google?
Yeah, Google tells you your search result stats. So 3,750,000,000 results in half a second.
Right. So the first page has what? 9 results. Skip past the ads, right? If there is any. What do you have? 9 or 10 results, something like that.
On the first page?
Yeah.
10.
10. All right. Click on page 2. How many do you have?
10.
10. All right. Just keep clicking through the pages. It should be pretty much 10 per page, right?
Okay, looks like it. Yeah.
So keep going. Figure out how many pages you can go. So keep watching that ticker at the top.
Oh, does it change?
Yeah, just see how many pages you can go. Just keep going page by page.
Right.
I haven't done this myself, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I have heard about this. I've seen it on a.
I got to 18.
Quantum of Conscious has explored this a bit.
You've gotten to 18. Were you able to get further?
Nope. It ended at 18.
It ended at 18, huh?
Yeah.
So out of that, what?
18 times 10?
Yeah. It's not quite what they're telling you.
No, not at all.
So obviously you're bottlenecked and pigeonholed.
It says page 19 of 184 results.
Mine says 177 results, page 18.
There may be something there that says, there's more, but they may not be matching your results. So you may be able to go further.
The last 2 are ads.
Mine, it just says if you want relevant results, we have omitted entries, and if you like, you can repeat it.
So click that. See how far you can go. I guarantee you're not going to get more than like 50 or 60 pages.
Ooh,
that initial
search with omitted results included.
Yeah. So they may have omitted something that may not have included both of those search terms.
Gotcha.
But even then, right?
I'm at 30.
So page one, they're leading you to believe that there's millions and millions and millions of results, but you only have access to 180.
Mm-hmm.
You're discussing the dead internet theory.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
That to me blew my mind because
So
effectively, how
$3.99.
How can a $1 trillion search engine called Google only show you 400 results worldwide? If you take something like pizza, there's also only about 400, and then when you get to the first end of the search,
yeah, same.
click on the blue link that says include omitted results, and then you'll get a doubling. Oh, have you done that already? Sorry.
Yeah, we got a doubling. Is there anything else to add?
No, I believe that once you get to the end of that list, it also says something about omitted results. So I'm not sure if that's indefinite.
Mine doesn't.
Oh,
I went from 18 to 40. I've got no omitted thing at the bottom of it. That's on Google.
You're even more restricted up there in the north, Mike.
Well, this is also something that blew my mind.
You know why?
The
I
fact
give
that
you
we've got
an easy answer on why.
But the fact that we've got these different internet platforms, depending on whether you're using your phone or the internet, like by your PC, is very much about steering the population. And I noticed something on Netflix the other night. On Netflix the other night, I was watching a program with someone, and I'd watched the same program the day before, and there was a whole scene missing from the Netflix video. So then we went to her house to go play the same thing on her one. It was still missing. We went back to my house, played the thing. It's included in mine.
Oh, wow.
When we went back to hers yesterday, because I said, shit, I've got to record this. I've never heard anyone talking about a Netflix series that has different like endings or different middle parts.
Sure.
And when we went back to her house now it's including the scene that was originally excluded. So even then, I was thinking, could it be from watching Netflix on the phone versus watching it on your TV versus why is it that we've got these different source files that, like, if I search a term on my phone and then I search the same term on my laptop, the first 10 results are different.
Well,
why? How is that even possible?
It's no secret why they limit Michigan more. We got militia, and we put them in gridlock. We took over our capital, open, armed, and carried.
Solar, I can. I have a suspicion. It's coupled to your identity, right? So when you're on the phone, I think you have a different identity than when you're on your PC, maybe. But which series was this? Because I want to check this. Yeah, you have a timestamp.
I posted it. Yeah, I just posted it in live stream voice text.
No, the series.
It's a series called the Shannara Chronicles.
Ooh, like the Sword of Shannara?
A bit of a fantasy thing, like a Lord of the Rings. And it was the beginning of episode. It was the beginning of episode 2. About 3-4 minutes into it, there's like a naked lady that climbs out of a fire pit. She walks towards this dark lord or whatever, and as she gets to him, she says, "I'm putting myself in the form that is most desirable to you." So she's like a naked lady standing in front of this guy. And when we watched it on her one, that entire scene was omitted. You saw her stand up, walk towards the guy, and then they carry on with their conversation.
Episode 2?
Episode 2 of Shannara Chronicles.
I'm checking it now.
So I read the books, the I think it was called The Sword of Shannara. When I was a kid. Wonder if it's related. Very
Yeah, it's
similar.
based on those novels.
Oy vey.
But basically, like she says, this thing that this is the form that you would most desire, and in the one version it didn't have that, and then in the other version it did. But it's a series, so like, how could they change one scene in a series? It just made me think about like Mandela effect and all these other things about how they could manipulate even just a single scene from stuff that we remember.
You know, I was just thinking, your plug in the wall is the same, pretty much as it always has been, but other things like the technology you're describing right now, whether it's AI or whatever it is, has been worked on, you know, to the maximum that they can.
Okay, so it showed me this lady stepping out of a, I don't know, bath of fire, walking towards the troll or elf, what is it? And then said, "This is your thoughts show me that this is the thing you most desire."
Is this
So
a
it did.
spin-off?
Yeah,
Is
so
this a spin-off from another episode, like the Druids or something?
So that was the scene that I had read the night before when I watched it on my TV, and then when we watched it on her TV, that was excluded. And we pressed pause and we went back and we watched it 4 or 5 times because I said to her, "This is what she says," and she never said it. And I was like, "What? Why wouldn't she say what I watched the night before?" And then when we watched it on my TV, it was there. So I don't know if checking it on your phone's Netflix versus your PC's Netflix might give different results. But like I say, from last night, it was back on her TV where it was originally excluded from. So I'm not sure if they've resynced or what. I don't know. It's just
What about the electronics that she was using, like Apple versus like anything else? Google Chrome. What's the other ones? I forget what the other ones are called. Like the little plugins that go on the TVs.
Oh,
I think you're right, Rog.
Talking about
I think you're right that like your phone has a different
Fire
IP to your
Stick.
PC.
Fire
So
Stick.
therefore it's picking you up basically as two different people based on your IP and then selectively showing you what you're allowed to see based on that IP.
It could be that, and I'm just again speculated. If you're in a household with a family and children, and then your children can also watch Netflix, right? So when you're on your PC and you turn that, you start that movie, it identifies you as a family, not as a person, but as a family. So it could be that there are children watching, and then it deletes or it doesn't show the nudity, right? So that's my speculation.
That makes it even more scarier with Google, not Google, but that new Facebook Meta universe thing. People living in their like artificial intelligence world. That's so scary, dude. Just thinking about that. We'll make your reality whatever you want us to make it.
That's all the Black Mirror stuff. I mean, it's right in your face. You guys have seen Black Mirror, yeah?
No, I personally haven't.
No? Oh, okay.
But I have a crazy mirror story that's for like another time and day. But
Yeah, Black Mirror is like all this future technology integration type stuff. Some of it's like, holograms. Some of it's bringing people back. All kinds of weird ideas in that show.
oh, it's like a show. It's not a movie.
Yeah, I think it's got like 5 seasons. It's very interesting, though. I mean, they basically just give it away. I mean, they tell you what's gonna go on, what they're working on. You'll see what I mean if you watch any of the episodes.
All of the lies that they do, like I call them spells. Like if you watch whatever, like all the powers that be, what they do, they tell you the truth in the lie. You just gotta listen for the truth.
Yeah, you're nailed it on the head, man. Wood of the Holly, I talk about all the time. It's really powerful. I don't, there's details we don't know probably, but
Oh, definitely. I can only imagine what happens at CERN, what happened 50 years ago in Nevada. Well, actually, the UFO crash that they took to Nevada happened in Texas. They drug it over to New Mexico for quick observation, and they took it all to Nevada later. And I say UFO, whatever.
I think it was just a sad balloon.
Was that Albuquerque? Some shit.
It's just alien propaganda.
Sad balloon, dude.
It could have been too. It could have been too.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, and the original thing where the dude reported it on TV said it just looked like a weather balloon. Could have been an Echo 1 satellite.
And I heard that when whatever happened there, when Area 51 was created, Aleister Crowley helped with the initiation or something like that.
There you go.
And maybe that's a conspiracy theory. I don't know. It was just something I heard. Like there was a huge black mass spell that happened, and supposedly somebody said there was a portal that was opened.
Well, I mean, as soon as you hear the name Aleister Crowley, I mean, you automatically, that's it.
Yeah, there's going to be some magic there. You hear Aleister Crowley is who's that prime minister? Prime minister in like the 1940s in
You talking about Chamberlain?
No, fuck. I know who you're talking about.
Can't think of it for some reason.
Oh, who is it? Who the fuck is it? Prime Minister in the 40s.
You're talking about, but he was probably like the father or the son of Aleister Crowley.
No, the theory is that they're the same. They're the same person.
Oh,
yeah.
Winston Churchill.
There you go.
Oh, that's what I was trying to think of. Not Chamberlain.
And it really gets you thinking, like how many times this could go down.
Like the whole
relative.
Well, there is a theory about like these Hollywood people that look the same, right? Like they might be these eternal gods.
Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, like Keanu Reeves, fucking shit like that, right? So yeah, you have to sit there and think, is there such a thing as pareidolia of faces to where, biometrics are not exact and patterns are doomed to repeat after a while? Or is there something to it? Is there something to these tyrants that have to sit there and watch every single one of their children destroy and kill each other as part of the punishment?
But to have this happen all in the same genre of businesses, like all actors, all royalty, all leadership.
And they do push the cybernetic human propaganda a lot as well. So it's like you cut a dude open in the Alien and he starts squirting some milk. It's like, oh, that's not a human,
I'm just saying, these things that we call aliens, they're not flesh and blood.
Right.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen the series The 100?
100? No.
No. Yeah, I saw a bit of it. That's where they're up in space and they have to get
Right.
sent down to the Earth. Yeah, I saw that.
I saw yeah, but at the end, I don't want to spoil it, but they have this chip in their neck. Well, I'm spoiling it, but they have this chip in their neck where they can copy their consciousness or take their consciousness from their old body and put it into a new body. So that's kind of tags in with the people claim they are the same people, right?
Yeah. Yeah. There's tons of speculation on the bloodline types and the royalty and whatever you want to call them.
I'm saying these Anunnaki, like they say, and they went into women, right? They entered into the women.
Right.
Maybe it was
the woman of
habitation. Maybe it was possession.
And then there's all the talk of shit, what are they called?
It also says came unto the woman of mankind and bore them children. So it does say there was consummation, there was offspring of some kind.
Yeah,
Have you
but
guys
what if
watched
it's a
Nano Man?
corruption? Like, what if their spirit is taken over by this entity? And their DNA is corrupted because of it. So that it's literally that's what
I've also been wondering, do you think some people are more prone to being possessed and that some are just incapable of it?
Yeah, if you don't have all the parts of the armor on.
What's Hercules? You know how Hercules is half human and half whatever.
Titan.
So what do they call that though? The
men of renown,
demigod.
men of old.
So it could be some.
Men of old. Yeah.
It's their own propaganda, the demigod propaganda. They put that a lot.
Yep.
Have you guys watched Nano Man from Space Busters?
Watch what?
Nano Man from Space Busters.
No.
Space Busters they're kind of like Globe Busters. It's a channel that does like a lot of documentaries, hour long, 2 hour long. And they've released one where they've combined all of this latest medical stuff and all the nano aspects to it, and about sort of postulating a couple of ideas where this could be going. The same like testing the dead internet theory. One of the things that they're starting to show a lot of videos of is people putting on their Bluetooth while in very crowded spaces, and then suddenly there's a lot more Bluetooth signals to connect to, but yet it says one of the manufacturers, the one that starts with a P, it says their name as the product that you can pair with Bluetooth pairing. And effectively what they're trying to imply is that the people that have gone and become juiced are now giving off some kind of a Bluetooth signal that can be paired with.
Huh.
I missed that last part. Was that it can what?
It's giving off a Bluetooth signal that you can pair with. So next time you're with someone that you know is definitely juiced or chose the Gatorade, then put on your Bluetooth and see if you can pick up a signal from them.
Yeah, see, I could play my Metallica right through your fillings and all your nanotechnologies, man. Yeah.
I've got to see it, especially if they're vaccinated.
Turn up the bass.
Yeah, I'll try it tomorrow. I'll be with someone that's tripled.
Do you figure this will give like some sort of a S2K type thing, one of these Skulta voice technology?
All over, walking around with their phones and their Bluetooth pairing on.
to like mimic some kind of a spiritual thing.
It'll be worse than the Pokemon Go battle mod. They'll be walking around.
You know what a
running into
Merkaba
traffic.
is? Yeah, you know what a Merkaba is?
Yeah, it's like a two pyramids conjoined or
Chariot.
something.
Well, if you read the thought stuff where the Martians were supposedly came down and built a fake Merkaba, you know what I'm talking about?
It's a toroidal vortex from inside, from above and below.
Yeah, and it's made by a bunch of human beings who are connected together spiritually and mentally. So if you could Bluetooth them all, it'd be a fake one. One mind, one accord, a Merkaba. So it'd be a field that connects everybody together. I can't remember what story is that from where the Martians came down here and they were Atlantis and they tried to build a fake Merkaba.
The Atlantean.
Thought the Atlantean.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it had something to do with thought. It was a while ago I read it.
Or Hermes Trismegistus, whatever you want to. Yeah. Same entity. It's the one that the Phoenician, the Druidic sect that went from an area after a major devastation and Hyperborea was lost to it.
And they say that the pyramids are
language back to them.
Remnants of that fake Merkaba.
Yeah. Well, the one that blew up, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they say the pyramids are?
Yeah, and the pyramids were beacons. The pyramids were also beacons, right? Like Gilgamesh. There's an epic of Gilgamesh, like one of these stories of Gilgamesh. There's several stories of Gilgamesh. One of these stories is he went to Egypt and took the crystals and smashed the crystals that were the beacons that were hidden inside of the pyramids. And when he did that, the system overloaded and it caused the gateway to Nibiru to disappear.
Interesting.
Something I want to know more about.
It's like the Rainbow Bridge.
All of those ancient mythology stories, like they're the beginning of the tale, the true story. It's just a matter of finding out, learning more about them.
Yeah, that's Lemuria, Atlantis.
You've got anything to post about that? Post it.
I'm thinking more along the lines of astrotheology.
Which one was up there with King Arthur? Oh God, it was a Shakespeare. Avalon.
Avalon. Once a future king.
Well, it's just a floating island that no one can ever find.
You ever watch Stargate SG-1?
Oh yeah.
It goes into King Arthur, the Knights of the Round Table,
the Ancients,
Merlin, what's her name?
Like if you read the story of King Arthur, he went north to fight against whatever was up north, and he never returned. But like supposedly the battle happened at the North Pole.
My people think the North Pole is a gateway, that our fathers came from the fifth world down to the fourth through the poles, and you follow the Aurora Borealis, the gateway.
Could be. Could be.
That's a Anishinaabe.
What links them all together?
Or First Nations people. Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Chippewa, Marquette, Potawatomi, Cree. It's one nation, many tribes. They'll try to tell you there are a whole bunch of different peoples, but they're not. It was one big family. The family is the nation. The tribes are branches of the tree, the family tree. So, yeah, that was the story of Lemuria. I have to look that up. I remember reading it. It was interesting. I mean, it kept me reading till I was done. You know.
I hate reading.
Whether it's fact or fiction, I don't know, but you know.
But if it interests me, I mean, I'll read and read and read and read. I would love to see an actual flat Earth book, and not necessarily a flat Earth book, but an Earth realm book. That, like, I'm kind of starting to believe the whole Earth realm thing. I mean, we can't see the entire Earth, even with the sun above head. We'd have to have something illuminate the entire realm in order to see what the real shape was.
Yeah, nobody views the entire Earth.
Huh?
Martin Liedtke. He's got a flat Earth book.
Spell that name in the chat. I'll look him up. I just need
I don't know how to spell the last one.
truth and fact, and like I would rather read a book on mathematics than to read somebody's fucking opinion, their opinion about history or something like that. Like, if you're gonna give me history, give me the facts about history. Don't give me like your story interpretation or somebody else's third or fourth person story version of an interpretation. And that's frustrating about a lot of the books that we have, that, like, if anything ever goes down at the Vatican and all the books come out and they all get exposed and everything, we're going to have a hell of a time translating all that shit, because nobody reads Latin or Greek or Vulgaic or what other languages there are that are stored up in there, probably.
Yeah, Martin goes hard. I don't know where he gets his content from. He has like this endless amount of old books that he goes through.
It's hilarious. I put him in.
He's OG.
No, I put him in my Audible and he doesn't pop up. It must be the truth if he's not popping up, dude.
Yeah, he's OG. He's legit.
Oh man, I'm really restricted. I fucking look up the story of Lumaria. I get like 3 pages.
I told you, if it's the truth, you ain't gonna find it, or it's gonna be really hard
To
to.
a complaint we received under the U.S. Digital Millennium Copyright Act, we have removed one result from the page. If you wish, you may read the DMCA complaint that caused the removal.
One complaint, and it wasn't even the person who created the reference. It was probably somebody else who wanted to argue for them for no reason. It's like when a white person tries to explain to a black person about white racism. Like, black person knows. Not saying that. That's a whole nother story. I'm not even going to get into that.
It's just more propaganda.
It is. I've been saying for a long time now, like either stop saying the N-word altogether or let everybody say it, and we'll just make it mean dude instead of
my nigga.
Yeah, like that's dude now. That's not. If you're not gonna make it, if you're not gonna stop saying it, then everybody gets to say it. I personally don't like the word, just because I'm sick of hearing it.
It's as simple as you have a not a sympathy. You have the tendency to stick with your own naturally, but it is eroding a little bit right now. That's it. That's all it is. The rest is propaganda.
The holy grail of our flat Earth.
Oh yeah. That's what they ended up calling it. Pretty cool name. Yeah, I should buy that book. That's probably ridiculously cool.
$15.62.
It's not bad.
The holy grail of the Great Reset and the holy grail of our flat Earth. It looks like he's got 2 of them.
In one book? Oh, that's 2 books.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So the reset must be a his own theories about what's to come, and then the other one's like the flat smack fest, you know.
Right.
Project Gutenberg.
No,
Download this
book
ebook.
one of
I
two.
don't know. Gutenberg.
118 ratings on him, 4.5 stars. That's pretty freaking good, dude.
Yeah, he's got great energy. He's a cool dude. And he's fully awake to the whole deal.
Yeah, I see people who are asleep still, like they're like so sheepishly asleep, and you try to explain it to them. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. No, 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 that's not true. It can't be true. And it's like, man, like you wonder, like, how could you think so simplistically? But how nice it must be to be able to think simplistically and be able to survive.
You just answered a question I've had, and it's there's some form of psychology that they've forced upon everybody, and whatever it is, it just makes them completely complacent and
Simple.
Trusting. It's all good. It's all been figured out. It's all good. You know.
I can't believe it, man.
Yeah, it is incredible.
I mean, it's like somebody being hypnotized. Have you ever seen someone hypnotized, like at the fair or something?
No, I don't think in person. No, I've only seen videos of that.
Oh my gosh, dude! Like I've watched it in person. I remember the first time I saw it. Like my heart sunk, dude. I was like, I would be heartbroken if I lost that much control.
You think it'd even work on you?
I don't know. I don't think I'd be willing to even
A
let
lot of
somebody.
people, it doesn't work.
I'm not willing to like allow myself to go into a state of subconsciousness where somebody else can have control. Like I like to let go that much. I'd rather be dead.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what it means to let go that much, but I could imagine it.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I could sit there and stare at something spinning for a long time to see if it's going to hypnotize me, but it doesn't. It doesn't have any effect on me. I can stare at something forever. I'm going to think of whatever I want to think. I'm not going to allow my eyes to get heavy and allow somebody to have subjective say over what I do.
Yeah. Right, exactly. It probably wouldn't work on you at all. And
No,
plenty of people it doesn't.
I could pretend and fucking control them.
That's true. That's true. There could be those people too.
Pull them back. Be like, oh yeah, whatever you want.
But to be honest, in the videos I've seen, I mean, there's no way to know if it's just, people he chose out from the crowd that he already knew or whatever. Yeah, it's
There's always that.
Yeah. I haven't delved enough into. I know hypnosis is definitely real, but it's probably got to be like a one-on-one trusting type situation. There's all those movies. See, it always comes back to movies. Hollywood's so crazy. There's those movies where it's tons of propaganda on it. It's now it's therapists are doing hypnosis and they'll tap into your like forgotten memories. That's what they pushed in multiple movies.
There's no people.
So they tap into it through the hypnosis.
I guess everybody remembers everything. We choose to ignore what the bad thoughts that we've had from our past. If I wanted to, I could remember everything from my childhood. I choose not to.
Yeah, I've wondered about that. I only remember select things. I wonder if I tried hard enough, I can remember more. But
I mean, like, there's things that I try to forget all the time, and every once in a while, the images pop up in my head, and it's like, I'm not going to let that be a part of my life. Like, you know, all the abuse that I had growing up, like, it's just not going to happen. But I remember all the places I lived.
It's easier once you realize where you are.
I may not remember all of every single second of every single day, but like, I can remember different specific things about different places that I've lived my entire life. I can probably remember at least 2 things from each year of my entire life, down to probably 2 years old. If you really, 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 really think about it.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that? Think about what?
If you really think about just like people who have suppressed memories.
Oh, okay.
You can remember whatever you choose to remember if you're willing to look into your memory. If you're ignoring something, you're either a superficial person or you're choosing to ignore it because of whatever thought or whatever emotion it might evoke. But
Well,
you can remember.
I was going to say, per person, there could be like a subconscious, like, how important is this to remember? And then you know, maybe it's like stacked, right, in some strange way.
Yeah, maybe.
That's a weird place to speculate on how the brain would do something subconsciously, and whether I even believe any of that or not. I bet there's a lot of brain science that's pretty out there on purpose. I mean, as a kid, you already know, like, your imagination can basically view whatever, right? So I don't know. Brain science is strange. Oh shit!
Drop the bomb, bro.
Davey's got some shit going on. Wait, what's happening? What day is it? It's the 1st of February. That sounds like an actual siren.
Isn't this the monthly test for you guys?
I don't know. He's in New York.
Okay.
Somewhere in New York.
They don't have that kind of shit in New York, so that might be like.
Yeah, tomorrow ours will go off in town. They do it at noon on the first day of the month.
Yeah, it's a weird time. It's 5, 4, 10. So usually it's on a whole hour.
Ours, I can't hear it from where I live, so I'm not pressed about it.
Not to mention,
I get a phone alert.
He's not there to tell us what's going on, which is a little weird.
The aliens are coming. Who is it?
Davey.
But yeah, going back to the brain thing, I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard this before. Like, certain smells could bring you back like instantly.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
smells are supposed to be one of the better things to bring memories back. You know
Yep.
You don't know any more?
When you like taste like certain like flavors, that'll bring you back. Everything's like connected. Everything.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. We were on to something big before the alarm.
Can y'all still hear me?
Yeah. Sound good?
Yeah, dude. I don't know if this what goes on with y'all's internet, but like I swear on everything, dude. After January 20th of 2020, or 2021, like anything that ever since I've been talking about the truth since before then, but after then I've continued to talk about it, and like my internet has gone to shit, dude. I even use a VPN and everything, and I just feel like my internet just keeps getting logged off all the time.
Yeah, VPNs are known for giving you bad latency, right? Giving you bad or less.
But I before I started using VPNs, like based off of my searches and whatever websites I would go to and everything, my uh, IP would get flagged, and I'm assuming it was my IP because when I got a VPN, I was able to revisit the sites. And they're like, if I take my VPN off right now, there's websites I can't. And my VPN is pretty much in the same area, location as where I live, just so that way I don't have to have that latency issue, trying to assume an identity from at a longer distance. Did I lose everybody?
No, you're here. No. Yeah, it routes your connection through that VPN through another server, so it still will get a little bit of lag, right?
I get what you're saying. Like say the company is in Boston or something like that. So when I connect on here. Then my information goes through Boston, and from there it's transmitted out to where to be. Versus if I get on here, I'm just getting on here. If that's what you're trying to say. I don't know. I just feel like I have horrible connection. Like I'll have 3 bars or 4 bars. I get horrible connection. And I know about the latency thing, but I get horrible connection even when I take my VPN off. And it's gotten worse since January 20th of 2021. Actually, probably since March of 2021 is when I really noticed it.
You have a YouTube channel or something?
I have a YouTube channel or name, I guess you could say, and I have some playlists saved, but I don't do like video streams or anything like that.
So, quick update. I don't know, Solar, if you're here, but last update was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. But yeah, they're definitely not going to introduce the 2G system. That is off the table now in the Netherlands. They're still holding on to the 3G system, but I assume this will be gone in 2-3 weeks, as the UK is dropping everything, Denmark is dropping everything, Finland is dropping everything, Ireland is dropping everything. So I assume, but I'm not exactly sure, but because we still have France and Germany doing these things, but yeah, there's a lot of pushback now.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to ask, what do you mean by 2G?
The 3G system is where you have a code when you are recovered or tested within 24 hours or had the juice within 270 days or have the extra juice, which then is indefinitely. So if you have 2 juices, then it's for 270 days. When you're recovered, it is for 180 days, and a test is for 24 days. 2G is when you only are allowed with the juices and a recovery. That is the system. And 1G would be if you want to enter a bar or a discotheque or whatever. It is that you need. If you have a juice, you also need to be tested. Are you following me?
Yeah, thanks for the clarity.
So the 2G system is off the table, where you're only allowed inside bars, restaurants, when you only have a recovery or a juice certificate. So testing is then not allowed. That is off the table, but they're still talking about the 3G system. But again, I assume that this is going off the table because every scientist and his mother are saying it doesn't work. So now Denmark is dropping everything, and their quote unquote cases are still rising. Right? So, but still they're dropping everything because they say, well, yeah, it's useless, right? With or without system, it will still go up. So we're just gonna act normal again. Just live your life, people. The only thing that's still intact will be that you need a negative test to enter the country. For the rest, you can do whatever you like.
They did the same thing in Nicaragua. Anybody ever see that?
No.
No mask, no juice, no nothing. Live life.
Right. Yeah,
In the
that's what. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, live life in the most dictated state.
Yeah, that's pretty much Europe.
Well, what do you think about juice numbers for Europe?
Mm,
Do you think it's bad?
I don't get your question.
Amount of people who would get it.
They claim in the Netherlands, but it's non-verifiable. They claim like 58% of the adults, so above 18, took the they drank the juice, and 50%, a little bit less. I think it was 48%, but not exactly sure. Took the extra juice. But it's all numbers, right? It's just numbers. We don't know.
Good point.
So yesterday there was an article that, our Prime Minister of Health answered a bunch of questions through the Parliament, and he said that from Friday on, 550,000 people will lose their green check because they took it's now the base juice, right? They're now talking about the base juice. So they took the base juice, and that was more than 270 days ago. So from Friday on, those people will lose their green check. 550,000 people.
Green check?
So they will become quote unquote unjuiced in the narrative.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's not a paycheck. It's just saying you're okay. You're good to go.
No, you're not good. So we have this
Well,
check.
they're on check now, so they're no longer good to go. Right.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I
we
thought
have this.
somebody was getting a juice paycheck.
No, it's the QR code system we have. So when
Yeah.
you want to enter a bar, a restaurant, theater, you need to show your QR code.
You know how much shit that would start here, especially in Michigan.
I hadn't heard that yet. The QR code. Okay.
Crazy.
Someone would drive their car into a bar.
That's a redneck complaint there, buddy.
That's all over Europe, right?
How do you know when your redneck neighbor's complaining? He parks his Ford truck in your front room.
That's right.
You say I can't come in. How about I just make a new door right there and park my fucking car there?
Why did you put your house on my car?
I'm not in here. I'm in my car. Yeah, that shit would start a war here.
Just to clarify, Solar, so the systems I just explained, those are the systems used in the Netherlands. In Germany, they call it a little bit different. So they call 3G 2G plus. It's really
What G fucking pfeffer?
That's like instead of having a 386, now you got a 480.
No wonder immigration to America is so valuable. I now have a new outlook. Sure, come on.
It's so ridiculous. They're just throttling things. They're telling you, oh, it's going to cost this much more. And
Well, my thing is, how many of these people have been forced to take something that no person in this world should ever be forced to inject in their body if they don't want to?
especially if they don't know what it is.
I don't really care if we know what it is. It's your body.
That's right. If you go to the hospital and the doctor wants to give you morphine and you say, no, I just want some ibuprofen, you have every right to refuse that morphine.
Yeah.
True.
You don't have to take shit that the doctor gives me.
Be like, I got my knife right here, so don't try anything funny, and everything will be okay.
No, you don't have to threaten people. You just say no.
You want to know a crazy statistic? If there's 7 people in the world and there's 70 million American gun owners, that means 1% of the world owns 50% of the guns.
I'd say at least a quarter or a third of that percent lives here in Michigan.
The U.S. is like 15%.
Every person here, if you can you're guaranteed if they say, I shoot moving objects and I hit them, or I don't eat dinner. That man has 50 guns. Guaranteed.
That's a lot of guns.
If not, he's got at least 50 at his house if he's the only one who lives in the country, because he's holding all his family members' shotguns and rifles, see?
Yeah, that's true too. Hold on to this while I go to jail.
Yeah, I use that redneck, tone there, but we're Yankees, man. And,
How many guns did you say? Was it 7 million or 700?
7 million guns, 70 million gun owners.
7 million guns.
Own 50% of the guns in the world.
They're all in the U.S.
That's right. That's why they want our guns, dude. That's why they keep having like programmed mass shootings. Because they need to have a reason to get rid of all.
That's what all this psychodrama is about. Honestly, it's about us, man. It's like fucking what a nightmare, right? Like I think it's because too many people are waking up and they know it, and they have to
I feel for the world.
They had to shut it down. Shut it down.
Yeah, you're
now.
probably right.
He said pull it, just like they did with Building 7. Someone said.
oh man, we got over 800,000 fucking veterans in Michigan.
Yeah.
Every one of them's armed.
Texas too, and Virginia.
I'm sure you got some extra
Florida.
that you could share if the
Anywhere
time
there's freedom.
came about.
I said your average man has 50 guns now. I don't want to tell you what people like myself with the numbers we have are just
guns. I have
ludicrous.
5,
My
I've got 1,000
family,
rounds for each gun.
my family goes all the way back to Ruby Ridge, and we've been passing guns down to the next bloodline for 20 generations.
I'd like to restore some of those heirlooms, man. I think those are safe.
Some of them was still able to go to war with. Some of them, they're just for looks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just depends on what it is.
If need be, I'll bring a Tennessee long rifle, son. Don't think I won't.
Yep. Black powder still works.
Right.
That's a 50 cal. It's long range with some new age fucking poured out lead slugs. We'll get greater distance than they did back then.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something you won't be walking away from.
No, I can make my own gunpowder. I won't get rid of one. Maybe the breech load, the muzzle loaders, but just regular ball and cap. Keep them stacking.
Small cannon out there.
Yeah, it's just a small cannon. That's all it is.
Get some artillery out there. Yeah, my dad had this friend. He used to go hunting all the time. And I remember being in this place inside of my dad's backpack, looking up, bouncing along a trail. So anyway, I used to go hunting there all the time. This guy was from World War II. Listen to this. This dude had a missing leg. He was a B-17 tail gunner.
Dude, my dad took this Vietnam vet with us one time, elk hunting in Colorado, and I swear this guy had a 20-pound fucking backpack, a rucksack, you know what I mean, and at least 40 pounds of body armor. He was wearing a plate jacket. Well, we're elk hunting. I was like, I didn't say shit to him, fucking Vietnam vet, but I thought, man, he's really scared, huh, Dad? He doesn't have any faith in your shooting ability or mine,
So anyway, the real story about old Harry was they got shot down. He was the B-17. They got shot down. He lost a leg in that little adventure. Anyway, he had a big farm, big piece of property out in the woods in Missouri that we drive to for many hours to get out to. Anyway, but Harry had a whole basement full of weapons all over the walls, hanging everywhere. From Thompson machine guns to...
Yeah, some people got a second basement for that, Sonny.
All the Lugers. He had collections of German guns. He had the coolest guns all over. He had a bazooka up there.
I'll give you a taste here. Hold
This
on.
guy had mines, landmines.
There's some of my dad's shit I had on the table one day.
With 50 caliber machine guns. This dude was strapped in, boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
He could have been my brother by another mother. My dad might have been down there.
Shit, this dude had a
Here.
full of guns.
You got to remember, Dude, those people come from a time when like there was street justice.
Look at
And
this,
like,
Sonny.
if somebody pulled a gun on somebody and then you got the upper hand on them, even though they pulled a gun on you, you robbed them of everything.
This dude loved those guns, and he had collections like that. He go like, this one is this whole section right here is this, blah 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 blah. He had a whole collection of everything. These are all
Yeah, that's just a small portion of
these are special ones. Like
what my dad had.
my dad had some weird friends.
I own it now though, but I got M1s, M1 Grands.
Everything from World War II.
I got certain things under antique estate property
11
that
model.
Americans aren't supposed to own.
Winchester. He had all kinds of things. He had Winchester hunting rifles. He had old heirloom guns. He had
I got a 50 mil fodder cannon. Goes on the back of my military Jeep.
That was quite impressionable for me.
I drive that in the Veterans Day parade. It's still a working fodder cannon though.
But anyway, update. Years later, Harry Dean got an accident out there on the roads in the woods and slid off the road, hit a tree, and lost his other leg too.
Damn.
Isn't that sad? What a fucking soldier, though. The dude was still alive and kicking after losing both legs for a while. Isn't that true?
Yeah, I've seen dual amputees on fake legs.
Yeah.
Walking
And that's-
around.
My aunt, one of my other aunts, I won't mention names. Well, my Aunt Linda, it doesn't matter. There's a whole bunch of those. My Aunt Linda, she was married to a German. He was a German soldier, not a Nazi, but a regular German soldier in World War II.
I got an Aunt Linda.
My other aunt was married to a full-blooded. What was his tribe, man? One of the northern tribes.
Ottawa, Cree.
Hey, man. It was probably one of the Illinois tribes. I'm guessing, or it could have been Wisconsin tribes. I don't know. It was up there. Who knows? Who knows? It might have been Michigan tribes. Could have been anywhere up along there. But I used to go to their tribe. They had these tribal ceremonies. I would go there with my aunt.
Sioux. Potawatomi.
My Aunt Susie.
Winnebago.
My Aunt Susie. What a trip. Wow. What a
So
life.
a lot of Illinois tribes are the same as Wisconsin and Michigan too. So
Yeah, I know.
yeah, they're all about the same. They call it the Illinois Confederation, but they're Anishinaabe Nation.
But they had a wicked dance, man. That dance was wild. And their costume, their headdresses and everything, the authentic ones are just stunning. I mean, you're mesmerized.
I got regalia and headdress.
And when they were doing that, like the vibration to the floor was astounding, and it actually moved me. Like it was a trip. I felt the vibration. I got a good sense of rhythm, like from all.
I've been there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's an oscillation. I agree. I've been to many a powwow, bro.
And I can dig it. Like that is cool. Like I like that.
I do too. I like to watch the native women dressed in full regalia and dance.
Yeah.
I'm dating a native girl right now.
I wouldn't mind having a nice native girl. They're beautiful. Anyway, yeah, I just got done taking because I did my bike mechanics and I replaced my front tire
She
after
she
6
gets in her little kitty cat outfit and gets in the hot tub, bro. I can't resist.
subject about that. Anyway, yeah, that sounds cool. Wouldn't be bad.
My daughter, like, sure, that's the best thing.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, you know, I've been with women and I've been without.
Battle Mod, is that new girlfriend of yours, is she awake?
No, she's sleeping.
Does she understand?
Oh, she's woke.
Reality.
She's woke.
Oh man.
Whoa,
remember, we all believe in Turtle Island. We don't believe it. The Earth is on the turtle's back. We believe North America is the Turtle Island.
There we go. I can go along with that.
But the Creator created us, the great Wakan Tatanka, Yawankan Tatanka. He created us in our realm for us. But he told us others would invade our realm or our world.
Yeah.
In time. From other realms.
I don't know. Here's my are we I feel like a human being. I don't feel like a demigod or anything like that.
Me either.
Are we but I still feel like I've invaded in some way as far as like where I should be in this world versus where I am now. Does that make sense?
I think the point, and a lot of my elders do that, well, maybe we were created separately, but we were meant to come together and be one big family.
I would like to believe that, just because I think we should all be working together without any oversight.
Well, it's the way of the world. We see animals do it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
They honor and respect each other's areas, food supplies. Now, they might fight amongst themselves within each breed, but it's very seldom in nature that you find breeds that are actually at war with other breeds or other kinds. You know,
Right.
The birds don't fight against the bears because the bears eat some of their berries. You know,
Right. No, they eat out of necessity, out of survival.
Right.
And then you have
how the bird actually says, "Fuck it, you eat the berry. I'll pluck the seeds out your shit."
I mean, like, look at the hyena versus the lion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what they do as far as like they instigate shit like all the fucking time. What just as I'm just using it as an example. It seems like the lion always has to watch their back for the hyena.
Yeah.
Or is that just the way of that nature?
To me, it almost seems like sibling rivalry in that instance.
Like cousins or something like that?
Yeah, because they're always around each other, but don't slip.
Hey.
If you slip, we're eating your meal. If we slip, you're taking ours.
Well, what about when how often do you see lions attacking hyenas versus hyenas seem to attack lions more?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just something that I noticed. Like, there are instances in nature where
you gotta have some understanding that man has fucked up the entire environment, and maybe we force the hyena and the lion to live together when they're not meant to.
The energy.
Yeah, maybe they're not meant to live together. Maybe they're meant to. There would be more room if we hadn't put down this asphalt superhighway matrix system. You know.
Right. Push them out of their environment, living closer to when we can live equally apart.
Right. We believe that someday the animals will start to fight back.
Yeah.
If I may just add as well, here in South Africa, we have lots of game farms where you watch them exist, and they supposedly have always existed, and the scavenger predator. So in the documentaries where you've seen a whole pack of hyenas running towards ends just gone and killed, and then they're coming to claim the kill afterwards. So the scavengers will
I'm guessing he was roboting too much.
Mm-hmm.
With right at the scavengers will. Okay.
Yeah, I should actually.
Sorry, let me repeat that. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
I was just saying that you've got apex predators and scavengers. Your scavengers will always follow the apex predators and try and steal their kill. So when you've seen the documentaries where a whole pack of hyenas go running in to chase the lion away, it's to take his kill, because the lion is capable of going and making new kills, whereas a predator or a scavenger is always there to pick up the scraps. So just for this one instance, I agreed with Mike that, yeah, the human urbanization has forced them probably more on top of one another. But the fact is that the scavenger will always follow the apex predator. So you'll always have black-backed jackals, you'll have hyenas, you'll have various of these scavengers that just follow the predator. So they're generally in similar territories.
I've been to South Africa, bro. Do you think that all that wildlife there was meant to be in those large groups where they're all found in one large group? Or are they meant to be more spread out?
Well, like, so
I think that the whole idea used to be, like, our wildebeest herds used to be over 1 million strong, and then they would cross from lower Botswana all the way up past the Okavango Delta, and you would be talking about a migration that takes 3 months of continuous animals walking, because there's 1 million or 2 million or 3 million strong in one herd. But that's the food for the predators. But now we create a small little enclosure, and we try and jam pack everything into that one enclosure.
Yeah.
So it's not the way it used to be, but the way it used to be millions and millions and millions, whereas now we've got a couple of 100,000.
Yeah, it's like the buffalo in the Great Plains. There's no longer wild buffalo herds by the millions just tearing up the Great Plains and going from top to bottom of the nation. Same thing here in America. There used to be buffalo by the thousands. You can read older stories where they talk about buffalo running through the Great Plains, and it's like a train that you watch for an hour go by.
Must have been amazing. Anyway, dogs, I believe, anyway, that dogs have always been very closely related to man. And so that would mean, wolf types and who knows, however, the jackals and other versions of canines, how they occurred, under what circumstances exactly, is kind of undefined, but I think dogs and dog types have always been around humans.
I would agree.
Mm-hmm.
More than just dogs, too. Farmers, if we see a raccoon that's been ran over on the side of the road, and the cubs are grouped up around a dead body that was their mom's, we see that, we stop and pick them up. We hand feed them. Then we put them back out in the wild.
Yeah, give them their meal and their send off.
Well, yeah, I had 5 of them, and I kept them for about a year, but they started tearing my house up. So I throw them outside, and then they just fight to come back in the house. So what I did is I took a couple old sheds and I built a 2-story shed, put electric heater mats in there, bunch of bags of chips and crap that they could tear up. I literally buy them food. They got a grocery expenditure every month.
Wait a minute, these are baby what again?
They're not
They're not babies no more.
What kind of animal?
They're big fat raccoons.
Yeah, raccoons.
Okay, that's what I thought when you started saying tearing stuff up. I wasn't sure.
My uncle tripped out one time. I was having a family barbecue on the farm, and one of my coons just wandered up like a dog and sat down, started begging him, and he wouldn't give him a piece. So the coon took his piece of watermelon, and he's like, "What the hell, Michael?" I was like, "Man, he's tamed." Don't be picking on him, Uncle Bob. I'll get you some more watermelon, you know. I had to give him a bag of corn chips, and I put a bunch of food down for them so they quit messing with my dam.
They are very smart animals, the way they can figure stuff out.
Yeah, they're just part of the farm now. I mean, they don't even try to get in the house if I don't put stuff out there. They know how to get what they want now.
What about critters? Do you have little critters running around like from the horror movie back in the 80s?
No. I got corn silos and cows, so I got rats and mice and shit. But
no feral humans running around in there anywhere?
Hell no, they
know of.
There'd just be less ammo. There'd be no critters, just less ammo.
Got one again.
I'd start training my dogs to take them down along with the coyotes.
They have several small herds of buffalo on Catalina Island.
Like the coyotes, I like to let the dogs chase them out off the property rather than shoot them. Because I feel if we were in a more natural environment, they'd have their own room, so they wouldn't be a bother to me. You know?
There used to be pygmy mastodons on the islands off the coast here.
Yeah.
And giant humans with double rows of teeth, 10 feet tall giants were found on these islands.
You know that's a trait of Native Americans too, right? 2 rows of teeth, or teeth so big that they push each other back until they have 2 rows.
I could believe it.
Yeah.
Well, what they call the
Omnidentics or something like that. It's like omnidentics or something like that.
Yeah, you're cutting out, but yeah, you know the topic. Yeah, there's certain traits that are only a characteristic of Native Americans. But we also have stories of them in our past. Not if you go reading the books that the French and the Spanish and those people wrote when they came here and tried to translate our language and then wrote books about our customs. Not those books, but the books that are actually written by Native Americans. Or keepers of the oral history. You get a book by
that story.
You get
More
a book.
than I trust like anything that any kind of authority. I trust the people's oral.
Yeah, dude, I read a book online about our creation story. I started talking to my grandma about it, and she's like, "Oh, you got certain things right, but so much is wrong. She took me to our historian or our keeper of the history, and to do the oral history, you have to be able to say it. You spend a lifetime memorizing it word for word. And if you mess up any one story, you won't be considered a keeper of the history, If you don't say it word for word. And then I sit and listen to her and I see the differences between, I don't want to say white people's ideal of our creation because, I'm a white native, so, but the people who came here.
Using a description, though, like using it as an adjective, not as a derogatory sense. Like,
yeah,
white came from a certain region. If you go back to what the 5 general.
Yeah, I'm not being racist. That's why I just say like the French.
The 5 tribes. Do you know the story of the 5 tribes?
Yeah, in the.
You got the Northerners from the Northern Asia. You got the Eastern Asian.
The Iroquois?
No, I'm Asia, Europe area. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the story of the 5 civilized tribes: Cherokee, Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cree, and Simoleon.
No, I don't know that story. I know they have the 5 tribes of Europe and Asia in Africa. The 5 types of people.
Some of those tribes were tribes of giants. The Seminole, the ones that were in Florida, were supposed to be huge people.
Yeah,
like 8 feet, 9 feet Oh, weren't they?
So no, I don't know about that story. I know about the 5 civilized tribes of the nation of Anishinaabe.
You got, well, basically, it's the Africans, the Greeks, the white people, the Asians, and there's another one I'm missing.
All of them, there were black tribes in North America. That's totally been flossed over now. But there were probably more black people living here. Probably more blacks indigenous to North America were taken to Europe from North America than from Africa to North America.
Crazy. So the slave trade was flipped from this side going back, huh?
Yep. They
I
lied.
never even read that.
They lied.
It makes absolute sense. Like when you hear the truth, you know it's the truth when you hear it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so you could say, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. What about the Olmec heads? What about that? That civilization is supposed to be one of the very first ones. They sure look like Phoenicians, or they look like West Africa,
Nations.
from the Congo or something.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, all those tribes were wiped out. I think here's what I think. Whenever they first came here to this continent, what I think they did is they saw immediately the situation. They started wiping out those tribes as soon as they got contact of them. They started slaughtering them, getting rid of them. They started accusing them of being savages. That if you had these traits, this whole racism thing started right then at the age of conquest, this age of adventure, exploration, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they try to lie to you and tell you the black tribes were slaves who ran from their masters and hid with the Indians when they got here. But there were already black tribes when they got here to the Americas.
I was married to one. I was married to him, and she was a Creek Indian from Georgia, and I went to a family reunion. They were they were all these black and red Indians, just like she was.
All my cousins are brown and red.
And then you read about the Creek and the Cherokee, closely linked kind of together, right? So the Cherokee are writing in Proto-Hebrew, and a lot of other tribes, which Michael knows a lot about that.
Yep.
So what? WTF on the freaking Hebrew here in North America?
Paleo-Hebrew.
Yep, Paleo-Hebrew. Also, Paleo-Nordic also was discovered here.
Yeah, which is mostly symbols.
You could take that back to the discovery of the Americas supposedly in the 1st century by the Greeks or something like that too.
Well, there's actually, if you ever read about the actual history of Wales, which they had taught up until about the 1920s, Welsh history was wiped out by the Crown, and in Welsh history, Arthur
flat earther.
He sailed in 562 to America.
A flat earther does a good video. I can't remember who it is on the Americas were already the Americas before we came here. And they were already mapped out, non-maps and everything.
Absolutely.
It was an invasion.
Yeah.
I have one of those maps where the Great Lakes don't exist, and Chicago says Chalaga, and there's all these cities all over the place.
Oh shit. I bet this area would look crazy.
Let me see if I can find out. I'll pull up an image.
I could see if the Great Lakes were empty, we'd have a holler and a valley here in Michigan. We would be rednecks and by God, Granny's down there in the valley over yonder by the holler. Yeah, down there by that there river. See it? I reckon that there's where you find her.
Dude, we can make fun of rednecks all day long, but we all know rednecks probably have the best physics there is because they'll figure shit out like nobody else.
There's a flood a coming. You boys ought not be down there yonder too long. Get grandma and come on back.
Make sure you bring a fishing pole if you're going down there.
says
I had this
America Sive
Yeah,
Disco. Hold on.
I got a lot of cousins that are rednecks, so I don't make fun of them.
I don't see it as making fun. I can tell when somebody's making fun because they don't. You're not pretending to be better than anybody else. The people that pretend to be better than other people, that's when you know.
Oh no. No, there's just some things that I have to say in a twangy voice to get that there point over to my cousin shot. I mean, just so I can be understood. If I want to kick some ass, or if I'd like to whoop some ass, or get some ass, we have to clarify these things. You know what I'm saying?
You should see that shit down here in Texas when you go and talk to a Hispanic, and they're fucking more redneck white than you are, dude.
I bet.
You go to try to talk to him in Spanish, he's like, brother, I talk in English if you need me to talk. Like, I am so sorry, man. But no, I'm glad that I was able to bring this up and have this conversation. I look back on all of the stories of all of the civilizations, and I just think every single one of them got it right. It's just a matter of like, what were they listening to or worshiping, or what they were listening to as far as the vibrations and frequencies in nature. Was it good or was it bad? Like, what was their perspective on it? Were they trying to control everyone, or were they trying to live in harmony with everyone?
Right.
And the stories trickled down.
They sure do.
And Christianity is just one of them. It's not like Christianity is the end all be all. I tell people this all the time. I'm like, you have no idea who's going to heaven and who's going to hell. There's probably more people going to heaven than and they're probably, a lot of them are probably not Christian style believers. And I bet you a lot of Christians are never getting in.
I try to talk about the unknowable things about God and people with certain people, and they say, oh, we can know it all. We've been equipped by that. It's the spirit within us. See, we're graced. We're under a new covenant by God. Now you want to know anything, you just ask the spirit within you, see, and you will know the truth. And I'm like, it's like, listen, so for the creator to be separate to creation, there has to be certain things that are just unknowable.
Yeah.
And if you can't accept that, then I don't know what to tell you. It's just reality.
Yeah.
We should start more with the creator. Like, we can't say anything that we could know about the creator for certain, but there are definitely things we could say we would never be able to know. So we can narrow it down to maybe what he is, But just by saying, making logical statements that we could never possibly know this.
Right. No, I'm not saying that there's a lot of things out there that we couldn't know. I mean, like, if you go back to, like, using your theory, I don't know what your belief is, and then I'm not going to label you or anything, but like to go and use what was written in Enoch, and as far as the angels coming down to heaven and coming down from heaven and mating with humanity and procreating and everything like that. And they brought the secrets with them and taught us all the secrets. They didn't teach us all the secrets. They taught us some of the secrets, whatever it was that they were.
I don't believe they taught us secrets. I thought they
didn't know.
I think they brought forth fruit before its time. It's like
I believe that. I do believe that.
It's like you don't give a 5-year-old the instructions on how to build a rifle before you can teach them how to use a rifle and what a rifle's for.
Exactly. I started thinking that probably about the same time I became a flat earther. I started looking more back into esotericism and not occultism, but just mysticism. All those things that they said that we were taught. it's being used against us. Why can't we use it? It's not good or bad. It's what you do with it that's good or bad. So it was kind of like a teenager getting a license before being taught how to drive.
I agree.
So like I'm right there with you. As far as like what heaven, Bible, all of that stuff goes, I have no clue, dude. I have no clue. I know something crazy is going on though, and I'd love to learn more.
Yeah, I think we were meant to know it just in our own time.
But like I said, I'm glad that I was able to bring this up because, like, to hear all the different perspectives on the beginning or the origins of things, I do believe that everybody got it right because everybody was telling it from their perspective and what was going on in their area, and somebody tried to like erase it all by making one world religion. You know, the Crusades. What were the Crusades about?
Right.
Like I went out and bought a Book of the Dead just so I could read it and learn more about it.
Yeah, some people tell you, don't read that, man. The book will possess you.
Why? Why would it possess me if I know what I'm doing? Not that I know what I'm like.
Why, Bong?
Who I am and what I'm about.
How about the Book of Kings?
Is that Solomon?
It's another one of them books. I don't know if it is Solomon.
I know there's the greater sigils and the lesser sigils of Solomon. I need to get that. And there's the third book. I don't remember what the third book is. Where did I order? I got some stuff coming in the mail that I'm trying to stock up on in paper just in case something happens. At least my family will have a historical account.
You stocking up on paper?
Book. Certain books. See, I got Lyman's 50th edition of Reloading. Sigil Magic, Protection Spells, Native American Herbalist Bible. Where are all my other books that I ordered? Can't find them. Guess they fell off the list. My Amazon list has dwindled.
Yeah. No, don't you worry about it, alright?
The crack villain.
I know I did, alright? But don't you worry about it.
The crack villain.
Yeah.
Are you awake or are you sleepwalking, bro?
What don't we need to worry about, dude?
Oh, I was talking to someone else, wasn't it? I wasn't talking to him. Wait, listen, guys. I was not talking to you whatsoever, so it's nothing to concern yourself with. Just to let you know about that, my lovely. All right.
So that was ringing my
Sunny in the house. Oi, mate, get your ass over here. It's fucking raining.
Say it again. What? It's raining?
It's sunny in the house. Get your ass over here, mate. It's fucking raining in sunny old England.
I wish I could fly there. That's too bad. I don't know why I can't. I should have a flying machine.
You should have more than a flying machine, my friend. I'm telling you, the age that you're at, you should have already figured out teleportation.
I know shit. Okay. Lagging. Yeah, well.
Right, that's it. Should we ban him for that? Because he hasn't figured it out yet. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Half's bound to be better. I don't know. What can I say?
We've got Rouchy Fauci. Don't get fingered up by Fauci. Oh. He's a French Canadian as well by the looks of it. Okay. We won't go there. Gizbo, nice to meet you, I think. I'm not going to chuck any water at you, obviously. That would be fucking stupid.
Water? No water.
What?
You don't even say that. Never mind.
You're coming in low for me. Wait a second. Let me click you and see if I got you turned right down. I have. No, I've got you turned down because sometimes you're too loud.
How's that? Is that better?
That is much better, sir. Gizbo, what was it that you were saying 2 seconds ago?
I guess I have to just speak the fuck up.
What was I saying when you were yelling? Don't worry about it.
Yeah, what were you saying, sir?
What was I saying before that?
Yeah, no, just what were you saying? No. What were you saying when I was saying something to Sonny about how I couldn't hear Sonny and you spoke at the same time?
I don't know. I was just teasing or whatever because you came in yelling kind of loud, or at least your microphone was loud. Maybe.
And we went to space. We went up to the space station.
And we
what the hell?
roasted marshmallows on the non-existent fire.
And I don't know why they pay me so much, but they do.
But then I think we would have a
how to spend. But the fact is, I know how to sleep on money, so it's okay.
All right.
Okay, everybody take
far out, man. Far out.
Who's next?
That was a request, by the way. I was fulfilling a request with Don Pettit. And that is exactly what you are thinking that it is.
Now can have
Sonny, you really are coming in low. Because every time I can't hear your ass for some reason. You are coming in low today.
Still can't hear me? Hold on. So now I can ask Gladflub the question.
What?
What the fuck are you still awake for?
I see Glat's life. Let me answer for you. I see Glat's life as like, you know when you click on his name, yeah?
4 in the morning.
And he's got that, remember he used to have that like cosmic tunnel thing that's like, wham, 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 and like electro music's playing in the background, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Glat's continually sat on his chair going through a portal through that fucking thing. And basically what's happening is Glat can't go to sleep because I know it's the same image over and over again, but there's always the likelihood that there may be a different image around the corner. So
I just keep looking for it.
So he just keeps going, bro. He's just like wah 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 wah.
That's exactly right. You can't stop me.
Okay, man.
Can't stop.
Good company then, because
yeah, for sure. Yep.
I'm still awake. It's 2 o'clock. I already went for a midnight bike ride. That was fun.
What the fuck are all you lot doing? I'm telling you now, it's like English hours, and like everyone's in here. I come in here English hours, right? And then there's like 3 people in there. I just talk to the live stream on my own.
I'm having good conversations, and I only stay up late for the most important things in my life.
Well, I'm gonna have to roll another one.
See, like KJ was in here yesterday. I was like, "Hi, KJ." I was like, "Not," because she come in, she wasn't speaking. So I DM'd her. I was like, "I've not met you before." So hi. She started saying, "Hi, Crackfiller," and that was it. And I was thinking, no, I meant like hi, as in, can you say something in the live stream? Like,
oh, I get it.
So, I don't even bother trying with some of the people that are in here. Orion, you're one of them. Or should I say, Mark Zuckerberg, sorry, you're Mark Zuckerberg's brother, Orion. I don't even bother trying to speak to this guy anymore. He doesn't speak back.
I don't know why they don't speak up. What?
I don't know. Rookie
Ryan
speaks up a lot more now. He does speak. I'm just.
Ryan speaks, but I think he's sleeping now.
Who said that? Who said that? Oh, it's Flat Earth Solar.
Solar.
Yes, brother, my G. How is it? You
crack. Long time.
I may need you at some point to do a presentation, okay? To do a flat Earth event, or a debate even. It could be either one. And I might need you, so me and you are like just in a room together on our own, basically, right? This sounds gay at this point. It's not.
No,
just for me and you to brush
what happens next.
things.
I love it.
Is it your crack or my crack?
It's my crack. Don't worry. It's my crack. Don't worry.
Okay,
So, right. So, but both of our cracks by the end of it could be up for it. You know what I mean?
We won't say anything about it. Oh, wait a minute. We already.
Not to blow my own horn, but toot. I'm pretty good at presentation.
Just don't shoot your own load. That's all I'm asking, bro. Because it's my crack at the minute. Remember that. Right. So, all it is basically what I was going to say, friend, is that effectively what I would need from you is it's just to brush up on a few different arguments, flat Earth arguments and stuff like that, very quickly for myself. I've been away for months, you know I have. I trust your opinion. I trust that you are pretty much. I would say that you're probably better at debating this shit than QE. Fuck you, QE. So yeah, I would want to speak to you about it, and then also I've selected you to debate this topic with somebody else as well, potentially. It might be me debating them, but I might just be like, nah, I'm not doing it. I'll let you do it.
That was pretty bold. He comes in British time and then says, "Fuck you, QE."
I don't give a fuck, mate. Me and QE are cool, bro. It's good. Like, trust me.
This is Fight Club. If this
QE
doesn't say thanks.
But like QE was all confused when I was on the Nathan Oakley show, like, you know, but like he's like, why would you have Crackman on? I guess he thinks I'm a fucking idiot or something. I'm not sure. Nah, he knows I'm not. But he wouldn't have me on his show, so fuck him.
He doesn't know you're not. He thinks everybody is like that. Sorry.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Wait, you should make some rules like this is flat Earth. You talk about flat Earth. Rule number 1, talk about flat Earth. Rule number 2, talk about flat Earth.
Yeah. We are gonna. We should actually.
3, if you get confused about the first two.
Bible, put your right hand up. Turn the Bible. Only flat, only, and nothing but the flat.
Or we don't talk about anything.
Solar, is that okay with you? Because just to brush up on some good arguments.
Dr. Phil has invited me to debate. Brenda's invited me. Zanuck,
He's
a whole bunch of people. But I need to at least know that the person I'm speaking to is honest, because I can't
He is someone that is honest. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This isn't no bullshit debate. This is with a partner server of ours that we've partnered with for years. Okay, it is a group of people that are conspiratorial minded. The person whose server that this is coming from actually is flat Earth nearly anyway. He's an Earth shape agnostic. He thinks that we've got just as much evidence as they have, if not more.
Well, that's perfect. At least if there's a skeptical mind and someone who can actually critically think, I'm very eager. So DM me whatever's needed. I've also got a ton of information that I've been collecting over the last 8 years.
Yes.
If we want to refine something, like, let's really nail it.
Let's really nail it together, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Excuse the pun, but I was just going to say, like, you know, if you are a hammer, everything looks like a nail to you. And I kind of find sometimes QE is the hammer, and everyone who comes in here is a nail sticking slightly in the wood, and he just smashes the shit out of it.
I like
sometimes
the twist on the pun.
Screw. Sometimes you just need to turn that screw a little bit.
The saying
exactly. Let's just turn the screw. Let's just turn the screw a little bit. Exactly. Let's define it instead of smashing.
The saying is when you're holding a hammer, everything looks like a nail. He turned it to when you are the hammer.
But when you are the hammer, everything looks like a nail. Yeah, man, right. I like it.
That's what's here, because you sometimes that bad cop, they go, whoa, like they got a splash of fresh, like a cold water in their face for a second, and then other people come in and they're more smooth, and they've already been stunned. It's almost
It's funny. I need to ask again, right, guys? Putting out a message. This is a thing to say. I still have not heard from Kay Kai was someone that was in here for years, every motherfucking day, constantly commenting in the comment section in the live stream, constantly keeping it. He had his own color, bro. He was purple, though he was not an admin, was he not? But he was purple. His name. Where is Catty? Is Catty dead? Has Catty passed away? If any of you know anything about it, anyone of you that know him could reach out to him. Maybe look through your messages and see if there are any clues as to like where he's from or some shit. Look at your mutual friends list with Catty also, and then reach out to those people, because it would be nice to know. Like it's something that it's doing my head in.
Catty's from Wisconsin.
Catty's from Wisconsin. Okay, I've written that.
Yeah, he used to admin that. They got a video camera live stream in Wisconsin, I think, at Jacksonville or something. He used to moderate that.
Oh, really? Okay. Sweet. But we don't take people's names and like, we don't go, what's your real name? What's your address when they're moderating for us, do we? So, let's hope that they did that. I'll try and find it. But yeah, did anyone else notice that Catty went mega missing, bro? Like, he went mega missing. And it's not like he's a young man, so that we can be like, he's a young man. He's probably found some woman. He's sailing off around the world. I'm pretty safe to assume he might be dead.
Remember Catty. Now, hold on a second. I wonder if...
Cats go crazy.
The same question I have about Aramistan. I mean, he had a heart attack, and then I kind of
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But then,
but I spoke to him after that as well, and then he stopped as well. But then on social media,
Okay.
what social media was it that he was posting on? After
Maybe
that?
it's Wyoming, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, USA Town Square.
I think it was Facebook, correct?
It was Facebook, wasn't it? Yeah. So who was it that was speaking to him on Facebook? Let's make a post about that as well, because I want to know about Aramistan as well, because that too is a bit of a worry. He told me he was good and healthy last time I spoke to him, though, guys. So like I was like not so worried about it. But now you've just said that, Roger, it just made me realize, you know.
He wrote a parody song, sent it to me, and then actually I have his mail here still. Let me find it.
Can I tell you guys something?
Yeah.
Yes.
So my dad had congestive heart failure, and I noticed the last few phone calls that we had, he sounded like he was like, I don't know,
gurgly.
like yeah.
Yeah, that's what Aramistan sounded like.
He had the congestive heart failure, and I asked my dad about it, and he was like, "Oh, they got me on these drugs," and I asked Aramistan about it, and he's like, I've always had that deep voice that the ladies like, and I kind of thought the two were the same thing, but that's just my opinion.
No, seriously, cheers, bro, for saying that, because like at least it's an honest opinion, because I too noticed his voice wasn't just deep that the ladies like, there was a layer added to it of like a gurgliness to it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this is probably not the best place or forum to be in if your heart is stressed.
Dude, this definitely stressed him out being here. I feel like. Yeah, I feel like it did definitely get to Aramistan.
This is the secret, I come into a place like this, and every day I tell myself, don't get triggered.
Yeah.
And I practice to try and not be triggered when a stupid baller starts saying his stupid stuff. But
I come in, listen to this, I used to come in saying, don't get triggered. I come in saying, trigger someone else or make someone else laugh so that no one ever wants to try and trigger you. And at the same time, I tell myself, you're the motherfucking king. That's it. That's all, guys. Now I'm embarrassed.
Listen, February 11th. February 11th, 2021 is the last email I got from
That's not all you say to yourself, Crack. I can almost hear the dialogue now. Damn it, you sexy monster, you king, you.
Catty hasn't posted since May of last year.
See?
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
He wasn't the most healthy person either.
Yeah, when Jimbo disappeared too, I was like, man.
You know, they banned him like 4 times. They kept bringing him back. I made him put up with him. I was like, look, dude, just a lonely, unhealthy person can't get out the house, and we're probably the only social fucking interaction he has. They quit banning him.
What? Jim, what? Wait, why can't? Yeah, why did we keep banning Jimbo? For fuck's sake, I really like Jimbo. I like Jimbo a lot. He had a lot of knowledge in him.
Actually, just about to ask where's Jimbo.
I don't.
Because he was difficult to talk to at times, but he had great
He didn't get on with QE, that's why. Fucking, who gives a shit who QE gets on with or not? He's not here enough to dictate that type of shit about mod, as far as I'm concerned. That sort of shit annoys me.
It wasn't that. Just him. He went after a couple mods all the time, but that's because they were always on him.
It's because they were probably wrong about something. He was usually wouldn't hammer something home unless he was right. He was right about the water moisture thing.
So I was scrolling through my YouTube. So I was scrolling through my YouTube.
If you knew, then why'd you ask?
I didn't ask. I didn't know. That's not what it was. What is that? What caused it? I thought that was a nothing burger. I didn't realize that would have been what caused them being banned.
Vapor is a gaseous state, which is air. So it's just air pressure.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Raj?
That was
I was going through my YouTube recommendations, and this was like 3 weeks ago. I found a Flat Earth live stream, and I said, oh, okay, I'm gonna click this, and then I heard Jim Bob's voice, so he's still in the scene.
Yeah.
But
the discussion. Great.
yeah, but I can't remember which. Anyway, so yeah, he's still.
But like Craig said, Jim and I, we have very similar controversial viewpoints on certain things, and then we had very differing controversial viewpoints on other things.
Yeah.
And when he really dug his heels in and then caused me to go and do extra research, I would find
he was usually right.
He was pretty right.
Yeah, exactly the same thing that happened to me every time with this guy. I understand what you're saying about mod, about the water vapor, the vapor, the air pressure with the vapor. I get that. Like, it's just a gaseous state, so it's just air pressure. I understand, but
we're all guilty of cognitive dissonance in some stance or some standpoint. Like when the bank calls you to tell you about their new credit card and it's going to give you all these benefits, you're like, no, I don't care. Just stick me with I'm fine with the old one. And a lot of times we don't realize that is cog dis because we're deliberately avoiding new information just because what we think we have is all the information we need. Now, even flat earthers are guilty of this on various topics. Yeah, especially with this whole crypto Bitcoin thing at the moment. Flat earthers there's a lot of them that have suddenly moved into Bitcoin as though this is the next savior of mankind and it's just going to unlock you and give you all the freedom that our controllers have never wanted us to have. And when you just try and say to them, just keep an open mind, keep one foot out the door, just in case, spread those eggs across multiple baskets, just in case. And they're like, no, they're all in, and this is the silver bullet that's going to fix everything. And it matters not what topic. You must always be willing to learn something or be at least open to the idea that everything you know could be challenged. And that's the challenge I find with Yoda even, is that we know.
I'm just playing. That's why I like you. Carry on, please. Carry on. You're right. Exactly.
Oh, I love it when you interrupt me to tell me to carry on. I've missed you, Crack.
But you're right. It's a good to have that open idea. If you want them to be open, you got to be open to the idea that you might be wrong too.
Yeah, I was talking to someone the other day, and they something stupid like, which way do you put a toilet roll? And I said to them, well, I believe that you put the toilet roll so the paper goes down the back. And they said, no, the toilet roll has to have the paper in the front. And then we sort of argued for about an hour about why we think each one is right.
There's a patent front though.
Correct. Now he pulled out the patent and he showed me the patent, and the guy who invented the damn thing put the toilet roll coming out the front. After that, I've now fed all my toilet rolls with the paper coming through the front because that's how it was designed. So I'm not attached to either one, but I was the one defending it must go down the backside or to be hidden away from the room. But the point is show me the evidence. I'll change my mind.
Here's the best one, dude. What about the can opener?
Listen, wait there a second. The can opener, don't even go there. The can opener does not open a can, okay? From the top. You don't open the top, you open it around the side. Straight up, end of, every time. Okay?
I agree.
I'll straight up smack a motherfucker in the face if they tell me it's anything different. I don't even care about the patent.
You're wrong.
Opening it from the top, and the fucking lid always fell in, and it was a pain in the ass to get the lid out. And then,
exactly.
Like, 2 years ago, like I'm 39, right? 2 years ago, I see a video of this guy, his girlfriend, who did the can opener where the twist
exactly from the side, yeah.
And the magnet caught it, and you hear him while she's twisting it going, it makes so much fucking sense. And I was like, it fucking does.
Right,
now,
so
this is the first I'm hearing of this. So
there's three ways of doing it. So the way you're talking about doing it is still wrong, because you're still placing the thing where the can in the middle, that bit that's meant to fall down, that's not even ever meant to fall down like that. It can't fall down in the way that I'm talking about doing it. The can opener is supposed to open a can.
Video.
Thank you. Battlemod knows how to open a can, and I know he does because when you grow up on farms and shit like that, right, where where you can't just open up a can and then just like twist. Like sometimes there are situations, right, where let's say you're feeding a few animals or whatever, something like that, right. And you're going to open up a can. You want to be able to just open up the whole top and just be able to just chuck everything out of it without there being a problem, right? And what I mean by that is like if you open it up and then, part of the can's still attached to it and it bends over or some shit, like, you get an animal licking the lid later on when it's in the rubbish. Like there's lots of different things that can happen. Like you can even end up with like a goose with its bill stuck through like the ring on those ones that self-open. The ones that's open with the thing on it, I don't even do that. I cut them open too every single time, right?
But the can opener. The ones that come with like the little tab that you pull the tab and it opens itself.
Yep.
Those open from the top, exactly where my tin opener would open the tin traditionally. Whereas if they were meant to be opened on the side, wouldn't the manufacturer make the whole top of the tin come off in the way that you've described?
Well, this is just the way restaurants do it.
There's a catch on it that
for a
takes
reason.
With it. That was the thing. There's like when the it's not supposed to fall into it. When you open the can opener, when you have a can opener and
they're
twist,
lead sealed. They were lead sealed back in the day, so they took the whole top off, not wanting the lid to fall in and contaminate what they're eating with lead.
What they're eating, yeah.
And this thing would literally, it clipped the lid and it holds it. So when you lift it up away from it, it pulls with it. You're holding the lid in the can opener. And then not only that, but it's over, like it overflows. It's taking out the outer edge of it. So you can reseal that lid if you didn't use the entire can. Like it made so much sense. I wish somebody would post a YouTube video on it. Yeah, fine. Look into it.
The way to open a can, Battlemod posted it then. That's the proper way to open a can.
I just love what you can learn in British time.
In what?
In British time. During this time where most of the Americans would be asleep.
Yeah, man. It's funny there's so many of them awake today, man. Usually this is completely our domain, right?
Yeah. Right, it's just, I love, there's always something to learn in this place. This is what I love about it.
100.
And where could you actually discuss how to open a tin and actually have like 10 or 15 different opinions and all of them valuable? You know what I mean?
Or toilet paper. How to fucking put your toilet paper on.
Exactly, bro.
When I saw the patent, I was like, well, all right. Well, what can I say? Now I've seen the documentation. This is how they say it should be done.
I would still be a prick. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm still putting it down the back because it's like, tell me why is it that it coming down the front that does it make more sense? I guess maybe it works better in the sense that why does it work better because of this way?
Apparently, it's about how it tears.
That's what I was thinking.
When you tear to the side, it kind of tears on the perforation. For me, I've got a small daughter. She's 3. And she would go into the bathrooms and hit the roll, and then the roll would end up emptying itself onto the floor if it was on the front side. So it became like a bit of a game. So about 2 or 3 years ago, I started putting the toilet roll at the back side because then she doesn't see the flap. And then she doesn't want to now hit the roll to make the roll unroll itself.
Gotcha.
But if that's what this thing was designed to do, and it would have like a little cover flap that would rest on top, and then when you tore the paper, that little cover flap would actually perforate or tear the paper for you. Makes sense. All right, cool. I'll do it that way going forward. But the point is that if someone presents you with that evidence, you have to ask yourself, am I honest enough to look and then make a decision based on now having all the available information?
Mm-hmm. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. Okay, we've got all the information now. Let's look at it again. And is it the best way? You know?
Yeah.
But okay, so then what about this also? This is just kind of like a more general, broad version of what we were just talking about. Using something other than the manufacturer's recommended use.
I do that all the time in automotive and tooling. Because guess
You
what?
talking about the right to repair?
Engineers are some fucking morons.
Yep.
I got a degree in engineering. Imagine how I feel when I have to tear an entire motor apart just to get to the starter. Some cars, you have to take the heads, the fuel system, the plenum, the intake off, and the starter sits under the intake. And I'm like, who the fuck designed this? I'm wanting to whoop his ass. But this motherfucker wants to keep technicians getting paid, don't he? Or mechanics, you know?
Yeah, but sometimes that shit, like the work just doesn't even feel like it. I guess you get paid by the hour or by the job or whatever, but is there ever a job that you do, you're just like, man, why the fuck did I take this on?
No, not me. Maybe when I was younger, all the time. Yeah. But after a lifetime of doing it, no.
You're just like, fuck it, what's next?
Yeah, I generally look into everything, read the repair manual, and know exactly what I'm getting into. So, but
I like the frame of mind you're in. Mm-hmm.
I'm the type of guy that I'll take a 30s car and take it apart totally and put it back together brand new. So, no job too big, no job too small. That's my love.
Yeah.
Did you seriously just fucking quote a kids program to make a point? I like it.
Yeah.
The fact that you know that.
It's not a kids program.
It's not a kids program. You're right. Yeah, I should take that back.
It's a commercial for father and son construction here in Michigan, Jackson. We're father and son. We'll do it all.
No job is too big. No pup is too small. Like that whole thing. You know, that's what's it called?
No pup is too big. No pup is too small.
Yeah, no job is.
He's talking about Paw Patrol.
Yeah, well, do you want to talk about
with my daughter?
Exactly my point. I'm not slagging you off for it. I watch it with my godkids. I actually get into it sometimes, probably too much.
Honestly, it brings me back to like the free thinking I used to have as a kid.
Hey, somebody's asking me earlier. One of you guys mentioned the secret histories of whales.
Yeah.
Can anybody post a link to? Can you post a link to that?
I posted a whole bunch of them.
Oh.
Oh, you did in live stream?
3 of them starting at 11 minutes after. 1, 2, 3 videos.
So Flatty, they're in the live stream voice text.
I sent a couple to Flatty DMs, so he just got to check his DMs. I already sent it back.
Yeah, you're cool.
There's another one about what the Vikings had a story about what was going on in the north, and they talked about one-legged men and shit like this, like these thumpers or whatever they're called, like all kinds of stuff that were supposed to be in the northern territories, and some of that information they got from the northern tribes.
Whose car is that?
People did used to have one leg and stuff all the time. That car, that's Flat Earth Solar's setup, isn't it?
Is that your garage, bro? You got lifts?
Yeah, a little pet project I'm working on.
Shut up. Solar, bro. I like you, Solar, man. I like you, bro. You got your shit together.
Now I gotta post my Chevelle on the lift. I got a 66 Chevelle on the lift. What is that? I'm not too hip on the Euro cars.
What type of car is that? Is that a Porsche? No, it's not a Porsche. That's a Porsche on the right, but I mean on the left.
It almost looks like a fucking vet.
It does, but it's not.
I know.
Yeah, I'm working on it with a friend of mine. He's actually a racer. His surname was Schilling, and he raced all over various places. So he's the one who purchased it. So I don't actually remember offhand. I think it's a 72 or a 74, either a Lotus or a Porsche.
It's a Lotus, yes. It is a Lotus. It is a Lotus. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Lotus. That's what I was wondering.
It is. Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go.
That's awesome, man.
My garage isn't as pretty as yours, but this is just one of my garages. I got like fucking 16 barns.
My first car was an English Ford Cortina. That thing was badass.
Nice.
Front end.
Yeah.
That's a 66 Chevelle Super Sport.
They ran those in the Africa 1000s, those Cortinas. Little 1600 banger, it's like slant 4 bangers with cast iron block, cast iron head.
Mine's banging a 529, Sonny.
Right on. I bet that's better.
Check it. I'll show it to you. I did every part, every hose, every wire.
Wow.
The secret history of Wales Christian Bilos.
Yeah. My master brake cylinder's chrome. My hood mounts are chrome.
Fancy.
Bro, that shit's ridiculous, brother.
A lot of shit. A lot of it is.
That shit's ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of
you can tell.
Nickel plated. Since my oldest daughter's been home from the Navy, she's been like, when do I get to drive the Chevelle? And I'm happy it's winter. I'm like, not right now. Come summer, I won't be able to say that. I'm trying to give her this red Corvette right here. Like, here, drive this. But I raised them to be like me, so they want that candy-coated raindrop there, you know? My youngest is the exact same way. She's like, my youngest is like, that's just a vet, Dad. Let me drive that other Chevelle if I can't drive this one.
What year vet is it?
That's a 2010.
Get that thing painted Barbie pink, dude. I guarantee you she'll take it.
That has a nice transmission then.
My daughter don't like pink.
Like Barbies?
No, she's not a Barbie girl. She's more.
Have you seen his daughter?
G.I. Jane.
Paint
Your
camo.
daughter's about my age, right, Battlemud?
No.
No. Well, my oldest daughter, yeah, 26.
Your oldest daughter, yeah.
I wish I'd never
Well, I'm
lost
28.
that Cortina.
She's
Damn.
26. Was a naval officer till the first of this year.
Yeah, I find that shit attractive, man. 100%.
She might beat your ass.
I drove my
Like-
Cortina. I drove my Cortina all the
I'm
way
telling you that.
Bernardino Mountains up to Bowen Ranch. Fuck, you have no idea.
I bet that was good fun, right?
Oh, shit, Sonny.
My wife, soon-to-be wife, up there broke down and had to get out and tighten the carburetor. We're in the middle of the fucking desert.
Look, this is one
Your
garage.
soon-to-be wife, potentially not wife.
This summer. I got them stacked up in there.
Had that sister all camping out in the freaking desert. This place I went to since I was a teenager, there was 2 feet long trout in this freaking stream, and they are catch. Like I watch people try to catch them. They were the smartest trout I ever saw.
Sounds like dinner.
Yeah, I would believe me. I'll make sure of that.
Right.
Right.
I always do that, don't I? I say right. Okay then. Like it's in like right, I'm like now I'm prepared, now I'm about to do something. Right. Right then.
We'll go at dawn.
You forget to sniff at the end.
Sharpen the battle axes.
And one day in here, like I was like there was a sharpening sound, and I think it was Sonny that goes, "Fucking hell, it sounds like he's sharpening the battle axe." And then I turn around, I'm like, "Oh, no, I actually am." And like everyone was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, no, I'm sharpening an axe, like an actual battle axe, like as we speak." Yeah.
Me and my son bought a couple novelty ones. They're sharp as hell, but I don't think they're made out of the best steel.
Yeah, I bet if you started swinging them at trees and shit, they might maybe they'd shatter. If they're really sharp, it sounds like they're just one big piece of high carbon steel.
Yeah,
really, really, really like brittle high carbon steel.
Not the toughest shit. Believe me, I know.
Yeah, about like.
Is that first picture you posted? Is that a Cadillac?
It's a Chevelle.
No, that's a Chevelle. 66 Chevelle Super Sport.
Wow.
I got another
Nice,
one
right?
of those, but it's tubbed out. It's a drag car. It's got a 529 in it too, but it's got these big boss heads on it.
Is that a T-bird or something?
Dual carbs. That's a Firebird.
On top of that white one.
Yeah, that's a Firebird. A 67 Chevelle.
That's up on a lift, or is that sitting on the freaking top of that car?
A little bit of both. Behind that's a 72 GMC four-wheel drive.
Part of the roof right there.
Yeah, but sometimes that's the way it is in a garage, isn't it? It's like you can't.
Yeah.
It has to be that way sometimes. Like.
Well, I put that GM.
Lift shit up how you
that
can.
Chevy. That Chevy is just one of my four-wheel drives, so I put that back there to redo it and fucking ended up cramming a bunch of new projects in with it. It's
Oh,
nice
wow.
when it's cleaned up. It's just covered with dust right now. Here, I'll show you.
It's just ripped to pieces. I'm pissed off.
Heavy truck back there, that's one you're talking about? Yeah, that's badass.
When someone says to you, like, I've got a new technique, try it out.
It's street legal, man. I can drive it
You guys are
on
fun.
the road.
See, hey, Roger. Have a good one, man.
Good night, Roger. Or see you later.
You going?
Yeah, I like to use that one to haul the Chevelle
Night,
to car
Roger, bro.
shows. Or to the track.
Roger's supposed to be on UK time also. Can't be bedtime for Roger now.
Right, that's why I said see you later. Yeah, I'm with you.
You better not be leaving.
See, this is the other 66 that's in the process of being tubbed out. It's next to a 67 Firebird that's being tubbed. I build my own drag cars, but I build them for other people too. I'm a nice guy, so I probably got 30 projects out here that are just my friends.
For more than one max. Yes, you can't solve them numerically, but an equation they prove solve this little problem.
What I'm wanting to do is move all my buddies' projects to one barn. Call it my buddy barn.
It'll make it easier though, as well.
Yeah, call it my buddy barn. That way, when there's every one of them.
What's that sound?
Every one of them, we work on it when they got time. So.
Yeah, maybe someday after the cucks all lose.
But that's what gives them.
See, that's a 529 punched.
It'll be okay to travel.
That motherfucker's gonna be hard to beat.
That thing's gonna be fast, bro. Fast as hell.
What? Look at
And
that.
George.
It's gonna be faster than the Retta.
Same distance.
Faster than your Beretta.
Yes, and you can then try to make something say.
I'll make a song of that right now.
That's my my Beretta. I call her Retta. She's fine.
And George. Elevation. Same distance. Center of the earth. All relative.
I better go.
The definition of elevation on the globe model is the distance from the center of the earth. Elevation. Same distance. Center of the earth.
Oh, who's playing that rhetoric?
Is that Malcolm Bowden? Who's playing that?
Who is that?
Whoever's playing that rhetoric. Wait, it could be them trying to like shore themselves up. Flatty.
Delete all this
Flatty.
shit.
If you don't want to be wait there. Flatty. Sort out your shit unless you want to be server muted.
What that
Sorry,
means?
delete these.
Sorry, man.
People complained about the car talk. Not right now, but recently. But that's just because I called everybody out on being a little more lenient on moderation and trying to help our server grow that way. Because we got so many people here that, like Flat Earth Solo. This is a chance to give him his props. Like he said, he tries his hardest not to get triggered. And we have people here that'll put the time in with those people who most of us would rather just swipe left, call a troll, and get the hell rid of. So, but when we do this, we're basically saying, fuck that other guy that wants to put in the extra time and the patience to deal with this dude. And, we can respect each other a little more by leaving these people go for somebody else to maybe deal with it and also help our server grow while we're doing it. So it's a two-function thing. It's showing more respect for our members who are more equipped to deal with, the stressful people.
Yeah.
It promotes.
But it's not just that, Mod. Me and you have been getting annoyed with this for a little while, and I could tell you were, which is that people are just so quick to ban people, especially in the lobby, bro. Like, I get it that they're clogging up the lobby, they're talking shit, they're talking smack, but like they're people that are going to end up gaining enough confidence to get in the live stream and talk to us in the long run. And that's why we don't have Globers. There are certain individuals, mods, in the lobby that are banning every other person.
Here, let's not point those fingers right now, because those people, everybody who goes in lobby.
Bro, I don't care about mod because I've not even been coming to this place. I've not been coming here because of this bullshit.
All right. But we're trying to get people to be more lenient, so it's coming down from the top. We'll see.
Good.
I'm just asking people to understand this. We have more members, more Flat Earth members than we did. And we have people who work hard on not getting stressed and not getting triggered, and they like the hard cases. So leave that fish for somebody else to catch if you're not going to fry it.
Amen.
Turn the top around and let it roll over the top, dude.
Right. Somebody else will beer batter that, soak it in milk, and show it some love.
Make an amazing fish and chips. Yeah, man.
Right, they'll make a good meal out of it. So don't take away everybody's fish. I used to sit here and say to the people in the voice chat, hey, don't ask why we don't fucking have people to talk to because you guys ban them all. But the truth is we don't. The VC moderators are always looking for people to talk to, and most of the people who hang out in
Yeah.
VC are most of the lenient mods.
Yep, it's actually a fact. All the non-lenient mods are sat there up in lobby, and like one day I pulled up a couple of mods on it. I was like, "What are you doing?" And they acted nervous, like they knew they were doing something wrong when I spoke to them about it. Almost like, "Oh, okay, I'll be better with it. I'll be better with it." So they knew what they were doing.
I quit calling people out, Crack, because you have people here that would rather destroy your character or who you are as a person, attack that, than admit that they might not be perfect. And we know there's not one perfect person in the world, but hey, I guess I'm the only one here that's got to admit that, and everybody else can say, no, I'm perfect in everything I do. So.
I'm not calling anyone out personally. I'm not calling out anyone specifically, but I will in the next mod meeting that I'm in. I'm going to be calling out a few people.
I'm just saying that
Can I add to this, guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I actually want to say that I think that there are very many lenient mods that are welcoming people and giving them VC verified to come down into the chat. But I can also say there have been multiple times. This was weeks ago because, I just came back this last ladies' night. So this was many weeks ago and multiple weeks prior that it would be ladies' night. And I would be like, dude, where is everyone? Like, why are there no new people here? Why are we not getting anyone? And then I would go into VC verified and they were like, oh, we're, getting rid of this person, getting rid of that person because they're this and they're that, and they can't answer this correctly. And I'm like, well, then why aren't you like letting them come down so we can talk to them? You know what I mean? Like, why are you getting rid of them before we can actually speak to them? You shouldn't get rid of them prior to us having a taste of that as well. You're just automatically saying, oh, this person can't answer these questions. Like, I don't know. I think there's a point to like literally know that somebody's a troll. And then there's another point to say, you know what? Like, yeah, they should be able to come down to VC so we have content to be able to. It's not even just about the content, it's about having the conversations, right? They should be allowed to come down here. We shouldn't just be getting rid of them in that VC verified and just being like, oh, well, you know what? They're not worth talking to. I think there should be some kind of stipulation there for people to be brought down.
And it also gives them like a street cred. They got banned from 24/7, so now they go to Jim Candace server, and then they start doing their victory dance, like see how they couldn't answer my questions, etc. But often having that guy in this room obfuscating like they do brings more people to start scratching their head and think, why is he answering like that?
Why is he
This is a simple question. Why is he avoiding? So sometimes it can be very useful to have someone argumentative. And what we find is that these quote unquote guys who think they're trolling will often bring a buddy with them because they want their friend to witness what they're doing. So I agree 100%. We shouldn't just blanket.
Well,
it's not even just that. And wait, hold up. Let me just add one more thing. Actually, bringing them down into the live stream, like we know if they're just going to say like a rude word or whatever, and we can get rid of them really quickly. But bringing them down to the VC, then we have it on record, right? It's actually being recorded. We know, so they can't just say, oh, you go over to Gem Pandas and say, oh, I did this or that or whatever. Like we have them on record, what they actually said, how they're actually arguing. We can show exactly how they can't argue or they don't have logic or whatever the case may be. It's better to have them here in something that is recorded, an actual conversation rather than just getting rid of people, which I get, getting rid of people that are just going to, shout the N-word or like be a real troll. But we shouldn't get rid of people just because they might not answer the first question properly or how people think it should be. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad others feel
Yeah,
this way.
just so everybody knows, I already took this mantle up for everybody, and we're actually addressing it as a service.
We are addressing it. Good.
Just so people
Well,
know.
this was weeks, and like I said, this was weeks ago. I haven't been around for a very long time, so I'm going off of what happened, 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So things have probably changed since then.
Well, I think I'm one of the most hypercritical about this, and from what I see, I believe people are trying to work on it individually on their own. They're all trying to say, well, fuck it, Mike might want to talk to this guy, or he might want to let somebody else talk to him. So, because that's just what you should think. That we do have people here that you can listen to them if you come into VC. They will work hard to reach people, and even ladies' night, you guys reach people that they say are just trolls. So just
exactly.
Just leave them for somebody else. Respect your fellow members. Hey, what do you think about that coop there, Crack?
1 second, bro.
That's my brother.
Nice. Okay, yeah. Okay, that thing is going to be like a little go-kart.
And also, we're seed planters, and sometimes we're trying to bury that flat earth seed as the first seed that someone's getting. And sometimes that's not the right seed to start them off. It's kind of like walking your garden. Areas that are full sun, they would get those seeds. And an area that's shade will get those seeds. And it's the same thing, like why I enjoy testing myself and trying not to trigger myself is I'm always trying to think, okay, well, where is this person at? So are they a shade area or a sunny area? And what's the seed that needs planting today? So maybe it's just the moon landing.
What seed's going to grow best? Exactly.
Maybe it's just that governments are not there for your best interests. Maybe it's whatever. But later on, it's fascinating to talk to people that have been down this journey for about a year. And then they say, you know what, this one thing that this guy said, I couldn't stop thinking about it. And then they went and started to do their research. And so just, we always want to put that flat earth seed in, and then we want to scream at that seed. Now it must germinate. It must germinate right this fucking second. I want to see that thing germinate now. And if you've ever stuck a seed in the ground and screamed at it to germinate, you'll know that doesn't really work.
It doesn't work, but it sometimes makes you think that it works. It's funny that.
So we need to look at our packet of seeds and choose the seed according to the environment that's going to most likely lead to that seed germinating.
Yeah. Once I got past all the ridicule, because like I said, people would rather destroy your characters than review or moderate themselves. So once I got past that, I managed to not get triggered. Usually I'm like, fuck you, you need gas money, we can meet, But I really feel strongly about this, so I just didn't let people trigger me, and I got it out, and then we started doing something about it. So I'm glad other people agree, because it is a problem. We could already be above 50,000.
Yep. We could be above 50,000, exactly. We really could. That's what people aren't realizing. And it's not just that we could be having good conversations all the time. Because even when the trolls come in and have the conversation, they realize that they know someone that's more clued up than they are on the topic. So they get destroyed as a troll, or they get destroyed as someone who doesn't really know their shit. And then they go, wait a minute, I'm going to bring back my friend who knows his shit more than me. And then he gets destroyed anyway, and then he does the same. It's a knock-on effect. But if we cut him off at the legs at the beginning, it don't work. There's no chain reaction. I used to see that chain reaction happen in here all the time, and that's why this place worked. And yeah.
Yeah. Look, I found some old pictures, bro. Retta before she was a drag car. She used to just be a street rod, and then, I hate to say it because everybody will say, here, hold my beer. But one drunken night, me and my brother decided she should be a drag car. By the time I woke up with a hangover, it was like, well, I might as well build the chassis. I'm already halfway there. She was a sexy street car, though.
That's awesome, man.
Most Camaros and Corvettes and shit, they don't like to get beat by a Chevrolet Beretta. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 380.
You're lucky you know anything about American cars because you're talking to an English guy right now.
Yeah.
Well, a Beretta's just, a cheap little Chevy,
I
no
know.
different than a Cavalier, and I made it into a monster.
My uncle used to.
I'm just saying, most English guys you're going to speak like this to Battle Mod, they're just not going to understand the relevance. Is all I'm trying to tell you.
I put a 383 hog in her because they told me I couldn't. I was like, shit, there's enough room for a big block. What are you talking about?
Hey, yo, guys.
When I was a kid, a little tiny kid, my uncle was dragging a 54 Ford Falcon.
Ooh, I love them Falcons.
Hey, yo, guys.
Go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a question, man. Some trolls again. They're trying to prove the Earth's rotation by this pendulum swing. Do you guys have any anything for that?
Experiment.
Bring it in here, dude. Bring it in here.
Yeah.
I can't bring him in. That's the problem. He speaks.
How do you correlate the cause with the effect?
Yeah.
You assert that the rotation of the Earth causes the effect we see in the pendulum, but how do you prove that?
So I also just ask him
Baseless assertion. Baseless assertion fallacy.
So you're assuming the cause of the rotation of the pendulum is because the Earth is rotating. You're assuming you're effectively falsely applying
the deviation
cause
of the pendulum.
The deviation of the pendulum, exactly. Just tell him that you're falsely applying cause and effect relationship. That's all it is. Say how are you proving what's causing what phenomena you're actually seeing there?
Yeah, so I should just ask him. Okay, well, how do you prove now with that, or what causes the pendulum to swing the way it swings? Basically.
Yeah. How do you correlate the cause with the asserted effect? The asserted
And then
cause
say how
with
much. You could also get him to ask, couldn't we, Battle Mod? Say, okay, how much do you actually know about that experiment or test?
Well, it's not really an experiment. A pendulum.
No, well, that's what I said. Test.
Well, it's pretty obvious what makes it swing, because how does it start swinging?
The initial inertia.
Where is this person that you're talking to? Bring them in here.
In a Telegram group. So it's hard to bring him here on here. It's really hard. Yeah,
He's got Telegram. He might be able to come here.
Just send him a link. Just send him a link and say, "Come and chat with us."
We can send him a link to this room
It's
now.
way easier to have a conversation than typing it out. Just
Let me
send him
try
a
this.
link.
He has the time. So let me try this. Maybe he's gonna join. Maybe just trying. Okay. Let me. Can you send me the link here in the live stream voice text?
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I love
someone able to do it.
All of y'all experienced debaters debate, like the ones that are like chill and don't get upset because somebody's being a troll or being an asshole or whatever. It's like, no, let's look at the real facts.
A lot of the time, they're not even being a troll; they're just misinformed idiots.
Exactly.
Like,
But I appreciate y'all being calm and relaxed about it, because it allows the debate to continue and we get to see the full effect of the conversation, and we're not limited to just like the first 4, 5, 6 steps of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Like it
Yo,
continues.
guys. So I just invited him. Let me see what he says.
We would need to go up into VC verified, right? Check him in, or can he just come in
Maybe.
here?
Depends. If he just comes into here, we'll just unmute him.
Okay, that's cool.
If he's come all this way, but if not, then yeah, we could maybe VC
Yo,
verify
Crack.
him.
I don't know if you remember me. Do you remember the pencil?
Shines.
Yeah.
Of course I do.
Okay.
Of
what
course,
the
I
fuck's
can
going on with
recognize
my
that.
pencil? Your
The
pencil.
I took it down because there was.
I know you did. I'm kidding.
I took it down, but yeah, it seemingly would never fall. So yeah,
It would never fall. You had to take it
it
off the
wouldn't.
wall. I love it.
Yeah,
It's epic. It's good
it
talking
was
to you. It's
epic.
been a long time.
Yeah, you too, sister. I'm glad. I was like, wait, you remembered that? Oh, cool.
Yeah, of course I did. That shit was
How could you forget?
hilarious. How could I ever forget the pencil? We have an inside joke. Yeah, that shit was fucking hilarious. The pencil will stick to the wall.
It's brilliant. For real though, like why how did that happen instead? Like I've tried it again
the
since
dice
and
low.
it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked again since because I was
Oh, it
like,
hasn't?
mate, no, I've not been able to do it the same since. No, definitely not.
funny.
Not
That's
for
really
not for
funny.
that length. Not for that length of time or anything like that.
Well,
Like I've
that's
got it to stick for a
interesting.
couple of minutes.
Then
Yeah.
what happened? How come it stuck that long? Because it stuck that long
I
when
think
he
I
was
got
talking
it
about his kids
perfect.
doing it. Maybe it was some equilibrium in the earth. And then
Who
everyone was
knows?
able to stick a pencil to the wall at that time. I'm just kidding. Nah, that shit was hella funny though.
Did you say it worked when kids put it up against the wall? Maybe
Yeah,
they
so
had sticky
it started.
fingers and the
Nope.
pencil was
So
sticky.
yeah, it started off with it was a person saying that it was Dicelo, and his kids were able to take a pencil and like stick it to a wall, and the pencil would just stick there, and we're like, "What the fuck?" And so then Crack was like, "Okay, I'm gonna do it." And I tried doing it on my wall, but I had texture on my wall. I couldn't get the pencil to stick. He got his pencil to stick, and he was like filming it, and he was like, "Dude, the pencil's on the fucking wall." We watched him stick it to the wall, like. There was nothing tricky about it. And that pencil was just stuck on the fucking wall for like forever.
For like 3 weeks.
It was a long time.
Stayed there for 3 weeks, man, until I took it down.
Funny. Yeah, it was funny.
I kept getting people saying, "But bro, why is there a pencil stuck to the wall?" And I'm like, "Bro, how is it still not falling?" It was like friction that had made it adhere. The friction between the pencil and the way I pushed it. I pushed it and like pushed in and then pushed up slightly hard. So that friction, it made the two materials bond, I believe, together.
Yeah, I tried. I tried it on every single wall. Couldn't get it to stick. No matter what pencil I tried, I used color pencils, regular pencil, number 2 pencils, like every pencil I had in the house. But I had texture walls, and even on like the wall that I found that wasn't textured, it didn't matter. Like I couldn't get it to stick. But hella other people were getting it to stick, and his stuck the best. And it was just like up above him in his background, like this pencil on the fucking wall. It was amazing. It was pretty cool.
I genuinely think I understood. I think I figured out how it was working. That's why, like in my head, I figured out how to get it to stick. So that's why it
There
worked
is
the
no
best.
spoon. Yeah, you mastered. There is no spoon. The pencil can stick to the wall. That happened.
Exactly.
You mastered it. It's amazing.
Such a shitty achievement, though.
It really is. It's a totally shitty achievement, but you literally nailed it to the wall. So it's all good.
You nailed it, bro. You nailed it, bro.
That's epic.
See if this works.
Are you trying to stick a pencil to your wall?
No.
I thought I heard somebody say let's see if it works, and then it went quiet. And to battle Modest, I was just imagining you trying to do the pencil trick all over the house, and your husband coming home and saying, "Babe, what's up with all these holes in the wall?"
That's so funny. Yeah, there was never any holes in the wall, but for sure he did witness me while he was home being like, "What the fuck? I can't get this to work." He actually even tried with me. He was like, "Yeah, we can't get these. It's not happening." And they even did it with like erasers and like other shit. And I was like, "What the?" Yeah, it just did not happen for me.
Will
But
you just
Crack,
sit down and eat dinner with us?
case. Exactly. It's funny. Yeah.
Alright, where is that to? Oh, it's there. Oi, done it. Is everyone still there?
I'll just
I feel like
tell
I.
you this
No,
other trick.
that was really funny, Truth. That really made me
Here's
giggle.
you guys try this. Try this, Padawan. This is the other trick. So take a pencil. You take like a number 2 pencil. You know, the ones that have like the flat edges. Can't say yours. So yours is probably dirty. See, mine's not dirty.
Mine was round, by the way. Mine was round. Just
Yeah,
to let you
I
know.
remember. Yep.
You
Yep.
probably do it with a round because all it needs is like the. Okay, so if the pencil is glossy and you can take like a straight piece of notebook paper,
Yeah.
put the pencil under it and hold your thumb tight against it to where it's so tight against it that when you slide your thumb forward, you don't really see the paper moving, but it just moves just a little bit, but it causes the paper to pop. And it sounds like if there were, like if you throw and you act like you have invisible balls in your hand and you show them your hand and they don't see anything, so you throw the balls up. It's good to do with kids. Like adults probably.
This sounds great.
It does sound kind of dirty.
You throw it up in there, you throw the invisible balls up in there, and then you take the paper and you act like you're moving it around to catch them, and then every now and then you stop and you make the paper pop.
I need a
Yep.
video of this because it sounds really dirty.
Right, so
You guys are
I
picturing.
can do it on video for you right now.
I have a dirty mind.
My mum
I'm
used
sorry.
to do this brilliantly. My mum used to
need
do
a
this
video.
brilliantly to me. I'll do it on video right now.
You're
Right there.
picturing bong wong balls, man.
Because
We're
my
not talking
mom,
about beads.
what is thinking about me? What I'm thinking
Listen,
about is
where
like,
they're getting hung up is the fake balls part. They're imagining real balls, and I don't know why. Because
Yeah,
we know balls are
I'm
fake,
just being
guys.
silly.
You are.
I'm
Right.
being
So do you get so what she's saying is like right, so get like a paper bag like from a grocery shop, yeah? I think this is equivalent to what she's saying, I believe. I only heard the end of it as like for some reason I couldn't hear the whole room. That's why you heard me shout, is there anyone even in here? Anyway, so effectively you can do it without attaching anything to this paper bag. You can do it with just your hand if you know the right trick to do, but it does help to have something there. So it's almost like you can pretend to throw something up in the air, and then in the bag, this paper bag, is going to land in it, right?
Yeah,
Is this roughly what you're saying, Truth?
I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not visualizing this. I got what she was saying. I was just being funny because I thought that it was like
Right,
the
I'm going to
invisible
film myself.
balls, the everything. Yeah, I need visualization
Let me try and find the paper. Right.
because this sounds really cool. There's also
It's just
a lot
a good
of
trick,
tiny
and if
kid
it's done,
jokes or like
done well, it's a good trick, and if it's done really well, then it looks awesome. Like,
yeah, I want to see that.
Grab your piece
Truth.
of paper, Shines.
I can't. Everyone's
Or
asleep right now.
It doesn't even need
I
to be
need
a
a
number 2 pencil. It can be an ink pen. It can be anything as long as you can hold it tight against it and make it pop. If you slide it, like hold it real tight.
Yeah, I'm not.
You'll see if you try it. You'll see it makes a popping noise.
It just sounds.
The way I do it is with a paper bag. I do it. So, I think it's slightly different. What I'm talking about compared to what Prevails is talking about, but it's the same effect. I'm sure of it, right?
Videos. I need
Right. So,
visuals.
wait there. Let me try. I'm just trying to find. Let me ask this. Have you got a medication? Have you got an empty bag?
Oh my god, I love you so
that
much
is-
right now.
Have you got an empty bag that is like, you know, like remember the trick, the invisible trick? No, not the boiled eggs.
This is amazing.
You chuck it into a bag. The hard-boiled egg. You chuck it into the bag, and then you catch it. Yeah.
Oh my god, this is
Yeah,
so
yeah,
epic.
that.
Thank you, Truth.
Yeah, just get me what I need to do it. Truth Prevails is saying about making the trick work better by doing, what was it, Truth?
Just a flat sheet of paper. I have to stay muted because I like myself. I'm easily entertained. So
Just she's saying on about doing it with just a flat sheet of paper, almost so that like you're holding a flat sheet of paper, because then it looks like you've got. I guess it looks like you've got a piece of paper that's strong enough to hold something on it.
you can hold a piece of paper at the
And
bottom
then Hmm.
it'd be flat, right? You just put the pencil under it, and then you take your thumb and you hold it tight, the bottom end of the piece of paper tight against the pencil. That's all you do.
Now I'm confused. Maybe I'm thinking of something completely fucking different than you. I'm thinking about invisible balls being chucked into a bag.
Just put a piece of paper at the bottom of the paper.
What?
If you're holding it at the bottom, like you would a choir book, you hold it at the bottom and you hold it out. Just hold it straight out instead of up, right? From the bottom.
Yeah.
A pen
Yeah.
or a pencil.
I think we need visuals of both. I need
Put
you
it
both.
under it, and then take your thumb and hold it tight against the pen or pencil until it grips the paper, and then cause it to slide. It'll make a popping sound. Like it'll cause the whole paper to vibrate, and it'll make a
Then where do the invisible balls come into play?
What's the balls got to do with it then?
Yeah.
Because that popping sound, you don't make it move, and you don't make the popping sound
Until that pretend it lands. But right, that's why I thought about the trick that I've got, which is a paper bag, and then you pretend to throw a ball in the air, and then you go like that and go whoa, and then you catch it, right?
Do both.
Catch the. I can't do both. I only know one of them.
Well,
so
do the one that you know.
All right, I'll have
'Cause
to.
I don't even know that one.
I'm gonna have to.
Let
I'm
alone
gonna
the
have to
other
move-
one.
I'm gonna have to move some shit around outside the front of my house and do it outside. I
Do
think.
it, dude.
You know I will, Shines. You know I will.
You will. You're sticking pencils to walls, defying everything that ever happens. You're amazing. I know you will
something.
not disappoint me, Crack. I know you won't. This is epic. So thank you, Truth, for this. Or at least we'll get one demonstration.
Well, I'll try and do Truth's one too,
Yeah, no, I hope that you will.
if she's okay with that. Like, Truth, me and you still good. Like, we're still good friends, kind of.
Oh, you want to do the paper one? Do the paper one if you can, because
If I can, but I don't want to I don't want to step on your trick. That's all.
no, it's not my trick. I learned it from someone else, so I didn't come up with it. I was just sharing it. So if you can demonstrate it, yeah, just do it.
I'll try to, but I'll demonstrate something that I think's similar to it, and then you can tell me from there the extra shit I might need to do. We might have to go down to Chill VC or something to do this because I'll need to go.
We could call this Magic Mondays.
We should do this every fucking Monday. I will be here every Monday.
It's all right,
for
because I
Magic
need to get
Monday.
changed
We can do the
anyway. So.
pencils, we can do the. Okay, so I have something. My mom used to always take salt, and you can take
Yeah.
salt if it's like that table salt where it's like made in cubes, and then you can take the salt shaker and like tilt it to the side, and it will balance all by itself on the side, and you can balance shit on that salt because it's perfect cubes. Have you ever seen that happen? Every restaurant me and my mom used to go to, we used to always do that. And it didn't matter how fancy the fucking restaurant. She's like, pour this shit out, tilt the fucking salt shaker. It was amazing. Yeah. Have you guys ever seen that?
I couldn't listen to what you were saying because someone else in my house was talking to me at the same time.
All good. All I was saying is that if you take table salt, which is like they're all table salt is made in like these perfect cubes, right? So you take that table salt and you can literally
I'm already lost.
anything you make a pile of the table salt onto the table. So it didn't matter what kind of fancy restaurant we were at, my mom would pour all the fucking salt out, slide something against it, tilt it to the side, and it would levitate like on its side. No matter how heavy, top heavy it was or anything, like super top heavy. And no matter what you fucking tilt, like you could probably even do a cell phone. Like you just tilt it to the side and lay it up against that and it'll levitate to the side on that table salt. It was a neat little trick. No matter where we went.
Oh, okay. Okay, I've seen this before in an old movie. Someone do this in an old movie. Do you mean the cat's got the bag? Get the bag off the cat. I've found my own one. Don't worry. If you can't, one simple task I gave you, woman. One simple task, huh? I'm just joking, by the way, guys. I want you to make the bag like, I don't know whether you should put like a, I don't know whether I should put like a square. Where's the bag? That's it. That's not big enough. This is better. This is better, isn't it? To do it with. But the thing is you're gonna have to show me the technique again properly, because it's like, it's more just like, you know what I mean? I want the bottom of it. The bottom of it. So let's cut out like a square of cardboard and place it in the bottom. No?
Why?
How are you doing that though? The fuck do you do it that well? Fuck's sake. Every time.
That one, is it?
Yeah, you always do it well with any of them. I need to be able to do this thing well. But what he right? Wait, that I mean myself.
That's great. I can hear it in the background when it happens.
So I'm saying that's her chucking an invisible ball into a bag and it landing in there. Go on, chuck the ball in the bag. How are you making it that well though?
Video. Why are you
I know. I'm
doing
gonna
it
do it for you in a
video?
second.
You need to
I'm gonna do. I can do it for you in a second.
But I'm aware that you don't want to record it. You don't need to.
Did it seem heavier than that one?
It seemed heavier in that one actually, in the smaller bag.
Yeah, because that's got further before.
Because that's got further for you, dickhead. You
Gravity in the bigger bag.
You're funny as hell, man. I'm telling you.
Is that your mom?
Yeah, she's hilarious.
I love her, and I can't.
So
I really want to talk to her. She sounds amazing.
she's funny as hell. Because she does the trick in the smaller like paper bag, yeah. And she's like, doof, makes the sound. Then the other one, and it goes doof. And then she goes, after she goes, which one sounded louder? Like, which one sounded heavier? And I was like, in the bigger bag. And she goes, yeah, because it's got further to fall. And I was just like, and like for a second, my brain was like, yeah, you're right. Like, but no, there's no further to fall. There's no ball falling anywhere. There is no balls falling anywhere. But she said it so convincingly that like it was like a real thing. She was like, well, yeah, obviously, like it sounds louder. That's why it
Your
sounds
mom
louder.
should actually be the one to present. You should actually do the video where you have your mom be like the sexy, you know, in the magician's lounge. They always have the don't look
My
over
mom-
here
my
because the
mom.
mom is here. Don't look over here because there's a woman with the red dress or whatever. There's always a distraction.
I can ask her. If it's just for how many people are going to want to watch this? That's the thing.
I don't know if you want it on actual live stream video. We can move it into a different place. I just really want to see it. I have no idea what anyone is talking about still to this moment. I have no clue. what you
Shines
guys are
just
talking
wants to
about.
see it be done, and I don't know that I. So you just do this, don't you?
Eric's
that.
paper bag
but-
trick.
The thing is that
Now, make sure she takes into account the Coriolis effect.
I might have to do it. I might have to do it in like 20 minutes or something, Shines, because I need a cigarette so
Don't worry about
badly,
it. It's all good.
just woke up and went.
and I've just woke up and I need a fag.
Tell her to bounce it off the refraction.
Tag. It's all good.
It will happen, don't worry. Right, and I know also while I'm on the way to the shop, I want to sort of practice it so it looks better. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to give you a shit experience.
No worries. It's all good.
Never am I having a girl come away from an experience with me and be like, "Oh, it was terrible." Yeah, that was a euphemism that fell flat. No one laughed. I thought it was quite funny.
Why not?
It's empty.
He liked it.
The cat like that, yeah. Can anyone hear me? Am I
He couldn't.
invisible? Am I invisible? Immutable?
We can hear you.
Mm.
All right, so my euphemism was just unfunny. I get it. Okay. All right. You're gonna have to do it on video, Mum.
Why? You
I know you don't want to go on video or whatever, but just for shines in a bit. Haven't
Just for me,
tried.
like send me a private message. Hit me up, private DM. I don't understand that.
Can't do it. It makes it obvious. I can't do it. Look, it makes it obvious what's going on. When you do it, it looks like you've chucked a ball into a bag.
Oh my god, this is amazing. Does
What?
anybody else know what this
You're
trick
not
is?
showing me anything, Mum. Yeah.
There was a link in the live stream that said Eric's paper bag trick. You
Yeah,
got
I've
the
never.
middle there,
And then the pencil trick that Truth was talking about as well. Like I've never seen this happen.
All right, I got it.
You make the bag go down a bit.
Oh yeah, I get it. So like,
did you use a heavier ball?
Okay, I did.
balls
Yeah,
are
I used
invisible.
a heavier ball. I can do it now, Shines. I can do it now.
Oh my god, show me, please.
All I did, what I had to do is, I had to use a heavier ball.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
A heavier invisible ball. The anticipation is
Thanks for that,
killing
bro.
me.
It's not anything that special,
FFF.
so you are gonna die when you see it. So because it's not anything that special, Shines.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to
it's
wait.
probably gonna make my
you're gonna
day
have to
because it's
wait
probably not
until
gonna be
I
that
come
special.
back. Yeah, you're gonna have to wait until I come back from the shop as well. So, because
Oh my goodness, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning for me in California. So yeah, I don't know.
just to let you know, the shop's at the top of the road. It's 2 seconds away.
Okay, then that's fine.
I can't.
Okay,
I
I'll be
really
here.
can't. I really can't do it else because.
I'll be here. I'll be here. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm here. I will not leave. Waiting
You
for
have to
it.
wait for me to get to my other premises because I've got a stand there as well.
We
that I
have
can
our pencil
put
deal,
my
and
phone
now, yeah, I'm not leaving. We had one pencil, now we have another pencil, now we have invisible balls. What the fuck? I
Why
gotta
do you
see
always
this through.
load? Why do you always load in when it's like 10 minutes until you've got to leave as well, girl? Like that's so
Oh
weird.
my goodness, who is talking shit now? You are always the one who comes in when I have to leave. So yeah, how about
Really? Me?
yeah, mate?
I was already in here today, and then you come in, and then now you're saying you got to leave shortly. I'm like, oh,
Shortly,
like you're
I
interesting
will
to speak
leave.
to.
So, I will stick around. Make it happen, Cap'n.
You're one of the only interesting people, and then you're barely around when I'm here.
I haven't been
Oh.
around for weeks and weeks and weeks, so there is that. But yeah,
Neither have
I'm
I.
here.
I've actually not been here either.
Then we're both assholes. Yeah, family life gets in the way. But
Same.
yeah, it's 3 o'clock. I am going to stick around. I want to see this happen.
All right.
Wherever you're gonna make it happen, Captain, make it
sure
happen.
you go both size balls.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
The
hide this
invisible one.
bag as well. I'm gonna hide this bag so that no animals get to it.
What?
grab
Why
that
were
stand.
animals getting to it? What the fuck happened? That animals
Well,
were
the
getting to the
bag,
bag.
the cat grabbed it.
Oh my god!
Cool, I've got a
We
battle
got
bag now.
Schrodinger's cat over here.
This bag's good as
grabbing the
well, isn't
bag.
it? Oh, yeah. Nah, it won't be. I don't think. Mm-mm.
But it might be just because
I'll get that better paper bag from the shop. The shop do those really good paper bags. Yeah. They're stronger, so I can throw something even heavier.
Okay, so while we're waiting, is there anyone else here? Or
Okay, Battle Modest.
no, wait in silence.
Here's the video.
Don't
Or
give it away. No, I don't want to watch it. I want to see what Crack has to present.
no,
Don't
yeah,
spoil
no.
it.
I'm saying the TWA video.
What is that?
So I'll just kind of go off of what was going on in the video, and
No, don't spoil what True said or what Crack was saying.
it's completely different.
Okay, if it's
another
completely
different joke.
different, then that's fine.
It's just something to entertain you in the dead space.
Okay, that's perfect.
So I'm gonna type in letters in the chat, and I'm gonna ask you to pronounce what that word would say.
Okay, I love this kind of shit. Okay, go. Sorry for cursing.
No.
Have a potty mouth.
What does that spell?
That spells TWA.
Yeah. What does that spell? Say it as if you were gonna be phonetic.
Twa.
All right.
Twee. Twy. Now I'm questioning what I'm saying. Twa, twee, twy. Twa, twee, twy. Twa, twee, twy, two.
So you beat the joke. Like somebody
What's the joke?
somebody who doesn't get it would say two.
Oh.
It was funny. We saw the video at this poor girl for like a good 5 minutes, and she still didn't get it. She's like, "What? Two?" I'm like, "Oh my goodness." Anyway, thanks for playing along.
Yeah, I'm actually going to use that. That's so funny. Thank you.
I didn't hear any of it, unfortunately.
No, so Crack, so while you were gone and we were waiting for you to show me the video, I was like, nobody show me video because people were like trying to show me a video of like what you and Truth are saying, and I was like, nah, I want to see it from Crack and from Truth and whatever. I don't want it to be spoiled. Like, let's have fun. And so Gizmo was like, say this out phonetically. So I'll do it with you if you haven't already
Okay.
seen it. Okay, so if you do it
I posted that little video right there, and I because I had to hold the phone with one hand. I had to
Okay.
lay the paper on the back of the couch so that I could pick it up
I
straight.
How did you
I
do
can't
that?
believe it.
Usually you just
Wait,
like
what the fuck?
lay the paper straight, right, where you can stick, because you can hold a piece of paper at the bottom of the
Yeah.
paper and it not flip down, right? So you just got to keep
Yeah.
it from flipping down. Put the pencil behind it. Put your thumb
Yeah,
tight
that's
against it,
weird.
and
That's like
you
a
can
fucking
see right there.
woodpecker.
Yeah, and it
And
sounds
she
like
took a pi- she took
How does
a
that happen?
you throw up, act like you have invisible balls in your hand. And you
That
just
is so fucking weird. But how can you do that with a pencil and paper to make that sound?
just
Don't worry about that part. Don't, because it might ruin my bit. All right. Okay. Maybe it's
It's just the grip. It's the grip of it, and so
No,
you
it's
trying to
different.
slide the pencil on the paper. It's creating this click,
thumb
click,
tight
click, click,
against
click.
it. Yeah, if you got to put your thumb tight against it.
Amazing.
This is
I
different.
love it. I fucking love it. That's amazing.
Like little tiny balls hitting the paper.
That's cool.
And that was the part that was cracking me up the entire time was the invisible balls. And so I can see how if you do that with a piece of paper and then you have these invisible balls, like that
Really
makes
good
it.
trick to do with
It
kids
is.
because it
That's
takes them
hilarious.
forever
I need to
figure out
see
which
that. I need to see that and the paper. So are you guys only so when you do this with kids, are you just showing them the paper and the pencil and then pretending that there's invisible balls there that are like
in your hand, and then you just act like you're throwing them up,
Yeah.
and then every time you just move your paper every time because you can control when you make it
That's
pop.
amazing.
You just barely slide the paper, but you hold it tight against it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I need more lessons on this because I'm only seeing the paper part. I need to see the invisible ball part too.
Don't you see the pencil? Well, you just do
I
that with your other
do.
hand. You just pretend to have balls in your hand. You throw them up in the air,
And it's like a
then
percussion
you
thing,
move the
like
paper around, and you act like every time you pop it that you just stop, like you're catching one, and then it'll pop.
Yeah, but
The
I
kids are
mean,
like,
why
"Whoa."
would that sound like a ball? It doesn't sound like a ball to me. Like, I don't get it.
drop a BB on a drum.
Try it. The
Oh,
video.
it's so amazing. It's so amazing. Yeah, I have to rewatch this, and I want to watch the whole thing, like, performed with the invisible ball and the piece of paper at the same time.
The invisible ball bag thing is hilarious.
It's so funny and it's so amazing. This whole conversation has been so epic. Thank you guys. This is fucking awesome. And then
Invisible
I don't know if
balls.
you're
That's all we talk about here is invisible balls.
totally and exactly that is exactly what we talked about here. I fucking love you. That was so spot on, Truth. You were so epic.
Exactly.
That was
epic.
amazing.
Flat paper, man.
The flat paper and the invisible balls. Fuck. That is priceless. That's priceless.
Like the way the joke goes, I think if Crack Villain's mom had actually done it on video, it would be so much
Dude,
more epic.
I'm still waiting. Crack Villain
would
said
have
he was
been.
just going. Wait, what happened? It's not happening? I'm not going to see what you guys are talking about?
Which bag looked like it hit harder?
Wait, hold on. Crack.
That would make it a better joke, right?
wait,
Should I
hold
do
on,
it that
Crack.
way with 2 bags? I'll do it that
Are
way
you
when I do it
telling
with
me
2 bags.
that Wait, hold on,
I
Crack.
will do
Are
that
you-
joke too.
You're not doing it? You're not going to show us?
No,
Is this happening?
he's gonna do the joke for you, just so that way you can see it and have
I
the
thought
joke.
that you were going to do the bad.
I am gonna. What are you talking about?
That's what I was saying. I was like, wait, who said that he's not? I thought that was happening.
No one said that. You just said it.
I wanted
You're
to.
the only one.
Oh, because you wanted his mom to do it. Okay.
Yeah, but, like
You was
he
his
was
mom's not
so
gonna do it.
to it that like she tricked him. She's
Yeah,
like,
I need to meet his mom. I think we would be great friends.
She didn't trick. She'd already. It's not that she tricked me. She just said something funny, involving in it. You know what I mean? It was more like, you know, she was like, which one sounded louder? And I'm thinking, you know, well, yeah, not which ball, which effect on which bag. But then she says, you know, she says what you know she said, right? And she's like, yeah. And then I just pissed myself laughing because it was like, that's an hilarious joke. Like, if you take it, like, if it was something that you took and you were tricked by it, you know what I mean? It would be funny, you know, like it didn't actually trick me, though, if that makes sense. I'd have to be really stupid.
No, yeah.
Okay, so number one, me and your mom need to become best friends because I already heard her and I know that we would. Number two, you have to do this for me or I will never forgive you. You did the pencil, and if you don't do this one, I will forever be like, what the fuck was that?
All right.
What's gonna happen?
These sound like threats, so like.
Yeah, exactly. I am. Whatever it
But
takes.
fine, I will do it then. You threatening.
Yeah, I am
Threatening me.
threatening. I'm threatening. I thought you said I was
threatening.
I was like, yeah, I am in a fret. I am fretting. I need you to do this for me, but you said I was threatening you, so that works too. Either way, whichever way works. Whatever.
I'm telling you, I'm glad
whatever
my
it takes.
wife's not in this conversation. She'd be like getting
Oh my
so
gosh, I
jealous
bet I
of
would
you
love
right
her.
now.
I bet I would love her too. I bet
She'd
we
be
would.
jealous actually of the. She'd probably be annoyed at you right now.
Why?
This channel is a family channel, by all means. I love this channel. It's like bring
I
every-
need this from you. I won't forgive you if you don't do this for me. You did the pencil thing. I don't know. I just know what she's like.
I get what you're saying. That would be
You did
silly.
the pencil thing
No,
for
no, no.
me.
I think she would
Yeah.
think it was funny if she understood every single point of
She
that.
would.
My
She
husband would totally joke as well. Is that I'm begging you to you have to do this pencil thing.
Yeah.
Like you already do this pencil thing for me. You have to do the bag thing for me. My husband would be like, "What are you on about?" And then he would be like, "Yeah, that's some fucking amazing shit."
Exactly.
So it's all
At first, she would be like, "What?"
exactly. I get your point now. Yeah.
No. Right, I'll be all of. Hopefully, I hopefully won't be longer than.
Don't take as long as you did with the pencil. And don't tell your wife I said that either. Just kidding.
That is terrible.
I am terrible. That's what I do.
Don't take as long as you do with the pencil. Oh my god. Now I'm really glad.
It's funny.
Now I'm really, really glad.
But did you guys get the thing that Gizbo did with the twee?
I didn't because I'm trying to go to the shop at the same time. You know what I mean? And I'm like half distracted, so I'm not really. I can't be as involved in the conversation other than just hearing the words and listening. But like sometimes I'm not able to conceptualize because I'm sort of a lot of my brain power is going on like looking for things and like walking and moving my ankles and shit. I sound like an imbecile now. But I'm trying to find. Where did I put it? That can. Did I bring it into here then? I said it was empty. It is empty. How is it? This makes no sense. Like I got a new can out of the fridge because the other one was about to be. It was empty. I took the last sip of it. There it is. Okay, now life makes sense again. Right, 1 second.
That is hilarious. Did anybody see this, or did you only send it to me? Because I'm gonna share it in the live stream. That is so funny.
That little thing that it's in the live stream.
No. The thing you sent was amazing and hilarious. But when you were gone and you were doing your pencil thing, Gizbo, I think it's Gizbo, walked me through the TWA, TWE, TWI, TWO, but I got it right. And then he explained to me when people got it wrong, and I could not stop laughing. And then he sent me a private message of like when somebody gets it wrong. It is so funny. Like, it's so amazing how people's minds work. It's kind of like the water, and then milk. Like, they don't get it right. It's that same kind of thing. It's so funny.
Or green. What do you do? Or goat. What is it? Not green. Oh, say red. No, say stop. And then keep saying stop. And then what do you do when you come to a green light? You're supposed to say go. And most people say stop.
Try this one, okay? Try and say this. Shine is anyone really. All of you can try and do it really. Unique. Yeah. New York.
Yeah, I've heard this one.
You've heard it, all right.
New York. Unique New York. Unique New York. I love that kind of shit.
It's a hard one, though, like because eventually it's unique New York. Unique New York.
It's the kind of shit where like you get super high and you look at any word. It doesn't matter what fucking word it is, but you just take any word, any single word, and you're like, wait, what? How is that word? Word is a weird word.
Like, yeah, like why does word mean word? What is a W? And like you really start thinking about it. Like where does who thought of the sound what for W?
And then you're even like, is it even spelled correctly? Is that how it's supposed to be? Because that looks really weird.
What you mean.
None of it makes sense. Totally.
Like you can say this to some people and they'll be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, girl? You're crazy." I'm just saying, that is the case.
Get me. Yeah.
But I do get you. Where did my Cadbury's cream egg go, man? Huh?
Did you just scream, "What happened to my Cadbury eggs?" Did that just happen?
Yeah, where's my Cadbury's cream egg, bro?
That is amazing. What happened to my Cadbury cream egg is forever going to be a meme in my life. That is so epic. That is literally a commercial for Cadbury cream eggs. What happened to my
Oh, you should hear the
Cadbury
whole
cream
story.
egg?
Fucking hell.
I'm sure there is.
There's a lot more to it
I'm
as well.
sure. Tell me. Tell us.
I can't
What
right
happened?
now. I can't right
Oh,
now.
you can't even fathom telling us the story about the Cadbury cream egg.
Not right this second.
That makes
no.
it even fucking funnier.
I'll explain why in a minute.
Okay. Take your time. As
I
much
just
time
had my Cadbury's cream egg and it's gone. Where's it gone?
I just snorted. I can't, you guys. This is so funny.
The fuck's my Cadbury's cream egg, man?
You know you made someone's day when they giggle snort.
I totally just snorted. That was so
Yeah, don't
funny.
lose this shit
What
either.
happened to my
Where'd you get this
Cadbury
one from? This wasn't the one that was in it.
That was up there.
Up there, where was the one that was in it?
The shit sounds like
Probably took it out. Keep it safe. Where's my Cadbury's cream egg? Because I just
Welcome
brought it in
back.
here with me.
And he said Cadbury's cream egg. He actually pronounces
Cadbury's.
it properly. We say Cadbury cream egg. He said Cadbury's because you actually add the S onto it, which is like actually proper English. Cadbury's cream egg. What happened to my Cadbury's cream egg? We would just say
I
what
love
happened
it
to my
when people are
fucking
like
Cadbury's. You dumbass.
so happy that I speak English in a proper way, and it's like, yeah, I am actually properly English. That's probably why.
Oh my God. It's so funny.
My
I know.
favorite thing is to say I love your English accent because the response is I don't have
Yep.
an accent. You have an accent.
No one has an accent.
Nobody
Technically,
thinks they
did
have
you
an
know that
accent.
nobody has an accent? No one has one.
Nobody has an accent except for if they're talking to somebody else with an accent. Then all of a sudden they have an accent. Same.
Exactly.
Totally agree with you, Greg.
Because we would have to say what's the original accent for there to be a deviation from the words that phonetically come out of someone's mouth for it to be an accent. Like, where's the
Well, then you
deviation
get into
for something to be
supremacy,
an
and I'm
accent?
like, you know what? Well, this was the original accent, and you guys are just appropriating this accent.
I'll just buy.
Like
I knew that
California,
shit.
people that like California,
I'll just buy another Cadbury's cream egg.
an accent.
I'm in California. This is my accent.
anything.
Do I have an accent, you guys?
It's like I don't know. I mean, you've got a certain. I don't know. It's like I don't really to be able to say, is it a distinguishing accent? Because most people I talk from California really don't have one. So it's kinda like
But this is the
California has a lack
problem.
of an accent.
No. So I grew up and I was like, what the heck? Like, I love this accent and I love that accent. And then I met other people from other nations and they were like, I love your accent. And I was like, I don't have a fucking accent. Like, I have no accent. But everyone has an accent. And that's the point he's trying to make is that everyone, that's the point is that every single person on earth has an accent. It just depends on where you're coming from. So if you're Californian, we don't have an accent, but anyone else we talk to has an accent. You have an accent, but where you come from, everyone talks the same. So anyone you talk to has an accent. He's from England. He doesn't have an accent, but anyone he talks to has an accent. You know, that's outside of that. Everyone has an accent. That shit blew my mind when I was younger. I was like, wait a minute, I have an accent? Like I didn't get it. I was like, nah. But we do. Everyone has an accent. It's a trip.
Okay, so I sent you one. Well, I sent you 3, 4 videos,
Why didn't
right?
you send
About
it?
this?
Why didn't you send it in like main chat?
And videos in the chat.
Why aren't you sharing with everyone else?
I want to,
Be
but I don't have my photo gallery in chat.
Oh, you don't have it. Okay, let me download these and then I'll post them.
And I don't mind. I'll take my time and
No, that's good. That's good.
work my way through the thing, and eventually,
Let me post it in chat. Okay, so he just posted these 2 videos. Let's watch them. So he just posted these 2 videos to me.
But they're
Oh my
entertaining.
god, your Cadbury eggs. Shit. I swear that was like my shit when I was little. And the fact that it even has like the little yellow stuff and it's like, oh, it makes eggs so delicious. They're the best every Easter. Every Easter. The best. Cadbury eggs. And then those other ones that look like little robin's eggs that are like, you know, they have like that hard shell on the outside with like the little spots on it. And it's like that hard crack shell and then it's chocolate on the inside. I don't know what those are called, but they're absolutely delicious.
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't have the embed roll.
Okay, so he just sent these two. Let me watch.
And I think you'll like the perspective video because it's hilarious.
Oh, that's funny. That one was funny. Okay, second one.
No.
What did you have in her hand? What
A
is
bottle
that?
of wine. A bottle of wine.
A bottle of wine. I don't get it.
Yeah, some guy was going around the neighborhood saying that he'd give out a bottle of wine if.
Oh, he'd give out a bottle of wine if you showed your boobs.
Yeah.
Now I missed the first bit. I was talking like an asshole, so I missed the fucking brunt of the joke. I was like,
And her daughter was like, "Well, where'd he go?" She goes that way and points with her new bottle of wine.
yeah, we need more jokes in our life. I like this. This has been fun in here. I'm still waiting on Crack to show me the freaking video, but I don't know if that'll ever happen.
Make sure you use 2 different balls, Crack.
It was cute. It was cute, Truth. I would have done it. I would have been like, cool. Especially if you're older, like, yeah, give me a bottle of wine. Yeah, that would have been amazing. Free bottle of wine. Still waiting on Crack. Crack. Crack, 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 crack.
You sound like a right drug addict.
I do. Oh my god, you know what's so funny? You know who I sound like? You know who I'm harnessing right now, waiting for you to send me this video is this broad. Instead of her saying Mikey, I'm saying Crack. This is what's happening right now. This
I
is
wish I
the
could learn
level that I've stooped to at Crackville. And let me tag you in this.
Y'all are funny, man.
Here we go.
Podcasts I listen to.
Here we go. Yeah, I just tagged you in it. This is me, Crack. Crack, 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 crack. Mikey! Mikey! It's me waiting for you to show me this shit. You better watch it, Crack.
Crack, crack, crack.
All y'all better watch it. It's so funny. It is one of the funniest things ever.
Poor guy's trying like hell to do those push-ups. He's so mad because he can't do it.
Say that again?
Again.
That guy that's trying to do those push-ups with that.
Mm.
You like
Trying
the
his
finger.
best to do it on his finger. And he's like, how does she do this?
Because she's not doing it.
That was the best thing ever. Sorry, I cuss sometimes. I try not to. But the look on his face when he's like struggling to do finger push-ups and batting at a cat or dog. That was the best. Mikey! Go get him! Mikey!
Crack villain, I don't want to make a scene. Show me the magic
I'm
trick.
sorry, I've got something else
I can't
serious
even
going
do
on
it
right
with a
now.
straight face. That shit is so fucking funny. What'd you say? Crack, what did you just say? I guess
Mikey!
exactly. I'm like, I don't want to make a scene. Show me the magic trick. I've been waiting. I don't want to make a scene, but you're making a scene. Get the fuck out of here.
Someone get him!
It's so funny.
Best shit ever, dude. I'm entertained.
Me too. It's been pretty fun and pretty funny.
And from Ladies' Night, I don't know if you remember me from Ladies' Night the other night. I appreciate y'all bearing with me on my very, very first night. I tried not to interrupt at all, but I don't know.
Well, honestly, I don't remember you, so that's probably a good sign. Like you didn't interrupt, and you probably did a great job. So kudos.
Yeah, no, I was thoroughly entertained. Like, I would love how that shit would get shot down all the time. Like, you can shut the fuck up because you have a dick.
Yeah, we try not to do that. Like it shouldn't
No,
be
I
that
know,
way.
but some people were just some guys were just utterly rude. There was one guy. It was like right at the, I don't know, not in the beginning, but like maybe an hour into it, and y'all talked to him for a long time, giving him the benefit of the doubt. But then he would just like talk over you, to not you particular. I think it was Flat Earth Goddess that he was mostly going over.
I am not surprised.
But this guy, he would not. He was determined to make you agree with him regardless of listening to the argument.
Yeah, we don't do that. We're not going to agree with somebody just because they want us to agree with them, and we aren't going to let somebody overtalk us during ladies' night just because they're a dude. Like it just should not work that way. It usually doesn't work that way. We want to hear topics. We want to hear actual logic, your reasoning. We want to hear, if it's a flat earther, we want to hear your story, how you came about. And if it's a glober, we want to hear why you think it's an actual globe. And if you can't back that up, then, we will have that conversation. But yeah.
Well, more than anything, I like that.
Gizmo?
Huh?
Have you been a flat earther?
Like, I don't know what to believe as far as like the shape of the Earth. Like, I agree that nobody knows what the real shape of the Earth is, but the flat Earth maps make the most sense, if that means anything.
Okay, so they shouldn't.
So you got a flat earth tag, that's why I was asking, and I don't remember talking to you.
And I would also say that a flat earth map shouldn't be your biggest proof for why the earth is flat, because maps, every map is a flat earth map, number one. So if you're talking about like what they say the flat earth looks like, we don't know what's beyond Antarctica. We don't know what's happening at the north. There's so much that we don't know. So anybody who's creating some kind of a map to showcase what it is, we just go on. What's up, Crack? I've been waiting so patiently. I've literally been like, don't make me make a scene. I don't know if you watched the video, but we've been waiting.
No, I've cut out. Because every time, so my mum's disabled, right? So then I'd already just said that I'm just going to shop quickly. Like, I'm not disabled, so I can always go back to the shop later. I just need some cigarettes, right? So the moment I try and fucking leave, she's, I need this, and this, and this. And then she's like, all right, I need some cat food. So I'm like, all right, I'll get some cat food. Like, what's the name of it? I don't know the name of it yet. She's getting her laptop out. Now she's opening it up. I want to look at the protein in this one and the different constituent parts in it. And I'm like, but I need some cigarettes. Like, I can always go back to the shop. No. You need.
This needs to be
You won't do this to me. It's more important that you're speaking to them about the bag trick and all this shit, and I'm like, what the fuck?
The magic trick is so important, and I need this magic trick in my life, and I can't sleep until I have it.
This needs to be an FE commercial. This so needs to be an FE commercial.
Mother,
you're the one who fucking showed me the trick, Mum. It's your fault.
30-second segments, hilarious.
Like, okay, so we know that all the maps are flat, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but
Thanks,
what
sorry.
about the Earth? Like, how does the Earth measure to you?
So as far as the measurements go, I don't have any proof on that. The reason why I came to the flat Earth map idea is because of before I got into flat Earth, I was doing research on just history in general, and the only everything kind of started pointing back to the ancient civilizations. And then what did all the ancient civilizations all have in common? They all had stories about their deities, all these mythologies. And then reading the Book of Enoch, I'm like, these ancient mythologies were probably real stories. And so that's what got me into the whole flat Earth thing, was because of these ancient civilizations having these mythologies that were probably half truths, and all the real truths have all been burnt up or taken away and hauled off into isolation from the rest of humanity, so we can't see it, whatever the case may be.
Okay, so what if I took away and you could not have a map, and I took away all the mythology, and you just talk about Earth, how you observe it, how you see it. Like if someone were to ask you, like, what's Earth? Is it curving? Is it spherical? Or is it flat and level? And is it moving?
Yeah, that would be the ultimate question, because if you had a pitch black room and you were sealed in that room and there was no light to come into that room except for the light that you provide, and on the floor you had a drawing, and you then had a light bulb.
Or your floor. I'm talking about the Earth.
Right. You had a light bulb above it, and you turn that light bulb on and you have it rotate around the room, and it's only going a part of the what's on the floor. You would never have a full aspect of what the whole room would look like. You would just know what the light was shining.
I mean, couldn't you measure it in different places and see if it has any curvature to it, or see if it measures level? And
you can measure. You can see if it measures level, obviously, because all you need to do is be able to make 2 points.
All right, but you yourself, you don't know. Earth is
Unless we can't get the center.
Or you don't know if it's flat.
No, I know it's not spherical.
What day is it today?
How do you know it's not spherical?
How do I know it's not spherical?
Yeah.
Just from all of the evidential proof that I've seen up to this date. I'm waiting for my telescope or my binocular to come in the mail so I can perform my own.
No. So be specific. From what you've seen to date, what tells you that it is not spherical? Be specific. It's okay. There's no wrong answers. No,
I know.
We're just trying to get to know you.
No one's
Do you
trying
want
to
me
chop
to
your head
say
off, don't worry.
the videos that I've seen or what I've seen personally?
I want you to talk about, of course, you can talk about the videos that you've seen, but what really hits you home the most? Like, what really told you that it's not spherical? Your number one thing that, this means something to me. It's not this.
It just doesn't feel spherical. Deep down inside, it never has felt what they said it was. You sit there and you're indoctrinated, and you go to school and they beat it into you day in and day out, and it's everywhere. And you never really think about it, but then once you kind of get awakened to it, you're like, yeah, there really was propaganda everywhere to just brainwash me into the back of my mind. I have recently become unbrainwashed.
Yeah, but when you were watching the videos, though, what stood out to you specifically? Was it footage from sitting inside a plane, or I don't know, the Black Swan? What convinced you?
Well, so the Black Swan I didn't see till I got here, but the There's this one test that this guy did where he zooms in on this lighthouse in Florida. It's 13.75 miles away. And then he goes on Google Earth and shows you where he was standing and does what Google Earth says is the distance. So
I think that was Red Pill philosophy.
I don't know. The video was passed around on Twitter, and that's how I came across it. And it was a perfect example. Like, it should have been below the horizon. And I've had arguments with Globers about it, and they're like, "Well, like refraction